Hello everyone and welcome to Kevin Audiobook TV. I'm truly excited to have you here as we begin an incredible new adventure together through Complete Martial Arts Attributes, a thrilling cultivation novel filled with action, growth, powerful battles, and a unique system that turns every challenge into an opportunity for endless evolution. If you enjoy stories about relentless determination, overwhelming power, hidden secrets, and watching an ordinary person rise step by step toward the peak of the martial world, then you're in the perfect place. Whether you're discovering this novel for the very first time or returning to experience it again, I hope these audiobooks make every chapter immersive, relaxing, and unforgettable. If you enjoy the journey, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps this channel continue bringing you more high-quality audiobook content. Now, sit back, relax, and let's begin our journey into the extraordinary world of Complete Martial Arts Attributes. Enjoy the story. Complete Martial Arts Attributes. Chapter 1, This World Isn't Right. Donghai was as hot as a furnace in June. The sky was azure blue, and not a cloud was in sight. The scorching sun burned furiously like a massive fireball as it hung high in the sky. Donghai, No. 1 High School, 5:30 p.m. Ring, 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 the bell signaling the end of the lesson rang. The entire school campus woke up from its stupor, and noises appeared from everywhere. A few seconds later, waves of students gushed out of the different classroom buildings. They smiled and chatted in their small groups while walking out of the school gates. "The weather is so hot today," someone complained angrily. "Brother Wang Teng, let's go to Wild Rose Pub for a drink tonight." A voice pulled Wang Teng back to reality. "Shuji," as he looked at the person in front of him, the familiar face and the distant memory surged out from the depth of his mind. This was one of his playmates when he was in senior high. "I won't be joining you tonight. I have a headache. You can have fun," said Wang Teng. Shuji replied hurriedly, "Hey, don't be like this. There aren't many people in our circle. If you don't come, it will be meaningless. Besides, we haven't gathered in a long while. Why don't we find another day to meet? How about tomorrow or the day after? What do you think?" Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. "Tomorrow is good. No problem. I will inform Little Wei and the rest that we will be gathering tomorrow instead." Shuji smiled brightly. When they walked to the school gates, a huge commotion sounded in front of them. "Hey, what happened in front? There's a crowd there." Shuji felt puzzled. "Let me take a look." He then ran forward and squeezed through the crowd to get to the front. Wang Teng, on the other hand, just placed his hands in his pockets and walked forward slowly. A few students saw him and voluntarily made way for him, afraid of provoking this guy. As expected, young Master Wang, had a powerful reputation. Wang Teng mocked himself silently. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good reputation. He walked out of the crowd and looked at the open space in front. A lady had managed to knock down a few gangsters with dyed hair. The thugs were lying on the ground and crying in pain. They had fear in their eyes when they looked at the young lady. From the discussions around him, Wang Teng had a basic understanding of what happened. Man Rong encountered these gangsters after she ended her lessons. Finding her quite pretty, they teased her and said some nasty things to her. They thought that Man Rong was just a weak and easily bullied lady, but unexpectedly she was a rose with thorns. She attacked them angrily and beat them until they couldn't get up from the ground. "Goddess, he is indeed an advanced stage martial disciple." These gangsters offended the wrong person. A male student beside Wang Teng was waving his fist around feverishly. Even the pimple on his face turned slightly red because of his excitement. From his words, he treated Man Rong as his goddess. "I've heard that Man Rong was a star student, but I didn't expect her to fight so well. Did she learn Taekwondo in the past? Has she achieved the legendary 9th degree black belt? Honestly speaking, it's rare to see such long legs. She's only a high school student, but her figure is already so good. Imagine how she will look in the future." Wang Teng was amazed at Man Rong's valiance. Just as he was admiring the beauties in life, he suddenly heard the words "advanced stage martial disciple." The expression on his face froze. He was in a daze. "Did I hear wrong?" "That's right. I just got reborn, so it's normal to be a little absent-minded and mishear things." At this moment, Shu Jie leaned over and said with jealousy, "We have 5 advanced stage martial disciples in our school. Man Rong is the only female, and she comes from a common background to boot." "She's really a genius." Wang Teng felt speechless. They were indeed talking about advanced stage martial disciples. He didn't hear wrong. He was reborn in modern society. So why did this interesting profession exist? What was going on? Was he really reborn? Wang Teng sensed the evil intentions of this world. His mind was filled with questions. Man Rong frowned slightly when she noticed the number of people she had attracted. In the end, she ignored the gangsters on the ground and left right away. The people crowding around also dispersed when she left the scene. Wang Teng and Xu Jie parted ways at the school gates. Wang Teng found the car that came to fetch him from school as the other students stared at him in envy. He sat in the BMW parked at the side of the road, and it zoomed off. In the car, Wang Teng looked at the scenery flashing past outside. He was deep in thoughts. This was when he noticed that the trees growing along the roadside were exceptionally tall, big, and lush. These plants had too many nutrients. No wonder he felt something different when he was in school just now. The plants in school were exceptionally lush, too. However, Wang Teng was immersed in the fact that he was reborn, so he didn't notice it. Everything Wang Teng saw on the road astounded him. The streets were clean and neat. The pedestrian styles seemed ahead of time, and the country's economy was extremely prosperous. It didn't feel like 2009. It didn't feel like 2019 either, the year he was reborn. As expected, there was something different about this world. Wang Teng's mind was in a mess. He saw a pretty lady around 20 years old walking on the streets with a huge and fluffy dog on the leash. There was nothing wrong with this scene, but the dog was just too huge. It was as big as a calf. Wang Teng couldn't help but curse. "What the fuck? What breed is this? Why is it so big?" He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. But then he was dumbfounded again as he touched his chin. "It looks like a golden retriever, but it's too big." He noticed a few more people walking their pets, and all of them were huge. Their sizes exceeded the typical dimensions of the animals. Some parents even let their children ride on the backs of the big dogs. The pet dogs became mounts. He also saw some pet cats with 2 tails. They were gigantic too, looking like leopards. However, they were very obedient. Judging from the unsurprised reactions of the passers-by, they weren't treated like wild beasts. Wang Teng felt a little numb. This was definitely not his original world. Even though his classmates in school remained the same, some things were obviously different. The car drove for more than 20 minutes before arriving at the luxurious villa district. Fortunately, his home was still here. He came from a normal, wealthy family. Wang Teng's grandfather had 4 children. His father, Wang Shangguo, was the second child. He was a business talent, so he started his own business and built the Isnt Group. This corporation was second to the corporation Wang Teng's grandfather founded, which was the Rongsheng Group. Isnt Group and the Rongsheng Group were both big businesses worth over 100 million. But Wang Teng knew that there were many corporations like this in the world. His family might be considered wealthy in this area, but in front of the real global financial institutions, they were just tiny ants. In his past life, the Wang family had offended someone, resulting in the downfall of their business. Only managed to persevere for a few months before their company went bankrupt and closed. The Wang family collapsed and became a thing of the past. It sounded good to have 2 companies each worth more than 100 million. Yet, they were nothing in front of the really influential people. How ironic. Since then, Wang Teng's life took a huge turn. In the next few days, he basically lived a dog's life. He got humiliated and embarrassed all the time until he was reborn. Wait, he might not be reborn. This world had changed drastically, so he didn't know what the Wang family was like now. He wondered if his parents were still his parents. He hoped that when he opened the door, his parents wouldn't have changed. No way, it won't happen. Wang Teng comforted himself hurriedly. He felt agitated, so he took a few deep breaths before he stepped through the doors of the villa. Chapter 2: The Principles of Peaceful Coexistence with the Other World. In 2009, the villas in this expensive district cost 200,000 per square meter. Wang Teng's family villa was 800 square meters big, and they had paid more than 10 million for it. Including the price of renovation, they spent more than 20 million in total. Upon entering the villa, the first thing visible was the spacious living room. At the moment, 2 maids were cleaning the place. Mother Wang, Li Shumei, was cooking in the kitchen. Li Shumei was born in a scholarly family. In university, she was famous because of her talent. However, she wasn't someone who couldn't step into the kitchen. Rather, she was a master at cooking. Wang Teng and his father were full of praises for her. That was why Li Shumei always cooked personally. She would make the dishes every day and wait for her husband and son to come back to eat. Looking at the hustling figure in the kitchen, Wang Teng could smell the familiar fragrance of the food from here. He stood at the door of the kitchen and opened his mouth several times. After a long while, he finally managed to make a sound. "Mom, I'm back. You're back." Li Shumei turned around and smiled as she continued. "Let's wait for a while. Your dad should be back soon, too. We can eat together after he returns. Okay, let me wash my face." Wang Teng rushed up the stairs instantly and dashed into the bathroom. "What's wrong with this child today?" Li Shumei shook her head in the bathroom. Wang Teng turned the tap and splashed cold water on his face. He came back. He never thought that he would still have the chance to return to this family after 10 years in the past. When the Wang family went downhill, someone conspired against Wang Xingguo and had him murdered. Sometime later, Li Shumei also died of grief. Wang Teng raised his head and wiped his face. He stared at his reflection in the mirror with slightly red eyes. Many things had changed in the past 10 years. Wang Teng changed. He was no longer who he was before. Now he was able to remain calm and composed when facing different people and matters. But in the corner of his heart there were still a few soft spots that he didn't want to touch. Since he was reborn, his heart turned warm again. Wang Teng dried his face and walked out of the bathroom. He then located his bedroom with the help of his memory. The similar arrangements, everything was so familiar. NBA stars' posters were pasted on the wall, and there were piles of audio CDs and novels on the bookshelf. The study table was below the window, while the bed was next to it. There was a computer on the table. It was a new model of Apple. The bright silver frame was light and trendy. This was another item that didn't fit the timeline. Wang Teng suddenly thought of something when he saw the computer. As expected, he found a cell phone in his bag. However, it wasn't an antique from 2009. It was the latest iPhone 8. He was mentally prepared, though. He entered the passcode and opened his cell phone. Wang Teng felt fortunate that he wasn't good at remembering passwords. He had used the same password for many years without changing it, which became useful now. Food delivery apps, WeChat, Douyin, many apps in his phone belonged to the future. They didn't exist in 2009. When he was reborn, he wanted to use his memories to create a bright future for himself. He would conquer the hearts of future bosses like Jack Ma. Fine, he had no chance now. He sighed and put down his phone. Wang Teng then turned on his computer. There was no fastest method than searching online. Since the computer and cell phone technology was so advanced, it would be unreasonable for the internet to be stuck in 2009. Technology and the internet were inseparable. Wang Teng was a little surprised after he turned his computer on. The operating system wasn't Windows 10, instead it was already the 11th generation. So far, the advancement timeline here wasn't the same as in 2019. There were some differences here and there. He had to spend some time before he got familiar with this world. Wang Teng opened the Baidu browser and searched the two words martial warriors. A huge amount of information sprung up. More than an hour later, Wang Teng closed the browser and leaned back on his chair. He was in disbelief. 30 years ago, multiple dimensional rifts appeared in the world. The rifts are linked to an alternate world, Xingwu continent. Force exists in the Xingwu continent. Everyone there can become martial warriors by using this force to cultivate. Martial warriors are formidable. Low-rank martial warriors can break metals, split rocks, and divide a stream of water into two using their blades. High-rank martial warriors can move and destroy mountains, cut the sea into two. This is like a fantasy. Wang Teng was speechless. The scientist on Earth had done some research on the force and discovered that it might be dark matter. But why were the humans and plants on Xingwu continent able to absorb the dark matter to change their body structure? Why weren't the living creatures on Earth able to do the same? The scientists couldn't find the answer to these questions. After some time, along with the appearance of the dimensional rifts, the Earth started to change. The living creatures on Earth were affected by dark matter. The plants became taller and lusher, and some extinct species reappeared on Earth. Animals started to grow in size too. The special characteristics on their bodies, for instance, scales, claws, and teeth, were enhanced accordingly. Some gifted creatures even managed to mutate and obtain special element ability. As the masters of the Earth, humans also followed suit. Their bodies became stronger. They were able to run faster, jump higher, have more strength, and live longer. The elderlies, who were around 70 to 80 years old 30 years ago, were still alive, despite being more than 100 years old now. Their physical and mental state remained the same as 30 years ago. Humans went berserk. The different countries disregarded their previous enmity and organized a global conference. In the end, they decided to organize a team to investigate and explore the dimensional rifts. After confirming that they were safe, they sent the army and different specialists into the Xingwu continent. These people were known as the pioneers. Xingwu continent was endless. The pioneers claimed that they came from the other side of the sea and gained the locals' trust. Afterward, they started interacting and trading with them. The people on Earth didn't ruthlessly invade the Xingwu continent. Instead, they adopted the principles of peaceful coexistence and interacted with the locals there amiably. After some time, the pioneers came back with the cultivation methods from Xingwu continent. After some trials and errors, humans on Earth were able to cultivate. The countries came to a common consensus and made the cultivation methods public. Henceforth, it was the dawn of a new martial arts era. This was a huge reform. History took a sharp turn and moved in an unpredictable direction. We have come to the most important part. Please do take note. Humans were powerful because they had intelligence. Through cultivation, the human race quickly grew stronger. Within a few short years, a considerable number of martial warriors started to appear around the world. Some joined the army, while others entered the government. Some belonged to various financial institutions and elite families. All in all, these people formed an alliance. However, a small portion of the civilian martial warriors preferred freedom. They set up various martial arts schools to provide a way for other civilians to start their cultivation. Due to the presence of these martial warriors, humans were able to keep the mutated and powerful wild beasts out of the city. This prevented massive damage and impact on society. However, becoming a martial warrior required talent. It wasn't a path everyone could pursue. If someone wanted to become an official martial warrior, they needed to toughen their body and build a solid foundation. Cultivators at this stage were known as martial disciples. They would only be able to absorb the force and store it in their body if their foundation was strong enough. Then they would become an official martial warrior. If force was compared to water, the body would be akin to a vessel collecting the water. The process of absorbing the force was the same as pouring water into a vessel. The bigger and sturdier the vessel was, the more water it could hold. The principle of cultivation could be explained simply like this. Based on the martial disciples' strength, speed, and overall ability, they could be classified into three categories: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. He Manrong was an advanced stage martial disciple. She was only a step away from becoming a martial warrior. This was the step that stumped many people. There was a stark difference between people who could absorb the force and those who couldn't. An official martial warrior who was able to cultivate using the force was able to easily tackle 10 advanced stage martial disciples who couldn't absorb the force. On the surface, though, only one step separated an advanced stage martial disciple and an official martial warrior, as the saying goes. The poor study while the wealthy learn martial arts. Copious amounts of resources were required to cultivate the martial path. Naturally, they cost money, so ordinary people were at a disadvantage. On the whole, martial warriors only made up a small proportion of humans. Most people were just slightly stronger human beings. But this didn't stop martial warriors from becoming the mainstream. On the other hand, the rarity of martial warriors and their importance gave them their important status. Chapter 3. Starting My Bugged Life Now. 7 p.m. Wang Teng's family finally sat down together to have their dinner. Your father was halfway home when something cropped up at work again. He had to go back, so he was delayed by more than an hour. Can't you go back after you finish your dinner? Li Xiumei complained as she placed some food in Wang Teng's bowl. Wang Teng was holed up in his room for more than an hour. He also forgot about his dinner, but fortunately his father was late because of work. It was an emergency. I had to go back and take care of it first, Wang Shengguo replied helplessly. Let's ignore your father. His mind is always fixed on his stupid company. Li Xiumei rolled her eyes at Wang Shengguo. Wang Teng smiled. When he was in high school, his relationship with his father was a little tense. Wang Shengguo had great hope for his child, so naturally he was strict. However, Wang Teng was in his rebellious phase and he didn't study well. Thus, the conflict between him and his father got more intense. Thinking back on it, Wang Teng felt that his actions were really childish in the past. On the dining table, Wang Teng and Wang Shengguo were quieter as compared to Li Xiumei. She placed food in Wang Teng's bowl and chatted with the father and son. Wang Teng enjoyed this atmosphere. Wang Shengguo had a short conversation with Wang Teng. He was mostly concerned with his studies. Wang Teng's replies were quite standard. He wasn't as childish as before, and he didn't throw tantrums or smash his chopsticks. Wang Shengguo was pleasantly surprised. He felt that his son was different today, but he didn't overthink. After finishing his dinner, Wang Shengguo left the house in a hurry. As the boss of a huge company, he had many things to settle every day. Most of the time, he could only sleep for 4 to 5 hours daily. Wang Teng informed his mother before leaving the house, too. He rushed straight to the Jixin Martial House. A yellow sports car zoomed along the streets in the night, its loud engine catching the attention of many passers-by. Most of the cars today used the force as their source of energy. Fuel had long been eliminated. The force was more environmentally friendly and cheaper. The pioneers didn't just bring back the methods of cultivation from the Xingwu continent, they also brought back many new technologies. The force rune was one of them. By combining the technologies from the Xingwu continent and the Earth, the force technology was born. From then, cars started to use the force. Later on, computers and phones also shifted to the newly invented force runes chip and batteries. They worked faster and could last longer. Half an hour later, Wang Teng parked the car outside the martial arts school based on the information he found. Jixin Martial House was one of China's top 3 martial arts academies. The principal of this school was a 12-star general rank martial warrior. He was ranked among the top 5 warriors in China. Worldwide, he was ranked among the top 5 warriors in China. Worldwide, he was ranked among the top 20. There were different ranks for martial warriors. 1-star to 9-star were soldiers, 10-star was brigadier general, 11-star was low-tier general, 12-star was general, 13-star was high-tier general. From this, one could tell how powerful the principal of the Jixin martial house was. The headquarters of the Jixin martial house was in capital Jaya, with its branches spreading over the big cities in China. They had a lot of martial warriors in their employment and had given birth to many powerful people. The Donghai branch of the Jixin martial house was situated beside the sea. In the dark, it looked like a huge wild beast lying prone. The landmass it covered was comparable to a high school. Martial Arts Academy's main gate was wide enough for 5 cars to drive through side by side. It was grandeur and magnificent to say the least. There was a huge rock erected in the middle of the main gate. The words Jixin Martial House, Donghai Branch were written conspicuously in gold. When he reached the sentry box, a few guards carrying guns walked to his car. "Routine inspection, please cooperate." Wang Teng lowered his car window and nodded, then he got out of his car. Guards inspected the interior of the car and used the scanner to check Wang Teng's body. The whole process was done very carefully. At the same time, Wang Teng also sized up the guards. They wore black protective vests and had large caliber machine guns in their hands. Just their menacing looks and sophisticated gear was enough to frighten the onlookers. There were force runes carved on the machine guns, signifying that they were force machine guns. They were 10 times more powerful than their normal counterparts. Even if an official martial warrior got hit by them, he would be crippled. After the inspection, the guards let him in. Wang Teng parked the car properly and walked along the paths in the Martial Arts Academy. It was already past 8 p.m., but the place was brightly lit. Plenty of students could be seen on the roads and the grasses. There was no lack of people training at night. Every second counted when you were training to become a martial warrior. Being talented was the basic criteria. One still needed to work hard to achieve progress on his cultivation journey. There were 3 tall and huge buildings in the Martial Arts Academy, with their silver-white color with distinctive characteristics. It was easy to spot them. The one in the middle was the administrative building. It was rectangular in shape and 100 meters in height. It stabbed straight into the clouds like a spear. At the tip there was a strange half-circle. On the left was the Martial Disciple Teaching Building, while the right one was the Martial Disciple Training Building. These 2 buildings looked like 2 huge round balls. They weren't tall, though, only having 3 floors, but they were extremely spacious. By rough estimate, they were 2 times bigger than Donghai No. 1 High School's stadium. The placements of these 3 buildings made Wang Teng suspect that this was the work of the principal's poor sense of humor. Wang Teng had done his homework, so he ran towards the administrative building without hesitation. Under the staff's guidance, he registered himself as a martial disciple and went to the Martial Disciple Teaching Building. The Martial Arts Academy would only accept students between the age of 16 and 30. This was to prevent wastage of resources. Wang Teng was merely 17 years old, so age wasn't a problem for him. The noise in the teaching building struck him the second he walked into the building. The first floor was where beginner disciples trained. Beginner disciples were beginner stage martial disciples, and there were more than 3,000 beginner stage martial disciples in the Jixin Martial House. On the first floor, all the students were cultivating on their own. It looked extremely lively. Second, Wang Teng entered the main lobby. He froze on the spot. What did he see? Around 50 transparent bubbles were floating above the ground. Strength, 1. Speed, 3. Physique, 1. Enlightenment, 0.5. Strength, 2. Wang Teng blinked. He blinked again. The bubbles were still there, but the other students in the lobby couldn't see them. This was his special skill. He wasn't sure, so he pulled a student that was walking past. "What do you want?" The student was around 17 years old. He glanced at Wang Teng irritatedly with a "why are you more handsome than me" expression. "Brother, your floor, it's paved really nicely." Wang Teng pointed to the floor and said, the transparent bubbles were floating at the height of his calves. He could see them just by lowering his head. The student ignored the bubbles and replied impatiently, "Of course, this is the best rubber flooring. There are force runes carved in it that can minimize vibration, last longer, and have many other functions. Where do you come from? Don't you have common sense?" The student flicked his hand and walked away without looking back. Wang Teng touched his chin. From the person's reaction, he obviously couldn't see the bubbles. That meant that he was the only person who could see them. The students walked around the training area, some going through the bubbles. To them, the bubbles didn't exist. Wang Teng moved closer to the bubble nearest to him to test if he could walk through it. The instant he touched it, the bubble disappeared. His vision blurred for a moment, and a transparent board popped out. Enlightenment 18, physique 41, strength 50 plus 1, speed 32. Wang Teng's heart palpitated as he stared at the transparent board. He felt as though his heart was going to jump out of his throat. This was exhilarating. Wang Teng felt that he wouldn't be so excited even if he struck a 100 million lottery. He couldn't control himself. This must be a bug. In this era where martial warriors were the mainstream, becoming stronger was the only path to success. His bug allowed him to collect attributes from other people and turn them into his own. This was heaven-defying. Other people had to cultivate diligently while he only had to pick up attributes. Wang Teng saw an unobstructed path to success in front of him. One day he would go straight to the top of the world. Chapter 4. I'd rather die than practice the 9th set of radio exercises. At first, Wang Teng had come to the Jixin martial house to cultivate, but now he was busy picking up attributes. He felt like a rubbish collector working hard to pick up what others dropped. He observed the bubbles for some time and noticed that the transparent bubbles on the ground would drop during the disciples' cultivation process. Many students were practicing in the martial arts academy, so quite a few attribute bubbles had dropped. One thing made Wang Teng's heart ache, though. There was a time limit for the existence of the bubbles. They would disappear after a few minutes. Just now, when he was in a daze, a few bubbles had already disappeared. He felt a pang of pain in his heart, as if he had lost a few 100 million. The disciples continued practicing. Attribute bubbles kept dropping. As Wang Teng collected the bubbles happily, his attributes started surging. When an instructor saw him running around the arena aimlessly, he couldn't take it anymore. He called him loudly. "Hey, student, why are you not practicing diligently? Why are you running around?" "Teacher, this is my first day, so I'm looking at how other people practice. As the saying goes, there's something you can learn from everyone. I'm learning things from other people first." Wang Teng looked at the instructor and smiled as he spouted nonsense. "Today is your first day? Come over here. I will teach you the 9th set of radio exercises first. Since you don't know anything now, you won't be able to understand what they are doing." "Lay your foundations first," said the instructor. Wang Teng thought for a moment and felt that the instructor made sense. This guy was quite responsible. He looked at the attribute bubbles that had just dropped in the training lobby. The feeling of losing a few 100 million struck him again. "Teacher, what kind of exercise is the 9th set of radio exercises?" Wang Teng walked over and asked curiously. "It is a set of exercises created by the country to train your body scientifically. It uses the basic physical training exercises from the Xingu continent." The instructor turned to the sound system after he finished speaking. "The 9th set of radio exercises, Martial Spirit, starts now." Wang Teng froze. He could recognize the music. The starting actions were familiar too. Watch carefully. The instructor was taller than 1.8 meters, and his muscles were bulging out of his shirt. It was frightening, yet he was getting ready. Diligently, Wang Teng was stunned. Instructor started doing the exercises along with the music. The first stance, stretching exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. The second stance, chest expansion exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. The third stance, kicking exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Wang Teng looked at the instructor in astonishment as many crows flew past his mind uncontrollably. He was speechless. Oh my God. The names of the exercises were the same as the radio exercises he knew in the past, but the actions were more complicated. Some of them even had high physical demands. It seemed like the exercises could truly train one's physique. But this music, this tempo, and this familiar feeling were really embarrassing. How is it? Have you seen everything? If you didn't, I could show you again. The music stopped and the instructor slowly ended the exercise. He let out a long sigh. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his body. The effects of the 9th set of radio exercises were astounding. "Instructor, I saw everything clearly." Wang Teng nodded in a hurry. He was really afraid that the instructor would do it again, looking at his unsatisfied expression. The guy might really do it again. He wasn't kidding. "Oh, it looks like your memory's not bad. I had to watch it 3 times before I managed to memorize it," the instructor said with disappointment. "Why do you look so disappointed? How can you get addicted to a radio exercise?" Wang Teng sent the instructor off with all his might by persuading him to harm other students. After all, they would be delighted to listen to him. "I will never practice the 9th set of radio exercises. I will never do it, even if I die. I will only rely on picking up attributes to become stronger." When the instructor wasn't looking at him, Wang Teng continued his collection business. Strength 2, Speed 1, Enlightenment 0.2. Basic Fist Skill 5. Wang Teng was thrilled. He had picked many strength and speed attributes, but he hadn't tested them. Hence, he didn't know where his strength was at. However, while running around, Wang Teng felt his speed increasing. He accidentally dashed a few meters further than expected. There weren't many enlightenment attributes. Most of them were less than 1 point, so they only added up to 1 point. Will I become smarter if my enlightenment attribute increases? Why don't I feel anything? Wang Teng thought to himself. Wait, basic fist skill, 5. Wang Teng had absorbed an attribute bubble that he never saw before. Suddenly, memories of him practicing fist skills which didn't exist earlier appeared in his mind. I've learned the basic fist skill? Wang Teng was in disbelief. As martial disciples couldn't absorb the force, they weren't able to practice force battle techniques. Hence, the country summarized many basic fighting skills, including footwork, fist skills, sword skills, blade skills, etc. They popularized the skills and allowed everyone to practice them. Wang Teng looked at the 20-year-old youth who was practicing the basic fist skill not far away from him, and his eyes lit up. Although he had learned the basic fist skill, he wasn't well versed in it. He just knew it roughly like an ordinary person who had practiced it for 5 days. Was he able to increase his proficiency if he collected more basic fist skill attributes? Bang, bang, bang. The young man punched the sandbag forcefully, swinging it right and left. Every punch formed a dent in the sandbag. Amazing? Indeed, you can only be successful if you become a martial warrior? Why isn't it dropping? Hey, it dropped again. Wang Teng was feeling over the top. He secretly crept in from the back and picked up the attribute silently. Then he sneaked away. Basic fist, skill 7, strength 5. This young man is amazing. He's good, Wang Teng exclaimed. The proficiency of his basic fist skill had increased once more. He waited for a while, but the other party didn't drop any more attribute bubbles. Wang Teng had no choice but to turn his attention to the other students. He mustn't neglect the other attributes while waiting for this one. Only children made decisions. Adults took everything. He, Wang Teng, was an adult. Basic footwork 2. There was a running track outside the training lobby. It was like a stadium. A fat man was dashing across the track like a gust of wind, standing by the side. Wang Teng's hair flew up. Still, a bubble dropped from the fat man. This was an agile fatty, huh? Basic footwork. Wang Teng was astounded when he picked up the attribute bubble. This was another basic technique. He was really lucky today. As the fat man kept running assiduously, bubbles dropped behind him like a hen laying eggs. So many bubbles? Wang Teng was flabbergasted. He didn't want to waste anything, so he ran behind the fatty and collected the bubbles. The speed attributes he had collected earlier started showing its effects now. Wang Teng was able to follow behind the fatty without breaking a sweat. Speed 1, speed 1, speed 1. Basic footwork 3. Speed 1. Ha, ha, ha. Why are you following me? Fatty stopped and glared at Wang Teng while sticking out his tongue. No one is following you. I'm just practicing my footwork. Don't flatter yourself, Wang Teng glared back at him. You, what about me? Damn it, I'm not running anymore. You can run alone. The fatty was frustrated, but he couldn't do anything to Wang Teng. Hey, don't do that. You can run a few more rounds. I think that you have a bright future. Don't give up easily. Wang Teng immediately persuaded the fatty with all his heart. The fatty, Chapter 5. I, Wang Teng, am very hardworking. 11 p.m. The night was getting dark. Wang Teng left the Jixin Martial House unwillingly. The other students had trained for the entire night, but he fooled around the whole time. Fooled around? How could he say that he was fooling around when it was about martial warriors? Martial disciples left in batches, and Wang Teng was among the last batch. It wasn't because he was very hardworking. He just didn't want to miss any attribute bubble. Well, this was a kind of hard work too. Wang Teng drove on the empty road, enlightenment, 19.3. Physique, 47. Strength, 135. Speed, 86. Battle techniques, basic fist skill, basic understanding, basic footwork, basic understanding. Glancing at the attributes panel, Wang Teng felt content. From single digit to the current double digits and 3 digits, it was an undeniably huge change. His strength and speed had increased the most. On the other hand, his enlightenment and physique were on the low side. It wasn't hard to notice that each attribute had a different probability of dropping. The greatest surprise today was the basic fist skill and the basic footwork. To become a martial warrior, having a tough body wasn't enough. He needed to learn battle techniques so that he could display his true potential. I will go to the martial arts academy again tomorrow to test how far I can go. Wang Teng thought to himself when he returned home. Li Shumei had already prepared dinner. Wang Shengguo was eating. He frowned and asked, "It's late. "Where did you go?" "The Jixin Martial House," Wang Teng replied casually. Then he said to Li Shumei, "Mom, did you make egg noodles? Did you leave some for me? I'm hungry." "Of course I left some for you." Li Shumei was elated that her son loved her cooking. Slurp, Wang Teng took the bowl and sat down beside Wang Shengguo, taking huge bites of the noodles. It was incredibly delicious. Not smelling alcohol on Wang Teng's body, Wang Shengguo's eyebrows relaxed a little. He asked with surprise, "Why did you go to the martial arts academy?" "To practice martial arts," Wang Teng replied without raising his head. "Practice martial arts."
Practice martial arts. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei were flabbergasted. They exchanged glances with each other before turning to look at Wang Teng in unplanned unison. They had tried persuading Wang Teng in the past, but he was too pampered. He didn't want to learn, so he didn't take their words to heart. Yet he voluntarily went to practice martial arts today. "Son, you want to practice martial arts?" Li Shumei asked in disbelief. "That's right," Wang Teng nodded.
"Son, are you dating?"
Li Shumei followed up curiously. "Huh?" Wang Teng was stunned. When did he start dating? He didn't even know that he was dating. "You hated practicing martial arts in the past," said Wang Shengguo. "What's wrong with that?" "I've sorted out my thoughts so naturally I want to start practicing." Wang Teng gave a relaxed expression as he replied. "Was it really so simple?" Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei glanced at each other again. "All right, since you want to learn martial arts, I will hire the best teacher to teach you." Wang Shengguo could sense that Wang Teng wasn't joking, so he clapped his hands happily. "Dad, you don't have to do that. Martial arts require talent. I want to practice on my own and give it a try." Wang Teng directly rejected his father. How could a teacher be compared to his bug? His father was only able to hire an advanced stage martial disciple as his teacher. Based on his family background, they couldn't hire a martial warrior. He would rather spend time picking up attributes than learning from an advanced stage martial disciple. It would be a waste of money and resources. This was the martial era. Even hiring an advanced stage martial disciple wasn't cheap. Wang Shengguo didn't force his son. He nodded and said, "Okay, there are instructors in the martial arts academy too." As one of the top 3 martial arts academies in China, their instructors won't be bad. Practice properly. I don't hope that you can become a martial warrior. If you're able to become an advanced stage martial disciple, your physical quality will improve tremendously and your lifespan will increase too. Health is wealth. With a good body, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Actually, he was afraid that Wang Teng's passion wouldn't last long. He might give up after 2 days of suffering. Thus, it was better to let him practice on his own for a period. If he could persevere, they could make more plans later. "I understand," Wang Teng smiled secretly. His father loved to educate him. In the past, he wouldn't listen to his father. But an advanced stage martial disciple? He had a bug not mentioning an official martial warrior. He might even be able to become a general stage martial warrior. He was just afraid that he would scare his father if he told him the truth. On the other side, Wang Shengguo felt content in his heart. He thought that Wang Shengguo had matured. Was he dating? "Son, you're already 17 years old. If you're really dating, we won't object. Do you have enough pocket money?" Wang Teng was puzzled. Why couldn't they stop talking about this topic? "Dad, Mom, I'm really not dating. If I have a girlfriend, I'll tell you immediately." Wang Teng was speechless.
"What a pity."
Li Xiamei felt disappointed. Wang Shengguo nodded in agreement. Wang Teng said helplessly, "Mom, I'm only 17 years old. Why are you sighing? You're not young anymore. We're allowed to get the marriage certificate at 18 years old. If you start dating now, you can cultivate your relationship for a year and get married after that." Li Xiamei said, "Get married at 18 years old?" Wang Teng was dumbstruck. Was the martial arts era so loving? "Mom, I finished eating. I will wash up and go to sleep." He dashed upstairs as though he was running away from his parents. He was afraid that if he talked to his mother for a while longer, she might start talking about his future children. This was how his mother was like, this child. "Hubby, I feel that the young miss of the Tang family is not bad. Let's visit her family another day and ask them." Li Xiamei was still chatting with Wang Shengguo on the first floor. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't hear them. If he did, he might have peed in his pants out of shock. The young miss of the Tang family was at least 100 kilograms. The next day, Wang Shengguo was eating breakfast bright and early in the morning. Steamed buns, fried dough, soy milk, these were all simple dishes, but they were the favorites of the people in China. Wang Teng came downstairs. It was Saturday, so he didn't need to go to school. He could make his own arrangements. After he finished breakfast, Wang Teng bid farewell to his parents and rushed out of the door. Wang Shengguo felt relieved again. He said to Li Shumei, Buy some star beast meat. Little Teng is practicing martial arts. Eating some star beast meat can help him improve his physique. Jixin Martial House. Wang Teng came really early. There were only a few students in the training lobby at the moment. Clearly, these people were remarkably hardworking. As early risers, they were all surprised to see a new face. However, Wang Teng's diligence earned their approval as the students nodded at him politely. They felt that he was the same kind of person as them. Wang Teng found himself very hardworking too, but unfortunately, not many people came to practice so early. Hence, there were few bubbles to pick today. He went to greet the students and picked up the attributes along the way. Yes, he just did it because it was along the way. I, Wang Teng, am a polite person. My main purpose is to greet them. Basic fist, skill 6, strength 4, speed 3, basic sword skill 4. Wow, there was an array of attributes. There were also basic fist skills and basic sword skills for him to pick up. He had learned another basic battle technique. As expected, the early bird catches the worm. The disciples were all talented and they were very polite. Even more, they dropped many attributes for him. Wang Teng really liked them. Chapter 6, I'm Not Incompetent. Wang Teng soon finished picking up the attribute bubbles. He knew that the other students wouldn't drop any more bubbles for some time, so he ran to a corner. There were a few inspection devices placed over there: strength inspection device, speed indicator device, and physique inspection device. This was all equipment used to test the physical conditions of the martial disciples. They were more accurate with minimal error. Wang Teng stopped in front of the strength inspection device first. He had learned the basic fist skill, so he knew how to exert his strength properly. Other people would need at least a month to learn this. Even a genius would need around 10 days. Yet Wang Teng only used a month. To him, it was only a few attribute bubbles. This was the shortest time to learn the skill in the world. It was so short that other people didn't even dare to imagine it. Wang Teng slowly got into posture and took a deep breath. He then closed his eyes, relaxing his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He fixed his gaze in front of him as though he was looking at his prey. Then he moved. He stepped firmly on the ground and slightly moved his waist. His backbone tightened like a bow as he attacked with his fist. Bang! Wang Teng's fist slammed the strength inspection device. The number on display started jumping violently before it finally stopped. It was 143 kilograms. Yesterday, when he went home at night, his strength attribute was at 135 points. Just now, he had picked up 8 points, coming to a total of 143 points. This was the same as the number on the device. His strength had reached the limit of a normal person. It was worth noting that it was a normal person's limit. A human in a desperate situation was able to go beyond his limits. However, it was hard for an ordinary person to do that. In fact, it was exceedingly difficult. Thinking back, his initial strength was at 50, which was the strength of a normal person. Fortunately, I'm not incompetent, Wang Teng consoled himself. Then he went to the speed indicator and stood on it. The speed indicator looked like a running machine. When a person ran on it, the wheels below would start spinning and the person's speed would be calculated. Wang Teng started with a light jog. Then he increased his speed until he hit his peak. The speed indicator device would display the runner's fastest speed. Wang Teng felt that he had already reached his limit, so he slowed down gradually and stepped down from the device. He looked at the number on the indicator, 12.7 meters per second. It was obvious that the speed and the attribute points didn't rise equally. Wang Teng wasn't interested in how these two aspects were connected, though. It was just a different formula. Nonetheless, Wang Teng was still astounded by his own speed just now. This was the speed of the Olympics 100-meter sprint champion, right? If the body of a martial disciple was already like this, how scary was a martial warrior? Let's look at my physique. The physique inspection device looked like a hibernation chamber in a fantasy movie. It stood erected in a corner. Wang Teng walked in and pressed the start button. A ray of light scanned his body from his head to toe a few times. The physique inspection consisted of an examination of the blood, muscles, bones, meridians, and other elements. It was extremely complex, requiring advanced technology. Ding, the scan has ended. Student Wang Teng, Physique 47, a pleasant female voice resounded from the physique inspection device. Tisk, there is even a voice broadcast system. Wang Teng was amazed at how high quality the speed indicator device and physique inspection device were, he wondered to himself. My physique is 47, the same as my physique attribute points. It seems like only the speed attribute is different. He glanced at the levels of martial disciple chart hung on the wall at the side. The standard strength of a beginner stage martial disciple was 100 kilograms to 300 kilograms. The speed was 9 to 7 seconds for 100 meters, meaning 11.11 meters per second to 14.28 meters per second. Lastly, the physique was between 30 to 50, as evident Wang Teng was already a beginner stage martial disciple. He was satisfied with this result. Why shouldn't he be satisfied? Did he think that he could rise to the top in a single day? He had already saved much time in upgrading from a normal human to a beginner stage martial disciple. One needed to learn to be content. I will aim to become an intermediate stage martial disciple today. Wang Teng was filled with excitement as he decided to stay in the training lobby the entire day. He wasn't going anywhere. Other students were all practicing on their own, concentrating on their training. They didn't notice Wang Teng's test result. After all, this was the first time they had met. It was impolite to peek at others' abilities. While Wang Teng was doing his test just now, a few more attribute bubbles had dropped beside the students. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He pretended to walk past them unintentionally and picked up the attributes. Basic sword skill 3, strength 5, enlightenment 0. 6, speed 2. Not bad, not bad. There's enlightenment to collect, and I've almost completed my basic sword skill. Wang Teng was secretly jumping with joy. Since there were too few people at the moment, Wang Teng didn't want to be too conspicuous and garner everyone's attention. He walked into the weapons room and looked around. There were many weapons on the shelves, including swords, blades, spears, halberd, rods, hammers, and many more. Each weapon had its subcategories, too. For instance, for swords, there were long swords, short swords, soft swords, double swords, and such. There were all kinds of weapons on display here, and one could find whatever they fancied. No matter how unpopular the student's weapon was, they would find it in the weapons room. Wang Teng stood in front of the shelf with the swords and observed for some time. Eventually, he selected a black soft sword from the Dark Shadow series. As martial arts became mainstream, the weapons industry started developing too. After all, weapons were extremely important to a martial warrior. In a duel, a martial warrior with a powerful weapon had an advantage over a martial warrior without any weapons. However, the weapons provided to the martial disciples were all dummies. The quality was barely satisfactory, and no runes were engraved on it. This metal sword from the Dark Shadow series was entirely black. Its pattern and weight were the same as the real sword, but there were no occult runes on it. If you really wanted to compare, the cost of manufacturing this sword was only a few $100s. On the other hand, it cost a few $100,000 to make the real sword. The difference was huge. Wang Teng weighed the black metal sword in his hand. It felt just right. Men had an inclination and yearning for all kinds of weapons. Many people probably dreamed of carrying a sword and challenging the pugilistic world in his past life. Wang Teng was in a technological society without any martial arts. Hence, he had no chance to get in touch with martial arts. Now, as he looked at the long sword in his hand, he felt as excited as a predator looking at its prey. He had collected some basic sword skill attributes, so he had a rudimentary understanding of the sword. As it was still early, not many people had arrived for training. Considering the lack of bubbles to collect, Wang Teng made use of this time to test the power of his basic sword skill. He walked out of the weapons room and found an empty spot. After focusing and getting into the posture, he started practicing his sword skill based on his memory. Slash, slash, slash. When he waved his sword, he could hear the sound of it cutting the air. If he hit someone with it, the other party would definitely be injured or dead. Among the students, the young man who had provided the basic sword skill attributes was practicing his sword skill too. He was stunned when he saw Wang Teng carrying a sword out of the room. He slowed down his actions and watched Wang Teng from afar. "He's just a novice," the youth observed Wang Teng for a few seconds before shaking his head. Then he ignored him. "This isn't difficult. I familiarized myself with it after 2 rounds. My enlightenment is just 19.32. It isn't high." Wang Teng stopped and wondered to himself in shock. He didn't know that his 19.3 points of enlightenment had already exceeded an average human. That was why he didn't find it difficult to learn basic skills. If he was learning a force battle technique, it wouldn't be so simple. Force battle techniques were related to the use of the force. It was already a complicated and profound skill in itself. People with low enlightenment would have a hard time getting their heads around it. Thus, it could be deduced that practicing martial arts truly relied on one's talent. If you wanted to become a martial warrior, you needed to be a genius. Chapter 7. Collect the Wool. After practicing sword skills for some time, Wang Teng placed the sword back in the weapons room. He then focused on his fist skill. The student practicing sword skills shook his head when he saw this. Martial arts relied on quality, not quantity. It was better for Wang Teng to choose one skill instead of practicing 2 skills for a short time. In the end, he wouldn't be skilled in either. This newbie is hard-working, but he's a little stupid. Wang Teng didn't know that someone had called him stupid in his heart. Even though he practiced his sword skill only a few times, he felt that his understanding had increased a little. The results were not bad. He turned around and saw the tall and muscular figure standing at the side with his arms crossed in front of his chest. It looked like he had been standing there for a while. "Teacher, when did you arrive? Why didn't you say something? You frightened me?" This was the instructor who had taught Wang Teng the 9th set of radio exercises yesterday evening. Now, he was staring at Wang Teng so intently that he felt goosebumps on his head. "Young man, I have been watching you for a while. Your fist skill is not bad." The instructor gave Wang Teng a thumbs up. "Thank you for your compliment." Wang Teng felt embarrassed. He continued, "Teacher, I'm Wang Teng. How do I address you?" "My name is Peng Hai. You don't have to call me a teacher. You can just call me Senior Brother Peng," said Peng Hai. "Senior Brother Peng." Wang Teng reacted naturally. Then he asked, "Do you always come so early?" "I'm not talented. I'm 20+ years old, but I'm still merely an advanced stage martial disciple. I can only work harder." Peng Hai was a little upset. For an instant, Wang Teng didn't know what to say. "Ha ha ha ha! There's no need to feel awkward. I'm just running my mouth. Wang Teng, you are smart. As long as you work hard, I believe that you will become a martial warrior within 3 years. All the best," Peng Hai encouraged him. 3 years? No. 3 days was enough. This was what Wang Teng thought, but on the surface he just nodded and replied, "Senior Brother Peng, I will work hard. Okay, I will be going to the 3rd floor for my practice. There will be another advanced stage martial disciple in charge of guiding you today. Of course, if you have any questions, you can come and look for me," said Peng Hai. What a devoted senior brother. Wang Teng exclaimed when he saw him walking up the 3rd floor. More and more students had started arriving now, making the scene lively. Senior brother. "Good morning, senior brother." "Senior sister, you look beautiful today." Friends greeted each other before starting their personal training. Time was precious for everyone, so they couldn't afford to waste a single second. Wang Teng stared at the students and suddenly felt that they looked like sheep walking on 2 legs. There was an endless amount of fur on their bodies. Great. Corners of Wang Teng's lips lifted slightly, and he gave a fatherly smile. Once the sheep were fat enough, he could kill them. Wait, he mustn't kill these good-quality sheep. He needed to cherish them so that he could collect fur from them continuously. As everyone started practicing diligently, all kinds of attribute bubbles dropped down. Very soon, the lobby turned into a bubble sea, and Wang Teng happily swam in it. "I love wool. Let me collect some wool." He didn't dare to sing this song aloud, afraid that he might get beaten to death. Thus, he just sang it in his heart and quietly collected the attributes. If there were notifications now, it would be like this. Dropped strength 2, speed 6. You picked it up. Your strength and speed have increased. Dropped basic fist skill 2. You picked it up. Your basic fist skill has increased in proficiency. Dropped enlightenment 1, physique 3. You picked it up. Your enlightenment and physique have increased. More people were training on Saturday as compared to the night before. Wang Teng had underestimated the number of potential attribute bubbles, or rather one could say that he underestimated how hard-working everyone was. The harder the students trained, the higher the probability of them dropping attributes. It was like squeezing milk. The harder one squeezed, the more milk came out. An entire day passed just like that, and Wang Teng really became an intermediate stage martial disciple. His strength, speed, and physique all had reached the standard of an intermediate stage martial disciple. He was now a bona fide intermediate stage martial disciple. Furthermore, he had reached the small achievement stage for his basic sword skill, basic fist skill, and basic footwork. Based on proficiency, the understanding of a battle technique could be split into a few stages. Basic understanding, well-versed, small achievement, big achievement, mastery. At the well-versed stage, the martial disciple would be able to unleash the power of the battle technique. The small achievement stage would have an extra advantage, with the power at least doubling. If he reached the big achievement stage or even mastery, the power of the battle technique would increase many times. Besides that, Wang Teng had also received a basic blade skill and pushed it to the well-versed stage. All in all, it was a good harvest today, in the evening at dinner time. The students were all famished after an entire day of practice. They packed up and slowly left the training lobby. Wang Teng was reviewing his gains in a corner. He held the black steel sword in his hand and moved around by combining the sword skill with footwork. He waved his long sword and cut the air with it. The youth who was practicing his sword skill this morning had just returned his sword and was walking out from the weapons room. While walking past Wang Teng, He glanced at him unintentionally. This, he was dumbstruck. His jaws almost dropped to the floor as he rubbed his eyes furiously. He suspected that he was having an illusion. He isn't at the well-versed stage. No, this is the small achievement. This is definitely the small achievement. His own sword skill was still at the well-versed stage. Although he hadn't reached the small achievement, he knew what it felt like. How was that possible? In the morning when he saw Wang Teng practicing, he was just a novice. His sword skill was extremely crude. Only a day had passed, and he was already at the small achievement stage. Was this a joke? It must be a joke, right? Was there really such a genius in this world? He was starting to doubt himself. In the morning, he mocked this young man and had called him stupid. Thinking back, it felt like a sick joke. This is crazy, crazy. The youth shook his head with a bitter smile as he dejectedly walked out of the training lobby. Wang Teng didn't notice this person's existence at all. He was wholly focused on practicing his blade skill, sword skill, fist skill, and footwork. After the session, he felt invigorated. Pant, he let out a long breath. Wang Teng then placed the weapons back in the weapons room. The lobby was almost empty when he walked to the underground parking lot. Along the way, he pulled out his attributes. Panel, Enlightenment, 28. Physique, 52. Strength, 455. Speed, 185. Battle techniques. Basic fist skill, small achievement. Basic footwork, small achievement. Basic sword skill, small achievement. Basic blade skill, well-versed. I made great progress today. Wang Teng smiled happily as he drove home. In the house, Li Xiumei was cooking as usual. Smelling the strong meat fragrance wafting out from the kitchen, Wang Teng's stomach started growling. "Mom, what good food are you cooking today? It smells delicious," he walked into the kitchen and asked. "Your dad specially asked me to buy some star beast meat for you?" Li Xiumei smiled and replied. "Really? My dad is willing to spend the money? That was unexpected." Star beasts were animals that had mutated due to the influence of the Force. Since the Force was born from the universe and the stars, these beasts were named star beasts. Their meat was highly nutritious. Normal meat couldn't be compared to them. Hence they were very expensive too. "It smells amazing. Let me have a bite." He looked at the braised meat on the table and started salivating. Wang Teng couldn't control himself anymore. He picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. "Oh my God, this is delicious, Mom. Your cooking is fabulous. Are you a hungry ghost? Look at your smelly sweat. Hurry up and take a shower." Li Xiumei chased him out of the kitchen. Chapter 8. Wild Rose Pub. When Wang Shengguo returned home at around 6 p.m., Li Xiumei asked their helper Aunt Chen to call Wang Teng down for dinner. Wang Teng had just finished bathing then. After changing his clothes, he was blowing his hair with the hairdryer. "Okay, Aunt Chen, I will be down in a minute," he replied. After becoming a martial disciple, his sense of hearing had gotten better. The noise of the hairdryer didn't disturb Aunt Chen's voice at all. Within a minute, he dried his hair and unplugged the hairdryer. Then he went down for dinner. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei were waiting for him. There were a few dishes on the table, steaming hot and fragrant. The family of 3 sat around the dinner table and started eating. "Son, how was your practice today?" Li Xiumei asked the question Wang Shengguo wanted to ask. He looked at Wang Teng intently. Honestly speaking, Wang Shengguo had a hard time being Wang Teng's father. Most of the time, his friends would boast about their children in front of him, telling him how outstanding they were, or whose child became an intermediate stage martial disciple and an advanced stage martial disciple, or whatnot. Wang Shengguo was the only person who couldn't brag about his son. He was the CEO of a huge company worth a few $100 million, but his son was ignorant. If he talked about his son, other people would laugh at him. Now his son finally got his head straight and was willing to practice martial arts. Once he became an advanced stage martial disciple, he could finally boast to his friends. "Not bad. My senior brother from the Martial Arts Academy said that I'm talented," Wang Teng replied. He didn't tell his parents that he was already an intermediate stage martial disciple. He was afraid that they would faint from the sudden piece of good news. He would release the news to them slowly in the future. "It's good that you're talented." "That's good." Wang Shengguo was so happy that his eyes couldn't be seen properly. He waved his hand and said, "You just need to practice properly. Our Wang family might not be extremely wealthy and powerful, but we are at least better than ordinary people. You don't have to worry about martial arts resources." Wang Teng just nodded, not saying anything. He wasn't worried about resources. Other people might need all sorts of martial arts resources, but he didn't need to rely on them. He had a bug with him. Other people's resources were his resources too. "Come, eat more food." You've practiced the entire day, so you must be tired and hungry. Rather than hoping he would become a martial warrior, Li Shumei was more concerned if he was tired or had suffered. She felt her heart hurting a little when she saw him stuffing down his food. Wang Teng didn't have the time to talk. He had to admit that star beast meat was very delicious. It was fatty but not greasy, and it melted in his mouth like cotton candy. When he swallowed the meat, he could feel a stream of warmth spreading throughout his body. It soothed his tiredness and fatigue. Li Xiamei and Wang Shengguo ate some meat too, but they didn't dare to overeat. They didn't practice martial arts, so if they ate too much star beast meat, it would be harmful to their bodies instead. An average person in the martial arts era had a stronger physique because of the influence of the Force, but that was a long-term and gradual effect. After dinner, just as Wang Teng prepared to go to the Jixin Martial House again, his cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and heard Xu Ji's voice on the other end. "Brother Wang Teng, we are already at the Wild Rose Pub. Come over quickly." Wang Teng finally remembered this matter that had been thrown to the back of his mind. He smiled helplessly and replied, "All right, wait for me. I will come soon." "It looks like I can't go to the Jixin Martial House today." Wang Teng felt some regret, but he knew that he couldn't stay in the martial arts academy every single day. "I'll take it as a chance to relax." Wang Teng bid farewell to his parents and went out of his house. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The engine of the sports car was extremely loud. Whether it was the sleek body of the car or the loud engine, it captivated all the passers-by's attention. The pub street of the South City. There were many such pub streets in Donghai, but this one was the most prosperous in the South City. There were all kinds of pubs here with different styles and price points. The public bars were suitable for low-end consumers, while the high-end bars were for society's elites or the wealthy people. It might be hard to admit it, but humans had been segregated into different classes imperceptibly. Every night, the pub street would light up brightly and colorfully. Dazzling neon lights intertwined with the glamorous reflections and colors, forming a dreamy and amazing scene. In the day, the stress from work bore down on the shoulders of these young men and ladies from the city. Hence, at night, they wanted to find a place to relax and release it all. Social pressure had never disappeared. In the martial arts era, it only got stronger. They needed to get the stress off their chest. Of course, to Wang Teng and his friends, this was just a place for them to have fun. There was a row of luxurious sports cars parked outside the Wild Rose Pub. Wang Teng had to search for a long time before he managed to find a parking spot. Then he walked into the pub. Boom! The door separated the outside noise and the interior of the pub. When one stepped in, it felt like two different worlds. Instant he opened the door, the loud music, the peals of laughter of handsome men and pretty ladies, and the blinking lights congregated and lashed out on Wang Teng's eardrums and eyes. What a familiar feeling. In his past life, ever since the Wang family had declined, Wang Teng never visited a pub. He felt that he was kicked out of this noisy world, but now he was back again. Wang Teng strode into the Wild Rose Pub. He had a handsome face and was wearing branded goods all over. Due to his martial disciple practices the past 2 days, his body had gotten firm and muscular, and his mental state had transformed entirely. Like a diamond in the sand, he stood out among the crowd. Many ladies were instantly attracted to him. His appearance had piqued their fancy. Wang Teng used to be an old man. Now he was a true young man with a youthful face. However, his aura was completely different. He had experienced many things in his past life. There were ups and downs, and it was like riding a roller coaster. He had enjoyed wealth and experienced poverty both. He used to be an arrogant youth, full of high spirits. Then he fell to his lowest point in life and turned gloomy and blue. His rich life experience made him mature and composed. It easily left a good first impression on people and made them like him. Wang Teng scanned the pub in search of Xu Jie and his friends. At this moment, a voice sounded on his left. "Brother Wang Teng, over here. Over here." Wang Teng looked at the lady waving at him. It was Bai Wei, the little sister in their circle of friends. Her hair was tied in a bun. She looked smart and cheeky with a hint of charm. Wang Teng could still remember how beautiful this little girl was after she grew up. In fact, she could wreck a country with her beauty. Many men were enchanted by her. "You came early?" Bai Wei shifted slightly to give some space to Wang Teng. Wang Teng sat down beside her. "Brother Wang Teng, you're late," Xu Jie complained. "The night is young and the fun is just starting. Why should I come early?" Wang Teng smiled and replied, "Brother Wang Teng," another young man greeted Wang Teng. "You how? Long time no see." Wang Teng looked at the guy. "My father has been watching me closely recently. I had to sneak out today to come here," Yu Hao said helplessly. "This brat got dragged by his father to learn martial arts." Xu Jie chuckled at Yu Hao's plight. "Oh, how's your practice? Wang Teng was surprised. I'm already a beginner stage martial disciple. Yu Hao rubbed his head and said shyly, What the folk, you little brat? You secretly became a beginner stage martial disciple, Shu Jie exclaimed in shock. It was obvious that he hadn't heard this piece of news before. You are the only martial disciple among all of us. If someone bullies us in the future, we will seek your help. He then placed his arm around Yu Hao's shoulder and sniggered. Little Mouse nickname for Yu Hao. We will have to rely on you in the future. Bai Wei smiled and agreed with Shu Jie. Yu Hao started feeling a little proud when he heard their comments. Bai Wei's compliment made him feel exceptionally good. They were close friends, so it was normal to have ambiguous good feelings towards the opposite sex. This was how Yu Hao felt about Bai Wei. Wang Teng smiled and asked, Why isn't Yuan Zhenghua here? Everyone turned silent. He won't be coming, Shu Jie scoffed. Huh? What happened? Wang Teng frowned and asked, That fellow is following Li Rongcheng now. He's his lackey, Shu Jie pouted and continued. Li Rongcheng? Wang Teng pondered for a moment. Finally, he managed to dig this person up from the depth of his memory. Wang Teng and his friends had similar family backgrounds. Their parents' generation knew each other, and they also had business interactions. Hence, they formed their own friends' circle. As for the Li family, it was quite a huge family in Donghai. Actually, the Li family was more influential than their families. In Shu Jie's eyes, Yuan Zhenghua got close to Li Rongcheng because he wanted to curry favor with him. This was how their rich second-generation circle worked. Only those with similar backgrounds could be called friends. If the difference was too big, it would become a form of currying favor. Let's not talk about him. Everyone has their own aspirations. There's nothing much to be said. Wang Teng didn't really care. You're right. Let's not talk about that fellow anymore. Just his name is enough to make me angry, said Shu Jie. They changed the topic and ordered some alcohol and fruit platters. Then they chatted happily with one another. As time passed, Wang Teng slowly regained the feeling of his youth. Chapter 9. When was it your turn to lecture my friends? Amidst their laughter and chatting, time passed very quickly. The music in the pub was blasting and the atmosphere was lively. Slowly, everyone got more comfortable. Zhu, Jie, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao were playing Truth or Dare. These three flipped their hands to decide the winner. The game had progressed for a few rounds and everyone won and lost some. When challenged, they said interesting but harmless truths. If they didn't want to answer the truth questions, they would choose the Dare option. The most exciting dare was when Yu Hao asked Bai Wei to seduce another young lady. No one expected Bai Wei to actually succeed in the end. The young beauty, who was unlucky and got chosen, turned red in her ears from Bai Wei's seduction. Everyone hugged their stomach and burst into waves of laughter. This time it was Yu Hao's turn. Shu Jie and Bai Wei laughed happily. Then, Shu Jie had a bad idea. His question caused Yu Hao's face to turn as red as the pig's liver. Wang Teng also laughed and shook his head. He didn't participate since he had too many secrets. It was easy for things to get out of control if he played this kind of game. Jiyu, Yu Ji, and Bai Wei stood at the side and passionately cheered Yu Hao on. They urged him to answer the question. Wang Teng stood up and went to the washroom. The star beast meat he ate at night was good for the body's metabolism. It helped him to purge the toxins out of his body. After answering nature's call, Wang Teng walked back towards Shu Ji and his friends. The moment he got nearer, he noticed that his friends were surrounded by a group of people. Furthermore, Shu Ji and Yu Hao seemed to be quarreling with them. This bunch of people looked like gangsters with earrings and tattoos on their bodies. They didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Wang Teng couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, one of the people pushed Shu Jie and shouted furiously, "Damn it, this young lady dirtied my clothes. Are you planning to settle this matter with only an apology? Do you know how much this shirt costs? Are you able to pay for the loss? You're just a small child. Why are you learning from the adults and playing in a pub?" As he spoke, the people beside him burst out laughing. They were mocking Shu Jie and his friends. Yu Hao couldn't bear this humiliation. They were all rich second generation and had been from young. Wherever they went, people would flatter and indulge them. If this person had a higher status than them, it was all right to suffer a little. However, they were just nobodies who had popped out from some random street or alley. They would become the joke of the rich second-generation circle if news spread that they got their asses kicked by a bunch of ruffians. Shu Ji's expression darkened when he was pushed by these people. He always looked relaxed and careless, as if he was the center of the world. However, he wasn't stupid. He knew that the other party won them in numbers. Besides, he also had a lady on his side. If a conflict arose, they would be the ones on the losing end. Also, this was the martial arts era. Although these people looked ordinary, there might be a master among them. They would be dead if his thoughts became true. Hence, Xu Jie secretly took a deep breath and tried his best to say calmly, "Buddies, it's our fault that we dirtied your clothes. We are in the wrong. We can compensate you. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Do we have to make such a huge scene and let things get out of hand? Everyone here saw what happened clearly. Even if we call the police, we will be the ones in the right. F, are you planning to call the police? Are you threatening me?" The youth whose clothes got dirtied was around 20 years old. He had an aquiline nose and a sinister-looking face. This was a shameless, stubborn, and unreasonable person. When he felt that Xu Ji was threatening him, he started shouting at him. "Xu Ji, why are you talking nonsense with him? This fellow is creating trouble out of nothing." Bai Wei didn't touch him. He purposely let her bump into him when she got up and walked over. Yu Hao said angrily, "Brat, if you don't have evidence, don't slander others." The sinister-looking youth scoffed and said, "You know clearly whether I'm telling the truth or not." Yu Hao stood up and pointed at the youth. The sinister-looking youth turned impatient. He snorted and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Ask the young lady to have a few drinks with me, and we can forget about this matter. If not, hee. What did you say? Repeat that. Do you believe that I will kill you?" Yu Hao exploded in anger. These people actually wanted Bai Wei to drink with them. Anyone could tell what they were thinking of. This time, Yu Hao was really infuriated. Xu Jie instantly thought to himself, "Oh shit." It was obvious that the other party was setting a trap for them. The moment Yu Hao's fuse blew up, there was no way this issue could be resolved. "Yu Hao, stop talking." Bai Wei had been pulling Yu Hao all this while, but when she wasn't paying attention, he had broken free. At this moment, she also felt the atmosphere tensing up. "Little brat, how dare you try to kill me? I will kill you today." The sinister-looking youth gave an eerie smile and took a step forward. He bent his fingers into a claw, aiming it at Yu Hao's neck. It was a vicious move. The moment he acted, he went for the kill. "Martial disciple," someone exclaimed in surprise. Yu Hao's expression changed instantly. He didn't expect the other party to attack him so decisively and be a martial disciple at that. In his haste, he didn't have the courage to directly resist the man. He could only shift to the side to evade. Fortunately, Yu Hao was dragged by his father to learn martial arts, so he was a beginner-stage martial disciple now. If he was just an average person, he might not have been able to dodge the attack. Rather, he would probably freeze on the spot because of the fright he received from his opponent's vicious and ruthless aura. The pub was in a mess. XUG quickly pulled Bai Wei to the side. They had never practiced martial arts before, so they couldn't help at all. The sinister-looking youth was slightly surprised when he saw Yu Hao successfully evading his attack, but he didn't mind. He twisted his body and swept his legs towards Yu Hao. Yu Hao hurriedly grabbed the chair beside him to block the kick. Bang! The metal chair was dented by the kick from the sinister-looking youth. Due to the huge force, Yu Hao flew out diagonally and slammed heavily on the ground. Along with him, tables and chairs also crashed on the ground. Alcohol bottles shattered loudly as they landed on the floor, spilling wine everywhere. The entire pub had been turned upside down within a second. The men and women who were cheerful earlier screamed and hid far away. Nonetheless, most people didn't leave. Instead, they hid some distance away to watch the show. Cough, cough. Yu Hao clutched his chest and coughed a few times. He felt as if his ribs were broken. He knew that he offended someone powerful this time. Yu Hao had just become a martial disciple. Based on his opponent's strength, although the guy was within the range of a beginner-stage martial disciple, he was only one step away from breaking through to the intermediate stage. The sinister-looking youth retracted his leg and walked towards Yu Hao step by step. "Little brat, weren't you acting arrogantly just now? You want to kill me, but your ability isn't enough." The sinister-looking youth slowly walked towards Yu Hao and forced him into a corner. He coldly looked down at him while mocking him at the same time. "If you dare to touch me, my dad won't forgive you." Yu Hao gritted his teeth and said with a pale face, "Young friend, are you still a baby? Why are you looking for your father when you can't beat me?" The sinister-looking youth sneered, "You." Yu Hao's entire face turned red in embarrassment. Xu Ji couldn't let his friend get humiliated anymore. He stood up and said, "We admit our defeat today. Tell us a number. We will compensate you." The sinister-looking youth shook his forefinger and clicked his tongue. His expression was full of contempt. "Stupid child, I will teach you how to be obedient today. If you don't have the ability, don't stand up." The sinister-looking youth raised his right leg and swept it at Yu Hao's head viciously. Some people couldn't bear to see the next scene, closing their eyes. Xu Jie and Bai Wei's expression also changed abruptly. If this kick landed on Yu Hao, he would definitely get severely injured. Also, it was aimed at his head. He might be gone if he was unlucky. They didn't expect this sinister-looking youth to be so ruthless. Bang, a heavy collision was heard. However, Yu Hao remained at the same spot, unscathed. On the other hand, the sinister-looking youth flew out and slammed violently on the ground. Pfft! He vomited a mouthful of blood. Everyone, including Xu Jie, Bai Wei, and the other people in the pub, were dumbfounded by this sudden change. The spectators stared absent-mindedly at Wang Teng, who was standing in front of Yu Hao. Wang Teng placed his hand in his pocket and spat out the cigarette in his mouth. Like a cool mafia boss, he said indifferently, "When was it your turn to lecture my friends?" The moment he finished speaking, though, his heart skipped a beat. When that sinister-looking youth hit the ground, a few attribute bubbles had also dropped. You can drop attributes like this. Wang Teng controlled the curiosity in his heart. There were many people around them, so he didn't walk forward. Yu Hao finally regained his senses, his face filling with astonishment. He stammered and didn't know what to say. Xu Jie and Bai Wei looked at Wang Teng in shock, too. They felt as though it was their first time seeing him. "Why aren't you getting up? Is the floor very cooling?" Wang Teng laughed and said, "Brother, you are my biological brother from now on. You kept it from us really well," Xu Jie shouted excitedly. Bai Wei ran over in small steps, staring at Wang Teng with glistening eyes all the while. "Enough. Why are you shouting like this? When did I hide it from you? You just didn't ask me," Wang Teng replied helplessly. "Bastard, how dare you hit me? Charge. Kill this little brat." The sinister-looking youth climbed up from the ground and wiped the blood off the edge of his lips. There was enmity and hatred in his eyes when he shouted to the people beside him, Brother, this brat is too powerful. We are not his match." One of his friends looked at Wang Teng in fear. The sinister-looking beginner-stage martial disciple youth had flown out like a rag doll before they could even see how Wang Teng threw him. As normal young men who weren't martial disciples, what help could they offer? "Useless." The sinister-looking youth kicked the person and shouted at Wang Teng, "Young brat, tell me your name if you dare. Wait for me to call my men." Wang Teng suddenly walked forward. On the other side, the sinister-looking youth flinched and took a few steps back. Wang Teng touched the bubbles casually and collected them. Strength 15, speed 12, so many attributes, Wang Teng was amazed. This was the first time so many attributes had dropped from the same person. Killing monsters will give you more experience. Is this the correct way of using my bug? He thought for a moment and threw this matter aside for the time being. This wasn't the right time to ponder on this question. Wang Teng lifted the corners of his lips and replied, "What are you afraid of? My name is Li Rongcheng. I will give you half an hour to call your men. If you're late, I won't wait for you." "Okay, wait for me here." The sinister-looking youth left the Wild Rose pub in a haggard state. After they left, Bai Wei couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Wang Teng, you're so bad, pushing the blame to Li Rongcheng. If he knew what you did, he would probably hate you to death." A cold light flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. No one saw it, though. He had a deep hatred towards Li Rongcheng in his past life. They had no grudges between them. Still, after the Wang family declined, the other party showed no thoughts of letting them off. "Let's go home." Wang Teng had no interest in this affair anymore. He turned and walked out of the pub. We are not waiting for them to come back? Yu Hao was unwilling to leave like this. Wang Teng slapped his head and said, "Did you grow stupid after learning martial arts? We don't know how many people he will bring. What if he brings an advanced stage martial disciple to help him, or a martial warrior? Are we still going to stay here and wait for death?" "That's right, you are too impulsive. If it wasn't for brother Wang Teng, you'd have suffered a huge beating today." Xu Jie couldn't help but reprimand Yu Hao. "Let's go. They can look for Li Rongcheng if they want. I'm not him." After Wang Teng and his friends left the pub, he drove his car and disappeared into the night. If that bunch of people wanted to find him, they would need some luck. Even if they did find him, no one knew if it would be their luck or their misfortune. Chapter 10. The gaze of love from a father. The moment Wang Teng and his friends left the pub, the staff looked at the mess on the ground and turned to ask a 30-year-old man wearing a fitting suit, "Manager, are we going to let them go just like that?" The suited man glared at the staff member, who had asked the question, and replied furiously, "What else can I do? Do you want to ask them to stay? You're not observant at all. That Zhao Gangbao is a beginner-stage martial disciple, and his brother is an advanced-stage martial disciple. As for the rich second generations, all of them come from wealthy families with assets of over 100 million. Most importantly, there are 2 martial disciples among them. Let's not talk about the one that got beaten. The one that acted just now should be an intermediate-stage martial disciple. He became an intermediate stage martial disciple at such a young age. Do you know what that means? He would at least become an advanced stage martial disciple. Idiot. If you want to die, don't pull me along. The staff member was speechless. A second later, he started admiring the young man from the bottom of his heart. His manager had already investigated the backgrounds of these people. No wonder he could become the manager while he was only an unimportant low-level worker. The moment they met a problem, the difference between them was evident as night and day. What do we do now? The staff immediately asked for advice modestly. Let's wait for some time. Didn't that Zhao Gangbao say that he will call for reinforcements? He is revengeful in nature, so he will definitely come back. He might break some things again so we can calculate the losses after they leave. That bastard. Why does he have to provoke the rich second generations? Do you believe that he won't be able to get away with his revenge this time? Even if his elder brother comes, it might be useless. The man in the suit started cursing the troublemaker. He thought for a moment and continued, We will put all the losses on him. Also, we must preserve the surveillance images in the pub. They are our evidence, so we can't lose them. I'll make a copy later and send them to our boss through WeChat. Since this matter is linked to a few martial disciples, normal people like us can't deal with it. We can only let the boss make the decision. After Wang Teng and the other people left, they didn't have the mood to go anywhere else. Hence, they went back home. It was past 10 p.m. when they reached their homes. Wang Teng didn't go to the Jixin martial house after that. Instead, he surfed the internet at home and flipped through pieces of information to strengthen his understanding of the martial arts era. What happened tonight was a warning to him. He had just met a random gangster. But this gangster's ability was already close to the intermediate stage. Had he not collected attributes furiously for the past 2 days and leveled up, he wouldn't have been able to settle today's affair. It would have led to a huge disaster. The percentage of people practicing martial arts wasn't high within the population of a few billion, but the problem was when they were thrown into the sea of humans, you wouldn't know when you would be unlucky and meet one of them. What if he offended a real martial warrior in the future? The other party could injure him and the Wang family with just a flick of their fingers. He never wanted to experience the lesson from his past life again. When Wang Teng just got reborn, he had felt a sense of danger in his heart. Now, the premonition was getting stronger. He must become a real martial warrior as quickly as possible. Martial disciple, even an advanced stage martial disciple, wasn't enough. He would only have some ability to protect himself if he became a martial warrior. A little later than 11 p.m., Wang Teng finished bathing and prepared to hit the bed. He picked up his phone to set an alarm. He needed to wake up early tomorrow. When he turned on his phone, he noticed that he had received 2 messages on WeChat. Although it was still 2009 in this world, WeChat already existed here and was popularized. Everyone would post some moments on their WeChat when they had nothing to do. There were many followers of the martial warriors' friend circle, and it was extremely popular. This was because the martial warriors could enter the Xingwu continent through the dimensional rifts. Thus, they took photos of many amazing sceneries and wonders in the Xingwu continent, as well as the exotic beauties there nowadays. Showcasing clothes, bags, and luxurious cars was all too low. The high-class and classy trend now was posting photos of the other world. Wang Teng looked at his 2 messages. One was sent more than an hour ago. Brother Wang Teng, I'm home. From Bai Wei, there was a cute emoticon at the end of the sentence. The other message was sent 3 minutes ago. Brother Wang Teng, I'm sleeping soon. Good night. From Bai Wei, she had added a sleeping emoticon at the end. Why is this little girl so polite? I understand her message after she reached home, but why does she have to message me before she sleeps? Wang Teng had a weird expression on his face. He pondered for a moment. This message was sent 3 minutes ago. She should be asleep now, right? Oh, it was sent 4 minutes ago. He decided that he shouldn't reply to her to prevent disturbing her. Wang Teng scrolled through a few of his friends' posts. Nothing piqued his fancy, so he put down his phone and closed his eyes to get some rest. Within a minute, his breathing stabilized, and he entered deep sleep. On the other end of the phone, in a pink princess room, Bai Wei waited for a long time but didn't receive any reply. Disappointment appeared uncontrollably on her face. Slap! She threw her phone and almost went crazy. After rolling around a few times on her bed, she felt frustrated. The next day, Sunday, Wang Teng woke up early in the morning. After having his breakfast, he left the house under the contented gaze of his father, Wang Shengguo. Finally, I don't feel that gaze anymore. After the sports car drove a long distance, Wang Teng shivered. Could this be the legendary gaze of love? Sssss. That was so scary. After some time, Wang Teng arrived at the Jixin martial house. A few attribute bubbles were scattered on the grass field and the pathways in the martial arts academy. He picked them up along the way and walked into the martial disciple training building. Some students were practicing in the training lobby on the first floor. Wang Teng took a look around briefly. Most of them were those who came the earliest yesterday. Wang Teng had a deep impression of them. He thought that he was early enough, but these people were even earlier than him. They were indeed hard-working. However, on this path of diligence, I, Wang Teng, will not admit defeat. Wang Teng walked over and greeted them politely. He also collected the attributes these people had dropped. Basic sword skill 1, basic footwork 1, strength 3, basic fist skill 2, speed 5. This is a good start, I'm so happy. After collecting the attributes, Wang Teng didn't stop moving. He walked straight up the stairs to the second floor. His actions attracted the attention of a few students. The young man practicing his sword skill kindly reminded him, based on the rules of the Martial Arts Academy, a beginner stage, martial disciple isn't allowed to go up to the second floor. I know, thank you for your reminder. Wang Teng turned around and smiled, but yesterday night I accidentally broke through and became an intermediate stage martial disciple. When he finished speaking, he had already climbed the second flight of stairs. His figure couldn't be seen anymore. He boasted so calmly and even flicked his sleeves, not leaving anything behind. The young man practicing his sword skill froze on the spot. What did he say? He asked the other students in disbelief. This brat just came yesterday, right? The students didn't answer him directly. Instead, they retorted with another question. That's not right. He came on Friday night. I saw him, another student suddenly said. He became an intermediate stage martial disciple after practicing for 2 days. Are you kidding? That's definitely impossible. He must have practiced martial arts before he came to the Martial Arts Academy. Look at him. He's obviously a rich second generation. The poor study while the wealthy learn martial arts. His family is influential, so he definitely learned martial arts earlier than us. It's easier for him, too. Everyone agreed with this explanation. No one believed that someone in this world could turn from a weak, useless human being into a beginner stage martial disciple and then an intermediate stage martial disciple within 2 days. This was impossible. Genius wasn't enough to describe such a person. You could only call him a monster. Of course, that was excluding those people who cheated and had bugs.
Chapter 11. Walk the Fatty. There were many students on the second floor of the training building. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings, and his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a familiar figure. It was that agile fatty, at this moment just like the last time he was sprinting on the running track. So the fatty had also become an intermediate stage martial disciple. No wonder Wang Teng didn't see him yesterday on the first floor. He had come to the second floor. Fatty, good morning.
Wang Teng greeted the other party as though he was an old friend. The fatty turned around when he heard the voice. His expression then instantly changed. Why is it this fellow? He pretended to ignore Wang Teng and didn't reply to him. Instead, he started running faster. Wang Teng watched him run like a madman. This fellow didn't know that he was dropping attributes behind him. But it made Wang Teng elated. He executed his basic footwork and followed behind the fatty, picking up the attributes along the way. Speed 6, Speed 7, basic footwork 3, Speed 6. After becoming an intermediate stage martial disciple, the fatty's dropping even more attributes. So, the more powerful you are, the more attribute bubbles you drop, Wang Teng thought to himself. In that case, he would definitely be able to pick up more attributes on the second floor. After all, everyone here was an intermediate stage martial disciple. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through and become an advanced stage martial disciple. He would be one step closer to becoming an official martial warrior then. Why are you following me so closely like a medicinal plaster? Is there an end to this? The indignant voice of the fatty in front pulled Wang Teng out of his deep thoughts. Ha ha! Where's the fun in training alone? Why don't we have a competition? Let's see who can run 10 rounds in the shortest time. What do you think? Do you want to compete? Asked Wang Teng. The fatty wanted to reject him. But he had a sudden thought, so he replied, If you lose, you will stay away from me and let me train alone. Okay, Wang Teng agreed and continued. What if you lose? What a joke! How can I lose? The fatty scoffed. Confidence is a good thing. However, since you raised a bet, I have mine too. Competition must be fair, right? Wang Teng said. What do you want? The fatty frowned and asked. Very simple. If you lose, you will sing this song Zhen Fu, which means conquer in Chinese. What do you think? Wang Teng asked. All right. As long as you win, I can sing anything for you. Don't talk about one Zhen Fu. I can sing 10 songs for you. The fatty patted his chest and agreed. Wang Teng sniggered in his heart. 10 songs? You would definitely be crying later. There's a timer at the side. Let me find someone to help us check the time. The fatty walked to one side after he finished speaking and spoke a few sentences to a student who was training. He asked the student for help. The student nodded and followed the fatty to the side of the running track. Both of you can prepare first. When I shout start, you will start running, the student standing beside the timer said. The two participants nodded. The fatty started preparing for the sprint. He shook his legs to relax his muscles, but in the end, only his fat shuddered violently. The other students also gathered around the running track when they saw two students having a competition. However, they couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the fatty's fats shaking. This fatty went to learn footwork and speed even though he is so fat. I wonder what he's thinking, but honestly speaking, he does have some ability. He's faster than a rabbit when he runs. Upon hearing the discussions from the side, the fatty felt pleased with himself. He gave Wang Teng a provocative look and stood up straight without moving. He didn't even get into the starting position. Wang Teng smiled. He copied his actions, standing still on the spot. At the same time, he asked casually, "Fatty, what's your name?" "My name is Wu Liang." The fatty pointed to his nose and said, "You must remember it in case you don't even know who you lost to." After he finished, he continued asking, "What about you, Wang Teng? Remember to sing Zhen Fu after you lose?" Wang Teng smiled and said, "Tisk." Wu Liang rolled his eyes in contempt. Right then, a shout was suddenly heard from the side. "Ready, start!" Wang Teng and the fatty were talking to each other, but the moment the voice fell, they dashed out simultaneously. The expressions of the people at the side changed slightly. Both of them had moved like lightning. In an instant, they were more than 10 meters away. They maintained their high speed as they continued running. They didn't bother to save their stamina for the last burst of fire just because they were running 10 rounds. This was a timed competition, and they were competing based on time. Also, people who practiced martial arts had great stamina. Running 10 rounds wasn't a big deal to them. Wu Liang might be fat, but he wasn't slow at all. Instead, his speed exceeded the spectators. There weren't many who could practice their footwork and speed to his stage. This was the reason why everyone's expression changed instantly. As expected of a fatty who ran like the wind, this was the exclamation in many people's minds, but when they looked at Wang Teng, they looked extra shocked. They understood the fatty's abilities, so they accepted his speed as a matter of fact, even though they were surprised, however. Wang Teng was an unfamiliar face. It was highly likely he had just become an intermediate stage martial disciple. Yet this newly advanced intermediate stage martial disciple's speed was on par with Wu Liang. This was amazing. Wait, they remembered that Wu Liang had also just become an intermediate stage martial disciple? He only came to the second floor yesterday. In that case, these two people were both fresh newbies. Were the newbies all the fierce nowadays? How were old people like them supposed to live? It was indeed true. The younger generations would excel the older generation, leaving no paths for the older generation. A wave of sorrow surged through the hearts of a few intermediate stage martial disciples. "This newbie is slightly weaker than Wu Liang," someone commented. "That's hard to say. Although he's lagging, the distance between him and the fatty is the same. Didn't you notice that he's never more than 20 meters behind the fatty?" "Hey, if you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have noticed." They looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. When they observed him carefully, they could tell that he didn't seem tired at all. Indeed, Wang Teng wasn't giving it his all. He was trailing Wu Liang because he wanted to pick up the attribute bubbles. Also, the whole purpose of this competition was to let Wu Liang drop more attributes. He had gotten some basic understanding of his bug. If he wanted to let these small monsters drop more attributes, he needed to make them train harder. Or he could hit them. The harder he hit them, the more attributes they might drop. He had received the inspiration for the last point from the sinister-looking youth. But this hypothesis still needed affirmation. After all, he couldn't find a random person and beat him up, right? To get rid of Wang Teng, Wu Liang was exceptionally serious about this competition. He used more effort, so naturally, more attributes dropped. He was dropping them like laying eggs the entire way. Basic footwork, 2. Speed, 5. Speed, 6. Basic footwork, 4. Speed, 7. Wang Teng felt that he was playing Temple Run, and the attribute bubbles were like the gold coins. He could almost hear the ringing sounds when he collected a bubble. As Wang Teng ran and collected the attributes, his own attributes kept rising. He didn't feel tired the entire way. Instead, he felt more and more energetic. This was why he dared to compete with the fatty. He was cheating, and it would be embarrassing if he still lost. When the onlookers saw Wang Teng revealing a smile on the corners of his lips, Their expressions turned strange. This fellow was walking a dog. No, wait, he was walking the fatty. All he lacked was a chain. Wu Lang didn't notice anything weird, though. When he saw that Wang Teng was always lagging behind him, he looked back and laughed. "This is so simple. I told you that you're not my match. Why are you making yourself suffer?" Swoosh. The moment he finished speaking, a figure dashed past beside him. The smile on the fatty's face froze, his mouth dropped, and he opened his eyes wide. He couldn't say anything for a long while. Feek, Chapter 12. Crazy about duels, Wu Liang was frustrated. "You're so treacherous. You were preserving your strength all these while and only released it at the last stage. You made me happy for no reason." Wang Teng sniggered and said, "Who was the one who was so confident at the start? Also, I wanted to save some of your ego, so I let you be in the lead for a while before catching up at the end." "Why should I believe you? You bad old man. You're so evil." Wu Lang snorted. "Why did I become a bad old man?" "Fine. Do you dare to admit your loss? If you do, I won't ask you to fulfill your bet with me." Wang Teng was speechless. "Who says that I can't admit my defeat? All I have to do is sing the song Zhen Fu, right?" "What's there to be afraid of?" Wu Liang straightened his neck. "Go ahead and sing, then the flowers are drooping from waiting." Wang Teng glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Wu Liang instantly looked as though he had eaten a fly. The expression on his fat face kept changing. He couldn't put down his ego and sing the song, but on the other hand, he didn't want other people to think that he couldn't accept losing either. His entire expression could be described in one word: dilemma. In the end, he admitted defeat while looking like a deflated balloon. He started singing with the voice of a mosquito. "I can't hear you." Wang Teng placed his hand beside his ear and pretended that he couldn't hear properly. Wu Lang was furious. After taking a long, deep breath, he increased his volume. "This is how I got conquered by you. Ha ha ha." The people around them burst out laughing. This fatty was tone deaf, but they felt sorry for him too. He had to sing Zhen Fu in front of so many people. This must be black history in his life. Wang Teng was really evil. He actually pranked someone like this. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh too. He waved his hand and said, "Fine, fine, stop singing." "Your voice will frighten little children," Wu Liang replied. "Don't, I still need to sing 10 songs. This time it was Wang Teng's turn to feel speechless. This fatty was a little cunning. "This is how I got conquered by you." Wu Liang got even more motivated when he saw Wu Liang's frustrated look. "Get off!" Wang Teng ran away like his life depended on it. Damn it, his voice was too terrifying. The fatty was fun to play with, but he was too cunning. Too much was always not good. Since he was a good pastime, he would play with him slowly in the future. The fatty looked around the same age as him, yet he was already an intermediate stage martial disciple. This meant that he had the talent. He might become a martial warrior in the future. He was a fat sheep full of potential. Wang Teng could milk this fatty as his long-term dueling buddy. The students gathering around ran away in fright. They hid far away and discussed with one another for some time. While they marveled at the young men's abilities, their competitiveness was ignited too. All of them started practicing even harder as a result. There were already many attribute bubbles littering the second floor, as if it was raining here. Wang Teng walked over and picked all of them up like a good Samaritan. He also greeted the other students. Speed 6, Strength 7, Basic Fist, Skill 3, Strength 5, Basic Blade Skill 6. After another round of upgrading his attributes, he stopped in front of a student practicing his fist skill, observing the young man for a long time. When the student finished his session, he stopped to take a rest. Wang Teng took the chance and walked forward. "Senior brother, shall we have a duel?" The young man looked a little older than Wang Teng and seemed to be slightly above 20. He was stunned for a moment when he heard Wang Teng's challenge. He replied, "You're Wang Teng, right? I'm Zhang Xiaoyang. I saw you competing with Wu Liang just now and am a little interested in you. Since you brought it up yourself, let's have a duel. Senior brother Zhang, please." The two of them stood in an empty area and distanced themselves. Wang Teng raised his hand to ask Zhang Xiaoyang to start. "I will not be polite then?" Zhang Xiaoyang clenched his fist and stomped his leg, darting towards Wang Teng first. Bang, bang, bang. The duo got right down to it. Wang Teng didn't use other battle techniques, only employing his footwork and fist skills to fight with Zhang Xiaoyang. As their fists went back and forth, the fight looked violent and fierce. If they were hit, their punches would directly land on their muscles. Zhang Xiaoyang was slightly surprised. He was a muscular man. One look and you could tell that he was a bulky guy. However, Wang Teng was wearing loose sportswear, so the muscles on his body weren't prominent. From his appearance, he just looked like an ordinary youth, but when he started fighting for real, he was full of explosive power. It didn't feel compatible at all. Also, Wang Teng's ability astounded him too. A moment ago, he thought that Wang Teng was already quick with his footwork. Now he felt that he needed to retract his judgment. Wang Teng's fist skill wasn't weaker than him. This fellow seems to be a genius. Zhang Xiaoyang thought to himself. They were like a Roland for an Oliver, evenly matched. They fought back and forth, and for a moment no one won or lost. Zhang Xiaoyang's basic fist skill has reached the big achievement stage, yet Wang Teng isn't at a disadvantage after fighting for so long. The students standing far away didn't have high hopes for Wang Teng initially. Hence, they didn't take much notice when he challenged Zhang Xiaoyang. They thought that it would end within a few rounds. But the reality was unexpected. The two of them fought for a long while without any results. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoyang didn't try his best? Someone was puzzled. "Are you stupid? Look at Zhang Xiaoyang. Does he look like he's not trying his best?" Another felt speechless. I'm not fighting anymore. Zhang Xiaoyang quickly waved his hands after the two of them collided and retreated a few steps. "Why don't you want to fight anymore?" Wang Teng was unwilling to stop. "Your fist skill is on par with me. There won't be any outcomes if we continue fighting. Instead, we might lose too much energy, affecting our training for the entire day," said Zhang Xiaoyang. "Also, if you didn't compete with Wu Liang, I would have lost already." "All right, let's not go further than necessary. We will have more chances to duel in the future," replied Wang Teng. "Okay. I learned many things after fighting with you." Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Wang Teng went to the side to rest and restore his stamina. At the same time, he counted the gains from his duel. Basic fist skill 23, strength 45 as expected. His guess was correct. Fighting with monsters would make them drop attributes. The harder they fought, the more attributes they dropped, especially attributes like basic fist skill. They would never drop so much when they were practicing. So this is the correct way to use my bug. While strolling around the training room, Wang Teng slowly regained his stamina. At the same time, he also picked up the attributes from the other students. Half an hour later, most of his stamina was restored. He went to the weapons room to pick a sword. Then he came in front of a student practicing sword skills and said, "Senior brother, are you free to test my sword skills?" "Okay." Other party was decisive and nodded in agreement. More and more students arrived at the training arena. However, only those who came earlier knew that 2 duels had happened before this. That Wang Teng is having a duel with another person again. This time he's using his sword skill. A student that just came felt puzzled. "What's the matter? This student looks unfamiliar. Is he new?" Another student started explaining to him. On the other side, Wang Teng and the other young man had already started fighting. Their long swords collided, letting out sparks and metallic clangs. A sword duel was naturally more dangerous, but both parties knew their limits well. They wouldn't intentionally hurt the other party. When the duel ended, Wang Teng gained many attributes as expected. He rested at the side. Basic sword skill 26, strength 30. An hour later, Wang Teng found a student practicing blade skill and cupped his fists at the young man. "Senior brother, my blade is extremely thirsty now. Let's have a duel." "All right, my blade couldn't keep itself down anymore too." The two of them looked exceptionally serious. They were sparks in their eyes as they looked at each other. The other students were already numb. Wu Liang was one of them. He suddenly felt pity for the student Wang Teng found when he looked at him. This Wang Teng was crazy about duels. He knew all the battle techniques, and the result was always a draw. He must be a monster. Chapter 13. Advanced Stage Martial Disciple. For the entire morning, besides picking up the attributes other people dropped, Wang Teng also looked for them for duels. Footwork, fist skill, sword skill, and blade skill. As long as he knew something, he would find others to challenge them. His nickname, Duel Fanatic, started spreading among the students unknowingly. No one knew who started this nickname, though. You better make sure that I don't know who that bastard is. When Wang Teng heard someone calling him by this nickname, his entire face turned black. "What the fuck? What grudges do we have? Why do you have to frame me like this?" "Ah, Chu," the fatty, Wu Liang, was eating his lunch in the cafeteria. Suddenly he sneezed uncontrollably. He choked, and the rice in his mouth flew up to his nose. Next, the rice bits flowed down his nose with his mucus, painting a disgusting scenery. He rubbed his nose and said with frustration, "Why did I sneeze for no reason? Is someone scolding me behind my back? How mean!" Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. The gains on the second floor were huge. In one morning, most of his attributes were close to an advanced stage martial disciple. Enlightenment, 35. Physique, 66. Strength, 621. Speed, 323. Battle techniques, basic fist skill, big achievement. Basic footwork, big achievement. Basic sword skill, big achievement. Basic blade skill, small achievement. The requirements for an advanced stage martial disciple were physique 70, strength 700 kilograms, and speed 100 meters in 5 seconds. He just needed to work harder in the afternoon, and a fresh new advanced stage martial disciple would come out of the oven. His basic battle techniques were also upgraded by a level. His fist skill, sword skill, and footwork had advanced from the small achievement stage to the big achievement stage. His blade skill changed from the well-versed to the small achievement stage. In short, his ability had undergone a tremendous change. Unfortunately, he didn't pick up any new battle techniques today. It seemed that most people chose these few battle techniques to practice and master. Wang Teng walked out of the training building and headed to the cafeteria of the Martial Arts Academy. He had learned from Zhang Xiaoyang and a few other students that the Jixin Martial House also had a cafeteria. As long as one had the money, one could eat anything. Even if you wanted to eat Star Beast dishes, they had it. These Star Beasts were all killed by the martial warriors from the Martial Arts Academy and sold to the Academy in exchange for points or money. Hence, the Martial Arts Academy had an abundant array of Star Beasts ingredients as compared to other places. It included rare Star Beasts that weren't sold outside at all. The Martial Arts Academy had specially hired Force Chef Masters to attend to these ingredients. Force Chef was a secondary career derived from the martial warriors. Every single Force Chef must have the Force in their bodies. If anyone wanted to cultivate with the Force, they needed to be a martial warrior. Martial warrior as a chef? Would anyone dare to think about that? However, the dishes cooked by a Force Chef Master weren't ordinary. They would benefit martial warriors when they cultivated the methods of preparations, and the dishes all came from the Xingu continent. Even this career title originated from there. The salary of Force Chef Masters was high, and there were no dangers. Many martial warriors pursued and flattered Force Chefs because they wanted to eat Force dishes. Hence, the status of Force Chef Masters was actually rather high. On the way to the cafeteria, Wang Teng asked Zhang Xiaoyang curiously, "So you're saying that the cafeteria of the Jixin Martial House provides Force dishes?" Zhang Xiaoyang explained. "Yes, our Jixin Martial House is one of the top 3 martial arts academies in China. Naturally, we have the ability to hire Force Chef Masters." Today, after many experiments and trial and error by the Force Chefs on the Earth, new dishes were created based on the ones from the other world. An entire system of Force dishes cuisine was formed. But these Force dishes from the other world are only available on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Normally, only martial warriors will go there. Average students can't afford them. Wang Teng nodded. He was shocked as he asked, "Oh, we can still see martial warriors?" "We can see them, but not many. Most of the martial warriors are exploring the Xingu continent during normal times or executing some missions released by the martial arts academies. They won't spend much time in the martial arts academy," Zhang Xiaoyang elaborated. Wang Teng nodded as he continued to expand his knowledge. "Are Force dishes expensive?" "They are not just expensive. Usually, Force dishes cost tens of thousands. They are difficult to prepare, and the ingredients are rare. Some of them even cost a few million or tens of millions." "They are extremely expensive," Zhang Xiaoyang exclaimed. "Oh my God, even Michelin chefs aren't so outrageous." Wang Teng was flabbergasted. Did one meal cost a few million or tens of millions? Were martial warriors also wealthy? Of course, he didn't go to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. He went to eat on the 1st floor with Zhang Xiaoyang and a few other students. A few million for a meal, Wang Teng wasn't so extravagant. Even if he wanted to eat, he would wait until he became a martial warrior and was able to earn 100 million easily. At that time, he could let his parents have a taste of the Force dishes, too. After eating, he rested for an hour. Then he continued training in the afternoon. Wang Teng grabbed his thirsty blade and started dueling with the student. He mainly looked for those practicing basic blade skills. Among all his battle techniques, only his blade skill was at the small achievement stage. A human had to be fair. He mustn't favor any skill more than the others. Hence, he decided to raise his basic blade skill to the big achievement stage first time flew in the afternoon. In a blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. All of Wang Teng's attributes had broken through the threshold of an advanced stage martial disciple. That meant that he had finally become an advanced stage martial disciple. Among the martial disciples, he was part of the elites now. He was a slightly stronger nobody. His basic blade skill had also reached the big achievement stage. However, his footwork, fist skill, and sword skill accidentally reached the perfected stage. They flung the basic blade skill behind them again. What happened to fairness? Basic blade skill. Wronged emoticon. Everything seems to be rising a little too quickly. Wang Teng felt helpless in his heart. His life was so lonely. Wang Teng decided to continue staying on the second floor for a few more days. He would still be able to raise his attributes. There might be more attributes for him to collect on the third floor, but a few days wouldn't make any difference. At night, Wang Teng returned home and had dinner with his parents. Then, he went back to the Jixin Marshall house to pick up attributes. He worked until 11 p.m. before he finally returned home. After bathing, he laid on the bed and silently opened his attributes panel to take a look. Enlightenment, 43, Physique, 84. Strength, 964. Speed, 533. Battle techniques, basic fist skill, perfected. Basic footwork, perfected. Basic sword skill, perfected. Basic blade skill, big achievement. Not bad. Looking at his attributes, he was above average among the advanced stage martial disciples. As long as Wang Teng didn't meet an official martial warrior, he would be able to protect himself. He was immersed in his thoughts as he laid on his bed. After some time, he slowly slipped into the dreamland. The next day, Wang Teng woke up early as usual. It was Monday, so he needed to go to school. He almost forgot that he was still a senior high student. Although he just got reborn, he still had the mindset of an adult. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, so he went to practice his martial arts. He didn't do things that a senior high student should do. In the morning, everyone sat down together to have breakfast. Wang Shengguo ate some porridge and said, "Although you're practicing martial arts now, you can't forget about your schoolwork. There's a martial arts course at university. If you're able to become an advanced stage martial disciple before the university entrance exam, you can apply for it. It would be a good choice if he could enter a military academy. After he graduated, he would at least be a major or above. In this day, the military ranks are closely related to one's martial arts. However, until now, only martial warriors who graduated from recognized military academies are given military titles. Martial warrior graduates from normal universities won't have this special privilege." Wang Teng nodded and started contemplating. The country was the best protection. If he could enter a military academy and receive a military rank after he graduated, it was a good solution too. Of course, even if he entered a normal university, there would be many benefits for martial warriors. Regular academies also had formed their own factions. The amount of protection every martial warrior faction gave to their own martial warriors was undeniable. Also, the martial warriors were given more freedom. All in all, each had its own benefit. It seemed that if there was a possibility, he should get into a good university. He had a bug, but he needed time to grow too. Before he became someone powerful enough to disregard all rules, the best solution was to find strong support. The problem was, whether it was his past life or the current one, he had never studied properly in school. His school results were atrocious. Chapter 14. In the past, you placed the prettiest lady in school beside me side. Wang Shengguo chatted with Wang Teng as he ate his breakfast. In the past, he wouldn't have listened to his father at all. Now, he listened really carefully and started pondering over his father's words. He has grown up, Wang Shengguo felt content. Wang Teng's performance was vastly different these 2 days. He used to hear other people telling him that their child suddenly grew up and became mature. He could only smile bitterly in response. He felt that his useless son wouldn't be able to mature before he turned 30. As his father, he was really worried for him. Yet now, Wang Shengguo managed to wait until the day arrived. Sob, this is too touching. His sternness was finally starting to take effect. He didn't waste his effort being a strict father. Wang Shengguo finished his porridge and wiped his mouth. He said with a serious expression, "The university entrance exam is a turning point in life. I hope that you can think about it properly. I'm informing you about this not because I want you to take the exam this year. University entrance exam is just around the corner. Your studies are bad and you only started practicing martial arts recently, so there's no hope of you taking the exam this year. We can only wait until next year or the year after. The Ministry of Education has a rule. You can register for the martial arts course any time before you turn 20. Hence, you have 2 chances to repeat your high school. As long as you can become an advanced stage martial disciple before you are 20, you will have the chance to register for the martial arts course. I can hire tutors to help you with your studies and give you specialized tutoring. There will be a good chance for you to enter university." He looked at Wang Teng after he finished speaking with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He hoped that his song would have a bright future. This was probably the wish all parents had for their children. This might be a form of love. Wang Teng slowly finished the fried dough stick in his hand under Wang Shengguo's gaze. Then, he raised his head and smiled. "Dad, maybe we won't have to wait until next year." When he saw Wang Teng's smile, Wang Shengguo knew that his son was listening to what he just said. But why did he feel like scolding him upon hearing his words? He couldn't help but laugh and say, "It's good to have confidence, but please don't act in front of your father, your little brat." He didn't believe that Wang Teng was able to pass his university entrance exam this year. This child is getting naughtier and naughtier. Li Xiumei took the coat on the clothing rack and passed it to Wang Shengguo as she complained sweetly. "I won't be arranging a driver for you today. You can drive or take public transport. It's up to you." Wang Shengguo took over the coat and left the house. Wang Teng was speechless. Was he very worrying in the past? His father always asked someone to fetch him to school and escort him home afterward, fearing that he would fool around outside. He shook his head and bade farewell to his mother. "Mom, I've finished eating. I will be leaving. Okay, be careful on the way." Wang Teng drove his car and reached Donghai, one high school, in 20 minutes. He found a space to park his car and started walking towards his classroom. Well, if he remembered correctly, he should be in Year 3, Class 8, the Year 3 classroom building. Most of the students here seemed to be in a hurry. The atmosphere here was much tenser than the classroom buildings for Year 1 and Year 2. When he reached his classroom, many students were already studying hard. Most of them moved their lips as they silently recited their textbooks. They didn't make any sound to avoid disturbing others. Wang Teng's arrival seemed highly conspicuous in the quiet classroom. A few students raised their heads with a tinge of surprise in their gazes. But they didn't think too much. This rich second generation probably woke up early accidentally. He will most likely resume his usual late arrivals tomorrow. These few thoughts flashed through the minds of several students in unplanned unison, hurriedly lowered their heads and continued what they were doing after that. When Wang Teng walked into the classroom, his eyes suddenly lit up, attribute bubbles. A few bubbles had dropped beside a few students. He watched as one of the female students silently recited her textbook, and a small bubble appeared on her lips. As she continued, the bubble slowly became bigger, then it dropped on the floor with a splat. She really looked like a goldfish blowing bubbles. Wang Teng was in a trance. You could drop bubbles when you're studying? He always thought that only martial arts had attributes. From the looks of it, that wasn't the case. He walked over calmly and collected the attributes. Language 10, English 15, Biology 12, Chemistry 15. The next moment Wang Teng smiled. A second ago he was still worried that he wouldn't be able to study well. Now the study attributes came like rain in a drought. His bug was really amazing. After he collected the attributes, relevant knowledge started appearing in his mind. He felt as though he had learned all of this before. They had merged into his memory and would never disappear. Wang Teng sat down beside the lady that blew the bubble just now. Indeed, this was Wang Teng's table buddy. This lady was their class monitor, Lin Chuhan. She came from a normal family, but she was an ultimate star student. She had the chance to enter the top universities in China. One was a rich second generation who couldn't study, while the other was an average civilian who was a star student right? There was no way these two people could sit together, but their head teacher, Fan Wyming, arranged their seating like this. He claimed that he did this so that the good student could teach her poor fellow classmate. Hence, the best student, Lin Chuhan, had to teach the worst student, Wang Teng. Old Fan's unexpected move almost caused all the students in the class to sprain their backs. He wasn't afraid that this would affect Lin Chuhan and this star student might go astray because of Wang Teng. There was a chance that she could enter the best university in the country. Of course, Lin Chuhan's appearance was another reason why everyone was filled with righteous indignation. This was such a good and pretty little flower. Old Fan was committing a crime by placing her beside such an unworthy person. Unfortunately, no one dared to voice out their anger. Wang Teng was a rich second generation who would be inheriting hundreds of millions of assets in the future. They couldn't afford to offend him. However, everyone was surprised by Wang Teng. Although he was incompetent in his studies, he didn't disturb Lin Chuhan. They had been table buddies for more than a year, and Lin Chuhan's results remained the same. She was always number one, never dropping in rank. Also because of Wang Teng, many male students didn't dare to disturb Lin Chuhan. This gave her a quiet learning environment. Who knew that this might be a blessing in disguise? Wang Teng looked at Lin Chuhan and a memory floated into his mind. He was just starting his year 3 in high school. One night, Wang Shengguo suddenly told Wang Teng proudly, "Son, I gave some gifts to your head teacher so that he will arrange the best student to sit beside you. You should learn from her properly." "That's right. Don't bully the young lady. If I know, I will break your leg. Do you understand?" Wang Teng was frozen on the spot when he heard this piece of news. Especially when he saw old Wang's proud expression, he felt speechless. "You place the prettiest lady in school beside me, but you don't allow me to touch her. Are you my biological father? This is too cruel." Despite complaining, Wang Teng didn't dare disobey Wang Shengguo. Hence, he remained as Lin Chuhan's obedient and good table buddy for a year. Chapter 15. Did I do something wrong? Whether it was his past life or this one, Wang Shengguo always made things hard for his son. In his past life, Wang Teng was Lin Chuhan's table buddy for 1 year. The prettiest young lady in school was right in front of him, yet he couldn't touch her. It felt highly frustrating. After they graduated from senior high, Lin Chuhan went to the capital, Saya, and studied at the first capital university. After that, he heard that she went overseas to further her studies and came back 3 years later. At that time, she displayed exceptional business talent and built a huge franchise all over the country within a few years. Her company was looking to go international. She became a powerful boss in the business world in that era and became an amazing person. He recalled her life and looked back at his. He felt like a salted fish lying in front of a whale, a salted fish that laid in front of her for an entire year. Wang Teng lowered his gaze and looked at Lin Chuhan's lean legs. He had the urge to go forward and hug them tightly. These beautiful legs felt as though they were encased in gold. Honestly speaking, this young lady's figure was perfect. Lin Chuhan was reciting her textbook when she suddenly felt an intense gaze landing on her legs. She frowned uncontrollably. A snort woke Wang Teng up from his daze. Wang Teng looked at Lin Chuhan's cold face and touched his nose. He laughed softly and retracted his gaze. Why is he still laughing? This fellow is so irritating. Lin Chuhan muttered softly to herself. Wang Teng shook his head. He had experienced 2 lifetimes, but he was still so easily distracted. That was embarrassing. He took out his phone and planned to look up information regarding the university entrance exam. What Wang Shengguo said in the morning had made him see the university entrance exam in a new light. Wang Teng always thought that after he became a martial warrior, his status would be different. He wouldn't need to participate in the university entrance exam. He didn't know that there were so many things he had to do and understand even after he became a martial warrior. Fortunately, Wang Shengguo had reminded him in time. If not, he might have missed the university entrance exam this year. He searched casually, and a whole bunch of information on the university entrance exam jumped out. It had to be said this world and the world in his past life had some minor differences. If you didn't look at it carefully, you wouldn't be able to find them. For instance, this planet wasn't named Earth. It was called the Earth Star instead, for instance. Their country was called Huaxia, an ancient name for China, and the capital was called Capital University. The first Capital University was a university situated in the capital. Donghai was similar to Shanghai. Donghai University and Capital Xia University were both top universities in the country. The time of the university entrance exam had changed too, from June to the 5th of July. That was because this was the day martial arts started gaining popularity in public. Today, the martial arts examination was the most crucial part of the university entrance exam. So, the test was held on this special day with a special meaning. Wang Teng did more research on the registration for the martial arts course. The martial arts examination was very different from the routine examination. Martial arts wasn't just about testing your language, mathematics, English, and science. It included the human anatomy, the history of martial arts, spirit herbs, studies, mineralogy, and other various bits and pieces. The Ministry of Education had compiled all these bits of knowledge into a book called 5 Years of Martial Arts Exam, 3 years of mock papers. Anyone that wanted to take the martial arts course would get 1 copy of this book. Wang Teng looked at the name with a weird expression. He wondered if he should get his hands on one too. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give up. It was impossible for him to learn everything. He had to rely on picking up attributes. There were 5 advanced stage martial disciples in Donghai, No High School. They would definitely take the martial arts examination, and they would have most likely studied the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. He could find time to visit them and pick up some attributes. This way, Wang Teng could collate more points for the proficiency of the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. If that wasn't enough, there were other students from other schools taking the martial arts course. He could look for them and collect some bubbles. Wang Teng came up with a good plan. This fellow came so early, but he's actually playing with his phone. When Lin Chuhan saw Wang Teng fiddling with his phone the entire morning, she frowned again. She said in a low voice, "Wang Teng, come out with me for a moment." After dropping her words, she stood up directly and walked out of the classroom. Wang Teng was still pondering over the martial arts examination, so he was at a loss when he heard Lin Chuhan. But as he looked at the other party's back as she walked out of the classroom, he got up and followed her. "Forget it. Since you're pretty, I will give you some response." Wang Teng kept his phone and placed his hands in his pocket. He casually walked out of the class and saw Lin Chuhan waiting for him around a corner. "What's the matter, class monitor Lin?" Wang Teng looked at the beautiful face in front of him and asked, "Wang Teng, there's less than a month until the university entrance exam. Why are you still playing every day? Are you not planning to take the university entrance exam?" Lin Chuhan asked with a cold expression. "Even you know that there's only less than a month until the examination." "What's the point of working hard now?" Wang Teng said in a joking manner. Wang Teng's nonchalant tone made Lin Chuhan unhappy, her brows furrowed. In the end, she controlled her temper and said, "I have some notes. Although there's less than a month, if you work hard, you might be able to score some points in the entrance exam. Your family background is good. It shouldn't be difficult for you to get into a good university. Class monitor Lin, why are you so concerned about me?" Wang Teng suddenly asked. "Don't think too highly of yourself," Lin Chuhan replied without any expressions. "What do you mean by I care about you? How can there be someone so shameless?" "Why are you worried about my university entrance exam then?" Wang Teng continued asking. "The head teacher let you sit beside me because he wants me to help you with your studies. It's all right if you didn't listen to me in the past. However, the university entrance exam is coming, so I'm reminding you sincerely one last time," Lin Chuhan explained. "Any explanation is a cover-up," Wang Teng teased her. "Aye," Lin Chuhan was stunned by his shamelessness. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She continued in frustration. "I'm persuading you because we are table buddies. You can choose whether you want to listen to me or not. If you can't enter university, it has nothing to do with me." She turned around and wanted to go back to the classroom. However, she didn't see the broom that had fallen on the ground because of her brisk pace. She tripped over the broom and staggered. "Oh shit, there's nothing for me to hold on to." Lin Chuhan had a huge shock, but the next second she felt someone hugging her body. Wang Teng had noticed the strange feeling in his hand, too. He froze for a moment. "Hurry up and let go," Lin Chuhan wanted to cry. "Do you really want me to let go?" said Wang Teng. "Let go," Lin Chuhan said firmly. "Okay, then." Wang Teng released his grip. He let go of his hand. "Ah!" Lin Chuhan fell with her face landing flat on the ground. "Class monitor, you were the one who asked me to let go," Wang Teng said honestly. Lin Chuhan raised one hand from the ground and pointed at Wang Teng. Her finger kept trembling. Are you all right?" Wang Teng bent down beside her and asked carefully. Lin Chuhan raised her head. Her hair was in a mess, and her exquisite nose, as well as her forehead, was entirely red. She looked so hopeless. "Wang Teng, you bastard!" She got up from the ground and ran away without turning back. She felt so embarrassed. Wang Teng looked at Lin Chuhan's back view as she ran further and further away. His expression was a little awkward. Did he do something wrong? Chapter 16. Tricks. These are all tricks. Wang Teng walked into the classroom. Memories of Lin Chuhan kept appearing in his mind uncontrollably. He remembered that at that time she would always persuade him in hopes that he would suddenly get enlightened and study hard. Unfortunately, in his past life, he never turned back. He walked along the path of darkness right to the end. After that, the two of them parted and never met again. It was really regretful. This lady left her mark in his memory in the past. This lifetime, he didn't want to miss her. When Wang Teng went back, almost the entire class had arrived. As a result, more attribute bubbles had fallen to the ground. Wang Teng walked around the classroom under his classmates' puzzled gazes and picked up all the attribute bubbles. English 9, Language 12, Biology 15. What is this young Master Wang doing? Who knows? Maybe he's taking a stroll. Taking a stroll? Why do you care about what he's doing? He's a rich second generation. His thinking is not on the same level as us. His train of thoughts is really peculiar. The meddlesome students couldn't help but lower their voices and discuss among themselves. All the while, they had strange expressions on their faces. When Wang Teng turned around and looked at them, their voices disappeared. They all sat there seriously and pretended to be studying hard. Wang Teng pouted as he sat down on his seat. Lin Chuhan wasn't in her seat. No one knew where she went. She only walked into the classroom when the school bell signaling the start of the morning lesson rang. She had a cold expression and didn't glance at Wang Teng at all. She sat on her seat as though there was just a ball of air beside her. Wang Teng smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to provoke her again. Lin Chuhan's personality was distant and cold. When she wore a chilly expression, she gave off an aura that seemed to forbid anyone to get close to her. This young lady is really cold. During the morning lesson, Wang Teng flipped through his textbook aimlessly. He was bored to death. All the students were intensely revising the entire morning. Wang Teng had a fruitful morning, too. He listened to the class and picked some attributes while at it. His knowledge of his subjects increased exponentially. If he was to take a test now, he could get around 60 points. This was extremely frightening. Mind you, his past results only had one digit, and that was if he was lucky and chose the correct answer for the multiple-choice questions. Lin Chuhan didn't want to interact with Wang Teng. However, since they were table buddies, she could see what Wang Teng was doing. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Did this fellow's character change suddenly? Why is he reading the textbook? Have my words borne fruit? Or could it be that this bastard likes me? Lin Chuhan had never been in a relationship, but she had chatted about guys with her female friends before. Also, she secretly read some romance novels. In a novel, when a young man loved another young lady, he would take her words to heart and make changes for her. That was what all novels said. The guys always wanted to present a better self to the other party. When she thought about what happened just now, she felt something strange in her heart. But this fellow was still so irritating. He actually let go of her. Would he have died if he had held on to her? He was really a dumb young man. As she thought about this, Lin Chuhan suddenly woke up in shock. She shook her head like a pellet drum, and her ears uncontrollably turned red. What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? There was a tremendous fight going on in Lin Chuhan's brain. All kinds of young girls' thoughts were jumbled up in her mind. Her whole face was so red that it felt as though she was in a steamer. Lin Chuhan's will might be stronger than her peers, but she was a young girl after all. She would naturally have this kind of thoughts about love after some time. Lin Chuhan sighed quietly. It's all that fellow's fault. He's disturbing my peacefulness. Wang Teng noticed Lin Chuhan shaking her head frantically and then sighing for no reason. He felt confused. What is she doing? He couldn't help but open his mouth.
Class monitor Lin, the lesson has ended. Go and take your lunch break. Why don't I treat you? This is my apology for what happened this morning. Lin Chuhan was flabbergasted. The next instant she turned vigilant. Tricks. These are all tricks. This fellow has other intentions towards me. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Why are you giving such a vigilant look? Other people might think that I'm a human trafficker abducting people. Lin Chuhan glared at Wang Teng and said coldly, I'm not going.
She got up and took her bag after she finished speaking. Then, she ran out of the classroom as though something would happen if she stayed a moment longer with him. Strange. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. Was he so scary? He actually managed to make a young lady evade him as though he was a poisonous scorpion. Brother Wang Teng, let's go and eat. Xu Jie's voice came from outside the classroom at this moment. Wang Teng got up and walked out. Xu Jie was a Year 3 student too, but he was in Class 12. He wasn't in the same class as Wang Teng. As for Bai Wei and Yu Hao, they were studying in Year 2 in Donghai No 1 High School. They were 1 year younger than the two of them. Usually they wouldn't go home for lunch. Instead, they would finish their meals in the school cafeteria, or sometimes they would go to a restaurant outside the school to eat. When Wang Teng and Xu Jie arrived at the cafeteria, it was already crowded. The noise could almost turn the roof upside down. At this moment, Xu Jie's WeChat notification rang. He took out his phone and looked at it. Then, he said, let's go to the second floor. Bai Wei and the rest are waiting for us there. The second floor was more spacious than the first. When they reached the second floor, the air conditioner was cold and icy, and there were not many people there. It wasn't crowded at all. Level of consumption on the second floor was much higher than on the first floor. Regular students wouldn't go there for their meals. The moment they came up, they scanned the cafeteria and saw Bai Wei and Yu Hao sitting on the seats to the right. The dishes were already prepared, still steaming hot. It was evident that they just came out of the stove not long ago. This was a unique feature of the second floor. Not only were the dishes exquisite and delicious, but they were also cooked on the spot. On the first floor, all the dishes were cooked beforehand and put into trays. The cafeteria aunties just had to scoop the dishes the students chose. The spoons they used to scoop the dishes were shared. After taking out one dish, they would use it to scoop another dish. Hence, all the different flavors were mixed, and it was a suffering to one's taste buds. Have you tried the taste of mixing stir-fried tomato with egg, twice-cooked pork, fish-flavored eggplant, and once you did, you would never want to try it again. If you were a little late, you could only eat leftover dishes and rice. The dishes would be cold, and they were all vegetable stems and leftover gravy. The four of them chatted happily and ate at the same time. Halfway through their meal, Yu Hao suddenly pointed in a certain direction and asked, "Isn't that Yuan Zhenghua?" Xu Jie and Bai Wei immediately looked in the direction of his finger. "Hey, it's really that brat," Xu Jie scoffed. The pighead beside him, "Is that Li Rongcheng?" Bai Wei's eyes suddenly dropped wide open as she asked in confusion, "What pighead?" Xu Jie and Yu Hao were stunned at the same time. Then they looked carefully. "Oh my God, haha, that's really young master Li Rongcheng. How did he become like this?" The two of them were astounded. Then they burst out laughing.
Could it be?
The moment Bai Wei started speaking, Shuji and Yu Hao abruptly thought of something. They looked at Wang Teng with a strange expression. When Wang Teng saw Li Rongcheng's appearance, he remembered that he seemed to have pushed some blame on this young man that night at the Wild Rose pub. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence." Chapter 17. Don't leave after school ends. Yu Hao and Xu Jie couldn't help but laugh out loud again when they saw Wang Teng acting innocent, as if this had nothing to do with him. Bai Wei tried her best to control her laughter. However, she was having a hard time at the end when her friends burst out laughing. She couldn't control herself anymore and started laughing along with them. Li Rongcheng was in a bad mood during these past 2 days. Yesterday, he went to the Wild Rose pub to play and hook up with 2 young working ladies. He wanted to bring them to a hotel and talk about life and ambitions. Just as he was about to succeed, a group of gangsters broke into the pub and started yelling, "Who is Li Rongcheng? Come out if you dare." Li Rongcheng was extremely infuriated at that time. He stood up at once and scolded, "I am Li Rongcheng. Who's your owner? Why didn't he put you on a leash? Why did he release you?" The group of gangsters was burning with anger too, not caring about anything anymore. They rushed up and threw a sack over Li Rongcheng. Li Rongcheng probably never expected these people to be beginner stage or intermediate stage martial disciples. Although he was an advanced stage martial disciple, in front of an entire bunch of beginner stage and advanced stage martial disciples, he lost in numbers. Also, he didn't know that these people would start fighting directly. So he was caught off guard. At the same time, since he was inexperienced, he got controlled by them within a split second. This bunch of people knocked Li Rongcheng unconscious and brought him to a dilapidated warehouse. The sinister-looking youth, Zhao Gangbao, was waiting there. The instant he saw Li Rongcheng tied up, he asked his lackeys to beat him without even opening the sack. Only removed the sack after they vented their anger. When they took a careful look, they discovered this wasn't the right person. While the bunch of gangsters exchanged glances with one another, Zhao Gangbao started cursing in anger. Then he vented all his rage on Li Rongcheng again. Another round of beating that was too horrible to look at followed. During that time, Li Rongcheng was completely at a loss. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Zhao Gangbao and his men left after they let out their anger, leaving Li Rongcheng lying on his back in the run-down warehouse. Tears of helplessness and injustice flowed down the corner of his eyes. From the start to the end, he didn't know what was happening. Slowly, he took out his phone with trembling hands and called 120. That was how he got sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Fortunately, it was only external injuries. Rongcheng was an advanced stage martial disciple, so his physique was stronger than a normal person. He could recover faster. Hence, he was able to recover and came to school all alive and kicking today. But there was still a ball of flame in his heart. Everyone was an eyesore to him. Morning ended amidst the students' strange expressions when they saw him. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. A few students who laughed secretly were beaten by him violently. He came to the cafeteria to have his meal, but the instant he went up to the second floor, he heard peals of laughter. The flame in his heart was ignited immediately. His face turned green with anger. "Damn it, why are you laughing?" Li Rongcheng charged towards Wang Teng and his friends. Suji wasn't an easy person to bully. He stood up and rebutted, "My mouth is on my body. Why is that any of your business?" Everyone was clear of each other's background. Li family was more powerful than the Xu family, but their families wouldn't be at loggerheads with each other just because of a conflict between 2 younger generations. Conflicts between the younger generation would be settled by the younger generation. This was a silent rule consented to by everyone. If the older generations got involved, they were throwing their dignity on the ground for others to trample on. They were all respected people. Dignity was like life to them. Wouldn't lose it for such a small thing. In the past, Xu Jie might be a little afraid of Li Rongcheng, as he was an advanced stage martial disciple, but now he wasn't scared. He had Wang Teng supporting him. "Xu Jie, you're getting bold. How dare you speak to me like this?" Li Rongcheng laughed hideously and suddenly raised his fist, aimed for Xu Jie's face. Xu Jie felt depressed. Li Rongcheng didn't act according to the script. As rich second generations, shouldn't they hurl insults at each other first? Why was he raising his fist so quickly? Where did he throw his dignity as a rich second generation? He didn't know that Li Rongcheng was seething in anger the entire day. A little stimulation was enough to make him explode. The power of this fist wasn't small. The strong wind caused Xu Jie's cheeks to hurt. He believed that if this fist hit him, his nose would collapse entirely. "I'm gone." Xu Ji closed his eyes instinctively. but the pain he was anticipating didn't come. He opened his eyes a little. Through the small crack, he saw a hand firmly grabbing Li Rongcheng's wrist, stopping him from moving a single inch. "Young Master Li, anger is harmful to the body," Wang Teng said casually. Wang Teng, Li Rongcheng was flabbergasted. Everyone knew that Wang Teng was hopeless in his studies, but he was actually displaying strong martial arts ability now. Yuan Zhenghua, who was standing beside Li Rongcheng, opened his eyes wide in surprise. He had a look of disbelief. In the past, he was Wang Teng's friend too, but as time went by, he tilted towards Li Rongcheng and cut ties with Wang Teng and his friends. Yuan Zhenghua had stayed beside Wang Teng for a long time. However, he never once realized that Wang Teng had such abilities. Xu Ji regained his senses and stood behind Wang Teng with lingering fear. Then he glared at Yuan Zhenghua proudly to mock him for being blind. On the other side, Li Rongcheng struggled forcefully. He noticed that no matter how much force he used, Wang Teng's hand continued to hook firmly around his wrist like steel. He couldn't break free despite his best efforts. "Let go of my hand," Li Rongcheng said fiercely. His face was green with anger. Wang Teng released his grip as asked. Li Rongcheng was still pulling himself back, so he landed on his butt.
"Young Master Li, why are you so careless? Hurry and get up." "The floor is cold," Wang Teng said in concern. Li Rongcheng pointed at Wang Teng. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He climbed up from the ground and said furiously, "Wang Teng, I didn't expect you to hide your true power. No matter what the reason is, our grudge is formed today. Do you have the guts to have a duel with me?" "Yes," Wang Teng retracted his smile and answered while looking into his eyes. "Okay."
"When school ends in the afternoon, we will have a showdown at the stadium." Li Rongcheng turned around and walked down the stairs after he finished speaking. Yuan Zhenghua glanced at Wang Teng, but he didn't dare to exchange gazes with him. He hurriedly chased after Li Rongcheng. "Young Master Li, aren't we eating Eat Your Head? I'm full from anger." After Li Rongcheng left, Bai Wei asked worriedly, "Brother Wang Teng, are you really going to fight with him?" Before Wang Teng could reply, Yu Hao answered for him, "This is a martial arts duel. Since he agreed, he will definitely fight with him. This is the rule. Little mouse, what you said isn't right?" Wang Teng suddenly smiled and said. Yu Hao gave him a puzzled look. Wang Teng continued explaining, "Rules are set by men. You can decide whether you want to abide by them or not. Just make sure that you don't go against your heart." Yu Hao was a little clueless. He didn't understand Wang Teng. "Brother Wang Teng, are you confident that you can beat Li Rongcheng?" Xu Ji asked. "Why would I agree if I didn't?" Wang Teng smiled and asked him back, "It's all right, don't worry. Let's sit down and have our meal. Then we can go back and rest. We can talk about this when the time comes. We will follow you to your duel after school ends," Bai Wei said. "Sure." The 3 lessons in the afternoon were physics, math, and biology. Every lesson, the teacher and his classmates would drop many attribute bubbles. This allowed Wang Teng's study attributes to rise to another level. He wasn't bothered by Li Rongcheng's duel request at all. Instead, he continued doing what he was supposed to do. Chapter 18. Week, 2 week, for the entire day. Wang Teng swam in the sea of knowledge until school ended at 5:30 p.m. Even then, he was still yearning to learn more. He felt that in his past life, he was held up by his title as a rich second generation. If not, he would have definitely been a good student who loved studying. Fortunately, he still had a chance in this lifetime, even though he missed the opportunity in his previous life. From this day onwards, he must become a model student with all-rounded development in morality, intelligence, and physical education. When he thought about this, Wang Teng instantly felt the red towel in front of his chest became even brighter. After the school bell rang, all the students surged out of their classrooms. Wang Teng didn't pack his things up. Rather, he threw his textbooks in the drawer. Then he met Xu Ji, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao. The 4 of them went to the stadium together. Wang Teng was relaxed and didn't show any hint of worry. On the contrary, Xu Ji, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao kept exchanging glances with one another. They hesitated to speak to Wang Teng. Bai Wei plucked up her courage and smiled at Wang Teng. She said, "Brother Wang Teng, shall we have a meal first? You will only have the strength to fight if you fill up your stomach." Yes, why don't we have some food first? Li Rongcheng has a lot of spare time. You can let him wait for a while longer. Maybe he's going for a meal too." Xu Jie and Yu Hao nodded in agreement as they started convincing Wang Teng together. Wang Teng said in a helpless tone, "You shouldn't exercise after eating. You will get gastroptosis." Oops. The 3 of them realized that they seemed to have made a stupid suggestion. "All right, there's no need to worry. Li Rongsheng is an advanced stage martial disciple, but he's not my match. Wang Teng could tell that they were worried about him, so he consoled them. Brother Wang Teng, are you also an advanced stage martial disciple instead of an intermediate stage martial disciple? Yu Hao asked in shock. Wang Teng nodded. The three of them were dumbstruck. An advanced stage martial disciple. Wang Teng was actually an advanced stage martial disciple. They knew that Wang Teng was a martial disciple, but being an advanced stage martial disciple and an intermediate stage martial disciple were two different concepts. An advanced stage martial disciple could apply for the martial arts course. They had a high probability of becoming a martial warrior in the future. At that time, the distance between them and Wang Teng would only grow bigger. This was beyond comprehension. They were peers who were really familiar with one another. At first, they thought that all of them were the same, but the other party had soared up straight into the sky. They said that they would fail together, yet he secretly became better. Complex emotions instantly sprung up in their hearts. After some time, the four of them arrived at the stadium. Every school viewed students who practiced martial arts with high importance. In order to provide a training ground for them, they especially emptied a floor in the stadium. Second floor. Li Rongsheng was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed in front of him. He looked impatient from the wait. Yuan Zhenghua was standing beside him with water and towels in hand. He really looked like he was currying favor with Li Rongsheng. Yu Xie felt his blood boiling with anger when he saw Yuan Zhenghua's actions. Why did this fellow choose to be another person's dog when he could be a human? You finally came. Li Rongsheng turned his head and squinted slightly as he glared at Wang Teng. Young Master Li, you're really early. Did you skip class? Wang Teng mocked. Don't bullshit with me. I'm using a blade. What's your weapon? You can choose one, Li Rongsheng replied impatiently. I will use a blade too. Wang Teng walked to the side and took a standard blade from the weapons rack. The back of the blade wasn't thick, and it was relatively longer. It looked like the Tang blade in his past life. He weighed the blade and found it a little light. Wang Teng shook his head silently. It seemed like he needed to find some time to get himself a weapon. He would make do with what he had for now. Wang Teng held the blade and walked opposite Li Rongsheng. Shu Ji and Bai Wei's faces turned pale when they saw them using weapons. Why are they using weapons? What if they get hurt? What do you think? This is a martial arts duel, not playing house. Yu Hao took a deep breath and said, this was what he said on the surface, but he had only become a beginner stage martial disciple not long ago. This was also his first time facing such a situation. Wang Teng, you have good strength, so you have probably become an advanced stage martial disciple? Honestly, I'm shocked. Everyone is mistaken about you. You hide very well, but who gave you the confidence to challenge me with a blade? Obviously, Li Rongsheng looked down on Wang Teng. He had started practicing martial arts ever since he was 15 years old. He became an advanced stage martial disciple in 3 years. During these 3 years, he only practiced his blade skills, advancing it to the big achievement state. Thus, he had the right to be arrogant. He also found it funny that Wang Teng dared to use a blade in front of him. Let's start. Wang Teng didn't say much and went directly to the point. Sure, Li Rongsheng opened his eyes wide and shouted fiercely. He stomped his feet on the ground. Boom. A dull and loud sound resounded in the hall. There seemed to be waves churning in the air. Due to the recoil of the force, his entire body flew towards Wang Teng like an arrow leaving its bow. In that split second, the ferocious aura appalled Yuan Zhenghua, Xu Jie, and the other two. However, Wang Teng, who was the first to bear the hit, showed no change in his expression. Li Rongsheng thought that he was shocked from fear, so he displayed even more contempt on his face. He raised his blade up high and struck it down in a simple move. Just as the long blade was about to touch Wang Teng's body, he shifted without any warning and appeared on Li Rongsheng's right. When his blade cut the air instead of flesh, Li Rongsheng's expression changed instantly. He forcefully twisted his body and slashed his blade at Wang Teng at 180 degrees. Clang! The two blades collided and let out sparks and metallic clangs. Bang! Another dull sound was heard. Before Li Rongsheng could figure out what the hell was going on, he felt a pain in the back of his head and lost consciousness. Weak. So weak. Wang Teng shook his head. Basic blade skill 20, strength 12. He picked up the attribute bubbles Li Rongsheng had dropped and walked to the side to place the blade back. Yuan Zhenghua, Xu Jie, and the rest of the people finally regained their senses. They stared at Wang Teng with their mouths agape. The exchange between them looked simple, but the speed of advanced stage martial disciples was more than a little exaggerating. The four of them only saw everything in a blur. As the saying went, the insider knows the ropes, while the outsider just comes along for the ride. The four of them were purely watching the show. Even Yu Hao wasn't considered an insider. Hence, they didn't understand the battle, only feeling that Wang Teng was very powerful, especially the time. It was too short. Was it 3 seconds or 5 Li Rongcheng lost even before they could fight properly? They watched Wang Teng as he put back his weapon and walked over. He seemed to be muttering to himself, "Too weak. Why is he so weak? That's impossible." The 4 of them were rendered speechless. Li Rongcheng was a real advanced stage martial disciple. He was one of the top 5 most powerful students in Donghai, #1 high school. Yet, Wang Teng said that he was weak. "Brother, we are close friends. Do you have to act so arrogantly?" But this also indirectly showed how powerful Wang Teng was. Li Rongcheng wasn't weak among the students, but Wang Teng was stronger than him. In fact, he was much stronger. "Let's go home and eat dinner." Wang Teng called out to his 3 friends as he walked down the stairs. Shu, Jie, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao hurriedly caught up to him. On the other side, Yuan Zhenghua was left standing alone on the same spot in a daze. He didn't dare to greet Wang Teng. This Wang Teng was unfamiliar to him. At the same time, he was frightening. In the past, Wang Teng didn't like studying. However, since his family background was better than his, Yuan Zhenghua didn't dare to offend him. Now he felt fear towards Wang Teng personally. He had betrayed Wang Teng. Would he take it to heart? What if he came to find him for trouble one day when he wasn't in a good mood? The instant he thought of this, Yuan Zhenghua felt anxious. He looked at the unconscious Li Rongcheng on the ground. He didn't seem to be able to protect him. Regret filled up his heart immediately. Chapter 19, Gunshot. As they walked out of the stadium, the other 3 people were exceptionally excited. They never stopped talking on the way back. "Amazing, you're so powerful." "Brother Wang Teng, are advanced stage martial disciples all so powerful?" To a normal person, an advanced stage martial disciple is quite strong. Wang Teng lit a cigarette and took a puff of it. He slowly breathed the smoke out and said in a calm tone, "Ha ha, this is great with you protecting us. No one will dare to bully us." Zhu Jie laughed heartily. "Brother Wang Teng, do you think I can be as strong as you in the future?" Yu Hao clenched his fist secretly and asked with envy. "You just need to practice hard. Becoming an advanced stage martial disciple won't be difficult for you," Wang Teng replied. Bai Wei walked beside them without saying anything. However, her gaze would land on Wang Teng occasionally. There was a small, sweet smile appearing at the corner of her lips. Group of 4 parted at the school gate and went back to their own homes. On the way, Wang Teng kept wondering why Li Rongcheng was so weak. He wasn't acting. He sincerely felt that Li Rongcheng was too weak. When he drove the car along the roads and looked at the other cars zooming past him, he suddenly got enlightened. Speed! Right, it was speed. Looking at all the martial arts in the world, only speed could never be defeated. His speed was much faster than Li Rongcheng. So, to him, his attacks looked slow. Li Rongcheng was so slow that Wang Teng only used 2 moves to knock him unconscious on the ground. The speed attribute on the attribute panel couldn't be perceived directly. Wang Teng kept picking up attributes and his points kept rising, but he had never tested his actual speed before. Today, his potential suddenly exploded, and Li Rongcheng did not even have a chance to retaliate. At night, Wang Teng finished his dinner at home and went to the Jixin Martial House for practice as well as to collect attributes. For the next few days, his life was calm and smooth. During the day, he would attend school and go for lessons. He collected attributes to upgrade his studies and occasionally teased his beautiful but cold table buddy. He had a great time. After these few days, his studies had improved tremendously. If he took an exam now, he was confident that he could get 90 points. This level was enough for him. He wasn't planning to become the top scorer in the standard exam. Also, this was already a huge leap from his past results. At night, he would sign in at the Jixin Martial House for training and collect attributes to raise his martial arts cultivation. Now, all his martial arts attributes had broken through the limit of a martial disciple. Enlightenment. 51. Physique, 121. Strength, 1356. Speed, 632. Battle techniques, basic fist skill, mastery, basic footwork, mastery, basic sword skill, mastery, basic blade skill, mastery. Knowledge, basic subjects, full marks. The limit for the physique of an advanced stage martial disciple was 100. The limit for strength was 1,000 kilograms and in 10 meters in 4 seconds for speed. All his attributes had far surpassed those limits. Some time ago, he had specifically tested his speed and realized that he could run 100 meters in 2 seconds. This was much faster than the advanced stage martial disciples. It might only be a 2 seconds difference, but many people might not be able to cross this hurdle even after 3 to 5 years. Think about how hard it was to break the 100 meters sprint record for the Olympics. This was proof of its difficulty. In addition to his mastery in basic footwork, if Wang Teng was to meet another advanced stage martial disciple, he would dominate them without a doubt. Getting to here, there was a need to emphasize the fact that all of Wang Teng's battle techniques had reached mastery state. What was mastery? As its name suggested, it was mastery to the smallest detail of the technique. It was a state above the perfected state. What kind of power did a mastery state battle technique possess? A simple example would make it clear. If a person was attacked and he had reached the perfected state of basic footwork, he would need to move more than half a meter to evade the attack. If the person had reached the mastery state of basic footwork, he would be able to remain unscathed by maneuvering close to the attacker. The distance between the two would be no more than a few centimeters. Hence, the difference between the two states could only be depicted clearly during an actual battle. One could say that Wang Teng's current ability was only a step away from an official martial warrior. Once he started cultivating the force, he would become a real martial warrior on Friday. After the lesson ended, Wang Teng went back home as per usual. He drove his car along the road and looked at the scenery outside the car window. Yet in his heart he was pondering how he could get a force cultivation skill scripture. His current stage was known as a prospective martial warrior. Once he started cultivating the force, his status would change, but the force skill scripture was different from the foundation battle techniques and aerobics that any martial disciple or average person could practice. The imparting of force skill scriptures had always been tightly regulated. One could pass the martial arts exam and learn it in universities. This was the path with the most freedom. Another way was to apply for a prospective martial warrior exam at martial arts academies. Once he passed and the academy found nothing wrong with his background, they would impart their force skill scriptures to him. This way, he would become a martial warrior of the martial arts academy. He would be on the same boat as the martial arts academy. The last method was to become a vassal of some powerful family. If you were able to gain the other party's trust, they might impart their force skill scriptures to you. However, this was equivalent to selling your life. Martial arts exam was after the university entrance exam. Furthermore, he had to wait until he entered the university to learn the skill scriptures. It took too long. Wang Teng didn't consider this option. Should he go to the martial arts academy to become a prospective martial warrior? No way, no way. Wang Teng's family knew his progress. He had only started practicing martial arts not long ago, and yet he was already on the way to becoming a martial warrior. If unscrupulous people laid their eyes on him, things would turn troublesome. Then should he become a vassal for other martial warrior families? Forget it. He was still a rich second generation. He would be lowering his status if he became other people's lackey. Bang! As he was pondering to himself, he heard a loud explosion in front of him. A great cloud of smoke was billowing out in front of him. Intersection in front of him was jammed for some reason, and the car ahead braked abruptly. It looked like there was a rear-end collision. Wang Teng's reaction was swift. He immediately stepped on the brake. However, the distance was too near, so the car still jerked forward due to inertia. Boom! He knocked into the boot of the car. Beep, 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 ring, ring, ring. In an instant, the honking of the cars and the sirens of the police cars intertwined together. The scene was messy and chaotic. This part of the road was completely paralyzed. Wang Teng frowned. He had no choice but to get out of his car to look at what had happened. He needed to go back home for dinner. What is happening? Oh my God, what's going on? The car is wrecked. The drivers stuck their heads out of their cars and started cursing. Bang, bang, bang! Right then, a few more loud sounds stunned the scene into silence in a blink of an eye. Gunshots! Wang Teng was astounded. I'm sure I didn't hear wrong. That was definitely gunshots. Robbery in daylight, riot, or was it kidnapping? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind. Suddenly, he saw a few people dashing over based on their speed. They must be martial disciples. Wang Teng made his judgment in his mind. Then he hurriedly shifted to the side. He didn't know what was happening, so it was better to mind his own business. He wanted to step away, but unfortunately, it didn't mean that troubles wouldn't look for him. When these people ran past him, the one with a scar on his face suddenly shouted, "Wait! What is it?" His companions asked him in a hurry. "The police are arriving soon. We're too passive if we run like this. We should kidnap a hostage so that we can negotiate with them." The man wanted to grab Wang Teng as he spoke. Just as Wang Teng was about to resist, the man with a scar on his face raised a gun with his other hand and aimed it at his head. "Be obedient, if not, I will shoot you." He was on tenterhooks. The intense aura of death caused Wang Teng's mind to explode, and the blood in his body started flowing furiously. His heart stopped beating for a split second, then it started palpitating. Chapter 20. So, I can only kill them. Danger. Extreme danger. Although this was Wang Teng's second lifetime, it was the first time someone was pointing a gun directly at his head in the face of life and death. The fear was terrifying. He was reborn, but he hadn't experienced an actual death before. Back then, he felt that he just woke up from a deep sleep. It was nothing compared to the situation now. The black muzzle felt like a terrifying, huge beast opening its mouth. Inside it was hell, and it felt eerie. The beast seemed to be waiting to swallow him whole. Terrifying, horrifying. Immediately, Wang Teng's body froze and his soul trembled uncontrollably. Even though he was practicing martial arts, he was still a normal person. He had never met such a situation before. Also, at such a close distance, he could clearly see the silver patterns on the body of the pistol. They were force runes. This was a force rune gun. It was a deadly threat to advanced stage martial disciples as well as martial warriors. Hence, even though he had reached the speed of 50 meters per second and his footwork was at the mastery stage, he didn't dare to move when there was a force rune gun pointing at his head. Damn it, Wang Teng cursed in his heart. Then he instantly gave in. He gave in within a split second. He gave up without any hesitation. "Don't shoot, I will cooperate with you," Wang Teng said in a hurry. He was afraid that the other part would kill him out of pure unhappiness. He had no choice but to be a coward. This was too frightening. He couldn't help but tremble in fear. "Be obedient. Don't think of playing any tricks. If you do, I will let you have a taste of this gun." The man with a scar on his face pushed Wang Teng and threatened. Thus, Wang Teng was forced to join their escape gang. He observed them secretly. There were a total of 5 people in this group, and they all had force rune guns in their hands. From their aura, they were at least intermediate stage martial disciples. When Wang Teng's gaze swept past 3 of them, he paused instinctively. Each one of them was carrying a huge bag that was stuffed to the brim. The zip wasn't closed properly, so one could faintly see the notes inside. Could it be that they robbed a bank? "I remember that there is a bank not far away in front." Wang Teng suddenly felt that his situation wasn't good. He seemed to have gotten involved in a troublesome matter. Does this mean that they were just passing by and I accidentally became their hostage? Wang Teng was a little speechless, feeling innocent and unlucky. He was able to meet robbers on his way home. Meeting them was all right. Why did they choose him as their hostage when there were so many others around? Were they bullying him? He didn't know that the man with a scar on his face chose him because he was driving a sports car. A rich second generation definitely had a higher status than an average person. Hence, he took Wang Teng as his hostage. Wang Teng was forced into a small alley as the robbers seized him by his arm. Then he kept running and making turns in the alley, losing his sense of direction. He didn't know how long he ran. He pretended that he was extremely weak and started panting heavily after running for a short time. Damn it, this rich second generation must have slept with too many women. Look at how weak he is. One of the robbers cursed Wang Teng. He was probably envious, jealous, or just didn't like Wang Teng. "Shall we kill him directly?" "Bringing him along will be a hindrance," another robber wearing a cap said ruthlessly. "What the fork?" Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. This person was so cold-blooded he only ran a little slower, yet he already wanted to kill him. Did he have to be so cruel? "Don't kill me. I can run. I will definitely keep up with you," Wang Teng said frantically. "Forget it. We have already come this far with him. It's just a few more meters. Everything will be fine once we get in the car." The leader of the robbers replied. The few of them ran for another 10 minutes. Wang Teng appeared exhausted, but he still managed to keep up with them. A white van was parked at the side of an old street. One robber pulled the car door open and stuffed Wang Teng inside. The engine of the van started with a loud roar. The van drove in the city at high speed. Suddenly, the police siren was heard behind them. The police have caught up with us." The robber who was driving slapped the steering wheel and stepped heavily on the accelerator. The van charged forward. The van in front listened. "Stop at the side of the road immediately. Stop at the side of the road immediately." "You must be kidding." The driver stuck his hand out of the car and gave the cars behind his middle finger. "To the right." "Go up the highway," the leader of the robbers said calmly. The driver turned the steering wheel. The head turned sharply as the van's boot skidded for a distance, creating a long mark on the ground. Then it started flying towards the right. The police car in front overshot by a huge distance before it managed to stop. It turned and started chasing the van. Hence, the police car and the van started their cat-and-mouse game on the highway. During the chase, many cars collided with one another, causing traffic congestions. Drivers with road rage symptoms stuck their heads out to curse. Calling the van in front, "If you don't stop your car now, we will open fire." The robbers turned a deaf ear to the police bang. A gunshot was heard immediately thereafter. However, it was fired at the sky. Since there were too many people in the city, the police didn't dare to fire randomly. This gunshot was purely to scare the robbers. But the robbers weren't easy to deal with. The more you tried to scare them, the more vicious they would get. The man with a scar on his face pushed his gun against Wang Teng and stuck his head out of the car. He shouted fiercely, "If you dare to shoot, I will kill him first." Wang Teng felt like a puppet. He felt weak and helpless. As the van sped along the highway, the wind blew against his hair, causing his mind to be in a mess. Who on earth did I provoke? Wang Teng asked the heavens helplessly. As expected, the police behind decided to spare the rat to save the dishes. They didn't dare fire anymore. After seeing their actions, the man with a scar on his face pulled Wang Teng back into the car. He proudly said to the other robbers, "Look, this is the benefits of having a hostage. You did well." The leader wasn't stingy with his compliments. Wang Teng rolled his eyes while silently ridiculing them in his heart. "You are really smart." Unfortunately, it was too early for them to feel happy. More than 10 police cars were chasing, obstructing, and intercepting the robbers' van. The robbers had underestimated the determination of the police. Although they were crafty, they were still stopped in front of an office building. "We are just taking some money to spend. Do they have to chase us so fervently?" "Shut up," the leader of the robbers shouted with a cold expression. They had no choice but to alight the van. Then they retreated into the office building while dragging Wang Teng along. "You have been surrounded from all sides. I repeat, you are surrounded. Hurry up. Lay down your arms and surrender." This sentence kept coming out from the police's loudspeaker. The robbers ignored them and dashed into the office building. It was after work timing, so most people had already left the office. No one could be seen in the lobby. The robbers went up to the 3rd floor, probably wanting to occupy the high ground. The 3rd floor belonged to a fashion design company. There were still a few professionals working overtime inside, and most of them were ladies. Robbers kicked the door open and charged inside. Bang! One of them fired a shot to take control of the scene. His scare tactics made the scene even rowdier. The shouts of the anger of the office ladies turned into screams of terror. The leader of the robbers aimed his muzzle at a middle-aged lady and pulled the trigger. The other party's thigh got hit, and she screamed in pain. The middle-aged lady looked like someone with a high status in the company. Before the robbers broke in, she was reprimanding her subordinates. But in a blink of an eye, everything turned tragic. The other office ladies shrieked when they saw blood. Some of their voices even broke. "Shut up. I will kill anyone who makes another sound," the leader warned coldly. The office ladies quickly covered their mouths in unplanned unison. They were afraid that if they made a sound and stood out, the robbers would kill them. Middle-aged lady who was shot forcefully resisted the urge to make any sounds due to the pain. Cold sweat could be seen all over her forehead. Wang Teng frowned. This bunch of robbers was outrageous and ruthless. They didn't care about human life at all. This was too crazy. "Go to the corner and squat down with your hands over your head. If anyone dares to create trouble, my gun might accidentally fire at you." A robber waved his gun and signaled everyone to squat in a corner. However, Wang Teng wasn't so lucky as he was pushed to the window. He looked down and saw around 20 police cars surrounding the office building. Many police officers had their guns raised at the windows of the building. "Leader, what should we do?" The man with a scar on his face asked furiously. The leader didn't bother to reply with words. Instead, he fired a shot straight at the police. The police officers hurriedly hid behind their shields or cars. "Listen, prepare a helicopter for us within an hour. If we don't see the helicopter 1 minute after the allocated time, we will kill 1 hostage. If 2 minutes pass, we will kill 2 hostages. We will kill until everyone here dies." The police weren't the only ones who had heard his words. Wang Teng and the other hostages in the building heard him too. The employees of the fashion design company turned pale with fear. As the first hostage, Wang Teng's heart was raised to his throat and his face turned black. But these 5 robbers had 5 force rune guns with them. He wasn't confident he could deal with them. He could only place his hope in the police. He prayed that they would be able to prepare the helicopter in time. Time continued to pass slowly. 1 hour had almost passed. However, there was no helicopter. The hostages had looks of despair on their faces. "It's almost 1 minute past the allocated time. If the helicopter doesn't come soon, you're forcing us to kill a hostage," the leader shouted at the police cars below. "Don't act rashly. The helicopter is on the way. It will arrive soon." The person in charge below was perspiring profusely because of anxiety as he used the loudspeaker to reply to the robbers. The leader didn't say anything. From his reaction, he didn't seem to care about the reason. As long as the time exceeded the deadline, he would kill someone. 1 minute passed in a blink of an eye. "Brat, you come over," the leader of the robbers pointed at Wang Teng. "It's too bad. You were unlucky." The man with a scar on his face gave a hideous smile. He pushed Wang Teng towards his leader. Wang Teng sighed. He felt that he didn't look at the almanac before he left his house this morning. This must be why he was so unlucky today. Initially, he thought that if he acted as an obedient hostage, the robbers would let him go after achieving their goal. But from the looks of it now, he was too naive. I can't just wait for death. There is no route of retreat now. They want to kill me, but I don't want to die. I'm still young, and I was given a chance to be reborn. How can I die here? I can't let that happen. No one can kill me. My new life is just starting. I have many regrets to make up for, and many things I want to do this lifetime. I need to be filial to my parents. I have to become a martial arts warrior and make them proud. I also want to see how the Xingwu continent looks like. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Thus, I have to kill them. Chapter 21, Pentakill. I'm so obedient, cooperative, and cute. Why do they still want to kill me? Wang Teng didn't understand at all. His mother was right. A cute and handsome, rich second generation like him must protect himself properly when he was outside. The outside world was too dangerous. His life could be in peril at any moment. Wang Teng walked towards the leader of the robbers step by step. His whole body was trembling with excitement. "Kill them! I must kill them! They are all extremely wicked and evil people. 1 step. 2 steps. As he got closer and closer, the other hostages looked at him with compassion in their eyes. They felt pity for him. But at the same time, there was a hint of relief in their gazes. They felt glad that they weren't the first to get killed. They were shivering in fear, too. This bunch of robbers wasn't even willing to let off such a cute young boy. There was no limit to their cruelness. Why hadn't the police's helicopter arrived? They would be the ones getting killed if it didn't come soon. Kill them. Kill them. Wang Teng almost had a mental breakdown. He was extremely nervous. His palm, back, and forehead were drenched with perspiration. There was no other way beside killing them. 3 steps. 4 steps. Very soon he was less than half a meter away from the leader. "Hurry up and come over," shouted the leader impatiently. "Enough. This is close enough. I can't wait anymore." Wang Teng raised his head abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot. "Why do you have to force me?" The leader of the robbers felt that Wang Teng had probably lost his mind in the face of fear, hence his nonsense. But the next instant the eyes of the robbers and the hostages widened in surprise. The leader of the robbers looked as though he had seen a ghost. What did he see? A moment ago, this hostage was still acting like a little lamb. The next second, he turned into a crazy, fierce bear. His aura transformed in an instant. Everything felt slow, but it just took an instant. When Wang Teng raised his head, there was no hesitation in his mind. His decision was firm and resolute as he stomped his feet heavily. Boom! The ceramic tiles on the ground shattered, and stone shards flew everywhere. The force exploded below his feet, pushing Wang Teng out abruptly. He shot out like an arrow from a bow and arrived in front of the leader within a split second. It was a result of extreme speed and mastery stage footwork. Wang Teng crossed the distance of half a meter within a blink of an eye. Even though the leader of the robbers could see him, he wasn't able to react in time. Wang Teng's fist was like a hammer pounding the iron as he raised it high and punched it down. His fist became bigger and bigger in the robber's eyes, shocking him senseless. The second he spoke the word, Wang Teng's full-force attack had already landed on his head. Bang! The power of more than 1,000 kilograms was extremely frightening. It probably felt like a lorry driving past your head. Bang! The sound was crisp, as if a watermelon was crushed. First blood, it got crushed. However, Wang Teng didn't have any extreme feelings. At the moment, he was only thinking about the threat to his life. He killed 1 enemy yet, and there were still 4 left. They had guns. They were too scary. He must finish this battle as soon as possible. Hence, he didn't stop for a single second. He grabbed the leader's corpse tightly and smashed it at the robber standing behind with a scar on his face. At the same time, Wang Teng dashed forward. His mind was churning furiously. All the basic battle techniques he had learned so far seemed to be integrating into one whole. Footwork was merged with speed, sword skills and blade skills were merged into the fist skills. He didn't have any weapons in his hands, so he used his fists as the sword and his legs as the blade. The robber with a scar on his face was in a flurry when his leader's corpse smashed into him. Wang Teng swept his leg from the left like a blade. Crack! The sound of bones cracking spooked the onlookers. Boom! The man shot out horizontally and slammed into the wall like a rag doll. He spat a mouthful of blood before his head tilted to the side. The guy was deader than dead. Double kill.
Bang, bang.
The other 3 bandits panicked. But they finally regained their senses and fired at Wang Teng. The runes reinforced bullets poured out of the guns, halting Wang Teng's advance. These bullets were faster and more powerful. Swoosh! The bullets tore through the air, bringing along a shrill screech with them as they charged towards the vital spots on Wang Teng's body. His head, heart, thigh. Wang Teng was well prepared. After he got rid of the man with a scar on the face, he shrunk his body and did a perfect roll on the ground. In one smooth motion, he hid under the office desk. Bang! The bullets hit the wall and blasted a huge hole in it. When Wang Teng glanced at the hole, a lingering fear washed over him. He felt fortunate that he hadn't rashly resisted the robbers at the start. Based on how powerful these bullets were, they would definitely bore a bloody hole in his body. Even if he had an advanced stage martial disciple's physique, he wasn't bulletproof. This thought only stayed in his mind for a split second. Then he immediately grabbed the chair in front of him and threw it out. At the same time, he dashed out in the other direction. The 3 robbers were extremely tense. When they saw something flying out, they instinctively fired multiple shots in that direction. Oh shit. Immediately after, they knew that they were in trouble. Wang Teng didn't give them time to regret it. He charged towards them from the other side and shot his fist out like a cannon, firing it at a robber's temple. The robber staggered and fell on the ground with a thud. Triple kill, 1 more down. Then he turned to a robber who was 2 meters away from him. Wang Teng remembered this person. He was the first one who wanted to kill him. Thus he exerted more power in his attack. Wang Teng clutched his hands together and smashed them down like a sledgehammer. The poor guy flew 3 meters backward. Quadra kill. Bang, bang. The last robber was the driver. By now he had realized that Wang Teng was extremely fierce and vicious. His companions couldn't handle his attack at all. They were either dead or seriously injured. He was so frightened that he kept retreating. In his flurry, he fired a few shots at Wang Teng. Wang Teng dodged, dashed beside the robber, and landed a punch. This was the simplest sword stab from the basic sword skill. One attack, another attack. In the end, the final robber also fell to the floor. Pentakill. All 5 robbers were taken care of from the time Wang Teng started attacking to the end of the battle. Less than 1 minute had elapsed. The hostages were all flabbergasted. Their jaws almost touched the ground, but no sound came out. A middle-aged woman, who was injured, seemed to have temporarily forgotten her pain. She stared at him in a daze. "We are both hostages. Why are you so outstanding and fierce? We are supposed to shiver in fear together, but you killed the robbers instead. Are you a devil?" Pant, pant, pant. After the 5 robbers collapsed, Wang Teng was finally able to relax his taut nerves. He breathed in large mouthfuls of air. Exhaustion, a feeling of overwhelming exhaustion, flooded his body. This battle had only lasted less than a minute, but his state of mind was tense as he had been dancing on the edge of life and death. The adrenaline rushed through his vessels, and his body operated at an unprecedented high. This was mentally and physically draining for him. "Why did you force me?" Wang Teng muttered to himself while scanning the room. Suddenly his face turned pale. A horrifying state of the robbers made his stomach churn, and the stomach acid almost spurted out of his throat. He hurriedly turned his head away. Coincidentally, he met the gaze of the hostages. These people had looks of fear on their faces. They were pale too, and some were even vomiting in the corner. However, their gazes were a bit weird. They didn't seem to be looking at a kind and honest high school student. Instead, they seemed to be looking at a perverted murderer. "Will you believe me if I said I'm a good person?" asked Wang Teng sincerely. The hostages shook their heads in unplanned unison. Then they reacted quickly and started nodding their heads frantically. However, their guilty expressions weren't convincing at all. Chapter 22. I just want to stay alive. Wang Teng came out of the police station when it was nearing 9 p.m. Before this, he had called home and told his parents that he was having dinner with his classmates tonight. In actual fact, he was brought to the police station to record his statement. Fortunately, Wang Teng was a victim, so the police released him after they understood what had happened. The captain of the criminal police personally sent Wang Teng to the door. He passed a cigarette to him. "Want one?" Wang Teng didn't stand on ceremony. He directly took the cigarette and placed it in his mouth. The 2 of them lit their cigarettes and started smoking in front of the police station. "You know how to smoke at such a young age?" Yang Zhenqiao smiled and teased Wang Teng. "Let's not talk about it." Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. Yang Zhenqiao didn't probe further. He dropped the casual attitude and said seriously, "Those robbers fled from other cities to our Donghai city. They have committed many heinous crimes, and they are all wanted criminals. You should be able to tell that they are all cruel and evil people. Their hands are stained with the blood of quite a few innocents. You're getting rid of evil for the people by killing them. Hence, don't feel too pressured." Wang Teng instantly felt much better. As expected, they were bad people. If I wasn't forced into a corner, why would a model student like me with all-rounded development in morality, intelligence, and physical education retaliate so violently? Yang Zhenchao? This brat seemed a little shameless. Yang Zhenchao felt that his concern was redundant. He said grumpily, "After we finish the procedures on our side, we will reward you with a silk banner and the bounty." "Huh? You're still going to give me a silk banner and bounty?" Wang Teng was a little shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. I don't deserve it." "Really? This gang of robbers has been on the wanted list for a long time, but no one managed to catch them, so the bounty is extremely high."
It's as much as 100,000.
Yang Zhenchao thought that Wang Teng didn't know what he was rejecting, so he kindly explained to him. "I really don't need it. I don't lack the money," Wang Teng replied casually. "You don't lack the money?" Yang Zhenchao was speechless. This brat was really arrogant. "Why don't I donate the bounty to your station? You are the servants of the citizens. That is hard work. You can take it as my way of saying thank you," said Wang Teng. "Allow me to represent the police and thank you on their behalf." Yang Zhenchao was filled with profound veneration. "Oh, right, Captain Yang. Before I was taken hostage, my car was abandoned in the middle of the road. Can you help me check if it was seized by the police?" Wang Teng suddenly remembered his sports car that was stuck in the traffic. "Okay, I will make a call and ask." After the call connected, Yang Zhenchao spoke a few sentences. Then he asked Wang Teng for his license plate number. The answer arrived very quickly. It was indeed seized. "Come, let me bring you over to collect your car." Yang Zhenchao hung up and said, "Okay." Wang Teng nodded and followed the guy. "Honestly speaking, your attacks were a little ruthless." While walking, Yang Zhenchao suddenly turned and said to Wang Teng, "This is the first time I've encountered an issue like this. It looks like I really didn't know how to control my strength." Wang Teng said helplessly. "Compared to you, my first time was very different. I almost failed miserably on an easy task. Luckily, a senior helped me." Yang Zhenchao was immersed in his memory. Then he exclaimed, "You're so young, yet you're already an advanced stage martial disciple. You're stronger than me. I feel that within 2 years you can become a martial warrior." "Captain Yang, you're praising me too much. I was just lucky." Wang Teng remained humble. After some time, the duo arrived at their destination. They were asked to sign some papers before collecting the car. Yang Zhenchao looked at the sports car in front of him and was rendered speechless. "No wonder you felt that the 100,000 was nothing. You really don't need the money." Wang Teng got into the car and waved at Yang Zhenchao. "Captain Yang, thank you for today. I need to go home now. If not, my parents will be worried." "You're welcome. I almost forgot that you're a high school student. Hurry up and go home." Yang Zhenchao nodded. A man around 30 years old came beside Yang Zhenchao, who was watching the sports car drive off in the distance. He asked, "What is this young man's background? How is he able to make you send him off personally?" "He doesn't come from anywhere, but he's an advanced stage martial disciple. Today he personally killed 5 criminals carrying rune guns empty-handed," Yang Zhenchao replied. "Advanced stage martial disciple." The man was astounded. "He's only around 17, right? Yet he's already an advanced stage martial disciple. He even managed to kill 5 criminals with rune guns on them empty-handed. That's really powerful. Where did this genius come from? Who knows, but he's really amazing. I'm afraid that when I meet him in the future, I can only look up to him," Yang Zhenchao also exclaimed. The man nodded his head in agreement. Wang Teng didn't know the discussion going on between the 2 people behind him. He drove his car and went directly to the Jixin Martial House. After he reached the Martial Arts Academy, he directly headed to the 2nd floor. Looking at the students practicing diligently in the training hall, his anxious nerves started to calm down. Wang Teng made a round around the hall and picked up the dropped attributes. He then walked in front of a sandbag and started practicing his fist skill. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Teng needed an avenue to let out his emotions. He needed to release the accumulated stress and pressure in his heart. Thus he pounded the sandbag furiously. His arm formed a lingering shadow as he punched the sandbag. The sandbag started shaking violently due to the force of his punches. It seemed as though it was experiencing a storm. The students beside him unconsciously took a few steps back when they saw his crazy actions. This was so scary. Was this person a maniac? They needed to stay as far away from him as possible. While Wang Teng was practicing his fist skill, the image of him killing the 5 robbers kept replaying in his mind. If he was given a chance to choose again, would he attack so ruthlessly? The answer was yes. He wasn't used to it, but he didn't feel that he was wrong. A person who killed others would be killed in return by other people. Also, in that situation, the robbers would have retaliated even more violently if he hadn't finished them in a single move. They had rune guns. If he wasn't careful enough, he would be the one getting killed. Thus, kindness was undesirable. He did everything because he just wanted to live. After he finished practicing his fist skill, he started on his sword and blade skills. Wang Teng didn't want to stop even for a second. Instead, he wanted to be exhausted. That was the only way he was able to release all the pressure in his heart. Thus, Wang Teng practiced all the way until 11 p.m. After the students left, he dragged his tired body to his car and drove back home. Only when he reached home did he finally feel relieved and at peace. "Son, weren't you eating dinner with your classmates? Why did you go to the martial arts academy?" Li Shumei couldn't help but ask when she saw Wang Teng drenched in sweat and the look of exhaustion on his face. "I went there after dinner. We need to be consistent in practicing martial arts." Wang Teng smiled and replied, "You're really serious this time, my boy," Li Shumei said with relief. "Hurry up and bath. I will make some supper for you. Come down and eat it later." Li Shumei's care and concern warmed up Wang Teng's cold heart. He smiled and walked upstairs. He took some clothes and entered the bathroom. Then he opened the water tap. Cold water splashed on his tired body, seemingly washing everything away. After a cold bath, Wang Teng felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He felt light and free. He dried his hair and went down. "Wow, this smells really good. Mom, what good food did you make?" "Your favorite egg noodles. I used star beast meat to make the soup and added some star beast meat inside too. Come and eat it." Li Shumei carried a bowl of noodles and walked out of the kitchen. "No wonder it smells different. It's even more fragrant." Wang Teng took his chopsticks in anticipation and slurped a huge mouth of the noodles. "This is delicious." Wang Teng swallowed everything into his stomach like a whale. The heat flowed out of his mouth as he complimented involuntarily. "Eat more if you find it delicious. Practicing martial arts takes up too much of your energy. You need to replenish your stamina," Li Shumei said. "Okay." Wang Teng finished more than half of the noodles within a few mouthfuls. He raised his head and asked, "Mom, where's Dad? Why don't I see him around?" "He went overseas for business. He won't be returning for the next 2 days," Li Shumei replied. "I see." Wang Teng finished his noodles quickly and patted his stomach in satisfaction. Then he stood up and stretched his back. "I'm so full. Mom, I will go up now. Rest early, too." "Okay, I will sleep after I wash the dishes," Li Shumei answered. Wang Teng went back to his own room and took out his phone. There were a few unread messages on his WeChat. Bai Wei had dropped a couple of messages asking him what he was doing. One came from Yu Hao. This fellow wanted to practice martial arts with him. They had sent the messages when he was taken as a hostage, so he naturally couldn't reply to them. Since it was very late, he didn't message them back. He decided to wait until tomorrow. Wang Teng got on his computer and surfed the internet for a while. He watched the thick-headed netizens quarreling and making fun of other people. When he started feeling sleepy, he climbed onto his bed in a happy mood and said goodnight to himself. He closed his eyes and slipped into the dreamland. Chapter 23, Mountain Villa Gathering. The next day was Saturday. Wang Teng woke up late, which was rare. He only opened his eyes past 8 a.m. The sunlight outside the window sprinkled in and landed on his face. Wang Teng raised his hand to block the light, taking some time to get used to the brightness. "It's 8:45 a.m. Wang Teng glanced at the time. He climbed out of bed, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. Then he went downstairs. Aunt Chen and Aunt Li, the maids at his house, had already started working. Aunt Chen was sweeping the floor while Aunt Li was dusting. The villa was huge and spacious, but it was hard to clean. It was impractical to clean the house themselves. "You're awake. Come and have some breakfast," Li Shumei said when she saw him. "Mom, I overslept." "Why didn't you wake me up?" asked Wang Teng. "You looked so tired yesterday, so I didn't call you. It's Saturday." 1 or 2 hours won't make a difference," Li Shumei replied. "Young master has really changed. He's becoming more and more hardworking." Aunt Li smiled and said, although Aunt Chen and Aunt Li were maids, they had a good relationship with Wang Teng's family. In the past, no matter how playful and cocky Wang Teng was, he never disrespected them in any way. This was attributed to Wang Shengguo's strictness and Li Shumei's character education. A child was a reflection of his parents. I heard that young master is practicing martial arts now. My son used to do so in the past, but he didn't have the talent. He could only give up in the end. After all, the burden of practicing martial arts is too great for normal families like us. Aunt Chen agreed and continued. Don't praise him anymore. If not, he will become arrogant. Li Xiumei smiled and replied. Wang Teng ate his breakfast while chatting with the maids. He also replied to Bai Wei and Yu Hao's messages whenever he could. After he finished his breakfast, he informed Li Xiumei and drove his car out. Jixin Martial House, second floor of the Martial Disciple Training Building. Wang Teng greeted a few familiar students. Ah, Teng, you're a little late today. Zhang Xiaoyang stopped his fist training and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked like he had been training for a few hours. I overslept, and my mom didn't wake me up. Wang Teng said helplessly. Ha ha ha. All mothers are the same. If I overslept, my mom would never wake me up either. Zhang Xiaoyang replied smilingly. Wang Teng laughed and shook his head. Oh, right, I have something to tell you. I will become an advanced stage martial disciple soon, Zhang Xiaoyang said happily. Oh, congratulations. When are you preparing to level up? Wang Teng was shocked for a moment. However, he didn't find it strange. Zhang Xiaoyang's ability was already close to that of an advanced stage martial disciple in the past. He had predicted that Zhang Xiaoyang would have his breakthrough any time now. I'll warm up in the morning before going for the test. If no accident happens, I'll go to the third floor for practice in the afternoon. Zhang Xiaoyang answered. Wang Teng nodded as he teased. There are more powerful people on the third floor. Don't get tortured. How is that possible? After I train for a period, I'll definitely catch up with them. Let's talk about you instead. Don't make me wait too long. Hurry up and become an advanced stage martial disciple soon. I think that I advance faster when I duel with you, Zhang Xiaoyang said. All right, I won't hold you up, Wang Teng smiled. The two of them chatted for a while and soon started practicing. They didn't waste any time. In the afternoon, Wang Teng went to watch Zhang Xiaoyang's test. All his indicators had reached the basic requirements. Therefore, he successfully became an advanced stage martial disciple and went to the third floor. Wang Teng was genuinely happy for him. Advanced stage martial disciple, he was one step closer to becoming a martial warrior, although this one step was huge. It was what all martial disciples worked hard to achieve. When will I be able to become a martial warrior? I wish I can get a four-skill scripture. Unfortunately, that's too difficult. Wang Teng pondered silently. He still didn't know what to do. Wang Teng spent the rest of his time in the martial arts academy. He picked up attributes and practiced furiously at the same time. He didn't even have the energy to tease that fatty, Wu Lang. Sunday, sometime past 9 a.m. Wang Teng was still practicing in the martial arts academy when he received a call from Xu Jie. He said that there was a gathering today where they would be able to meet many friends from old and well-known families. Thus, he wanted to invite Wang Teng, Bai Wei, and his other friends. Wang Teng initially wanted to reject his offer, but he couldn't resist Xu Jie's nagging. He felt that Xu Jie would keep pestering him until he agreed. Hence, he accepted the invitation helplessly. They had been friends for so many years, so it wouldn't be good to make Xu Jie lose face. Honestly, he wasn't willing to attend the gathering. He had been to many such parties in his past life. The people attending were all rich, second generations or children of officials. Everyone gathered to eat, drink, play, and keep up their friendships. Once they forged a good relationship, they could go out more in the future. If anyone had trouble, they could help one another out. But in his past life, when his family went downhill, these people dodged as far away as possible. No one was really willing to help him. At that time, he understood. These were all fair-weather friends. They appeared like brothers on the surface, helping you when you have small or unimportant problems. Once you were in a true dilemma, you couldn't rely on them at all. Forget it. I'll just go there to have some good food and drinks. Wang Teng consoled himself. He placed the sword and blade he was holding back into the weapons room. Then he returned home to tidy up and changed his clothes. He prepared to meet Xu Jie and his friends first. Mom, I won't be coming home for dinner. I'm going to a gathering of our circle with Xu Jie and some other friends, Wang Teng told Li Xiumei. Go ahead. It's good to go out and make some friends. You practice martial arts every day? I'm worried that you will get addicted to martial arts and won't find a girlfriend in the future. The moment he heard Li Xiumei mention his girlfriend, Wang Teng felt his head spinning. Judging from his mother's expression, he felt that she planned to continue this topic forever. Thus, he immediately ran away in fright. This is so scary. When Wang Teng drove his car, he still had lingering fears. 20 minutes later, he met Xu Jie and his friends at the toll station heading to Mount Baoan. This gathering was being held inside a mountain villa on Mount Baoan. It was said that the host family was influential. and he had massive sway over the younger generation. This mountain villa was his personal property. He had provided it for their gathering today. The four of them drove 2 cars in. Bai Wei was sitting in Wang Teng's car as she briefly explained the situation to him. She wasn't clear about the details either. Xu Ji drove his car in front of them to lead the way. Yu Hao was sitting in his car, feeling a little bitter. At first, he wanted to sit with Bai Wei so that they could have a conversation along the journey. Yet before he could open his mouth, Bai Wei had already run to Wang Teng's car. Wang Teng's sports car could only fit 2 people. In the end, Yu Hao had to throw his thoughts away. Mount Bao'an was at the outskirts of Donghai City. If they took the highway, they would reach in half an hour. There were road signs placed at regular intervals. I followed them and left the highway, driving up the hill along a cement road. After years of development, there were many mountain villas and entertainment facilities built on Mount Bao'an. A broad road was constructed to make it more convenient for travelers. The road's construction was made possible because Mount Bao'an wasn't high. If it was too high, the road wouldn't reach the top. Lush forests lined the sides of the road and painted beautiful scenery. Mixed with the occasional chirping of birds, the sound of a flowing stream floated into their ears. It was invigorating and refreshing and lightened up people's moods. Chapter 24, Zhou Baiyun. Ever since the dimensional rifts appeared, the living creatures on Earth went through tremendous changes. The trees turned huge and luscious. The animals became enormous, and the unique characteristics of each species were enhanced. Those that were ferocious became more ferocious, while stupids turned even more stupid. In the wilderness, there were giant eagles with a wingspan of 100 meters soaring in the sky. There were lions the size of lorries occupying the grasslands. There were also fierce tigers with wings roaring in the forest, of course. In the cities, there were still stupid huskies devoted to their great course of dismantling homes. There were also cute cats dedicated to acting cute. The mutated star beasts were blocked by martial warriors outside the city. In the city, its citizens continued to get along happily with the animals. Mount Bao'an wasn't part of the wilderness. It was still within the vicinity of the city. The trees were lush and green, and they were all more than 10 meters tall. It was a magnificent scene. Occasionally, colorful birds would fly out of the forest and stop at the side of the road, ignoring the cars going back and forth. In the past, these birds were just ordinary wild birds. Yet now their feathers were bright and colorful, their eyes were beautiful, and their posture was elegant. They could honestly be compared to the precious and rare birds in the past. However, in this era, they were just wild birds that could be seen all the time in the mountains. A white rabbit popped its head out from the bushes, peeking around with its ruby-like eyes. Its fur was smooth and glossy, and its long ears were folded back. "Little white rabbit! What a cute little white rabbit!" Bai Wei exclaimed in surprise. Wang Teng glanced at the rabbit from the corner of his eyes while driving his car. The corners of his lips twitched uncontrollably. "This little white rabbit isn't little at all." The car drove away quickly. The little white rabbit also disappeared into the bushes, leaving Bai Wei extremely disappointed. The 2 cars soon reached the middle of the mountain. A villa was built against the mountain wall with a verdant landscape as the backdrop. It merged with nature, making it high class, but not extravagant. After parking their cars, Wang Teng and his friends walked towards the villa. A line of attendants was waiting to welcome the guests at the door. They walked into the villa and passed through a corridor which opened into a huge hall. There were already many people happily interacting inside. Someone came forward and welcomed them when he saw the group. The person smiled and said, "Elder cousin, you came. Aren't you going to introduce your friends to me?" "Sun Gaoyan, my younger cousin. This is my elder brother, Wang Teng. These 2 are my best friends too, Yu Hao and Bai Wei." Xu Jie gave a mutual introduction. Sun Gaoyan was a little surprised when he heard Xu Jie calling Wang Teng his elder brother. They were cousins and were quite close to each other. Hence, he had some understanding of Xu Jie's personality, indifferent and nonchalant. Yet, he called Wang Teng his elder brother. This meant that he respected the guy from the bottom of his heart. "Xu Jie is my elder cousin. Since he calls you elder brother, I will call you brother too." Sun Gaoyan smiled and said to Wang Teng, "As the saying went, one can't be angry at a smiling person." Wang Teng also smiled in return and replied, "Each to his own. We are peers. There's no need to address each other formally as an elder brother. You can just call my name." Sun Gaoyan turned to Yu Hao and Bai Wei and chatted with them happily for a while. He took care of everyone and left no one unattended, with Sun Gaoyan bringing them around. Xu Jie and his friends quickly got familiar with the rest of the people. Wang Teng didn't like to socialize that much, but since he was here, he would respect other people when they came to speak to him. He would smile and reply to them as a rich second generation. He had never especially learned such a skill. However, he had witnessed situations like these before, so he knew how to handle it. Also, he wasn't a lunkhead who didn't know anything and frowned upon everything. He still had to do the superficial greetings. Among them, the most popular person was actually Bai Wei. This young lady was pretty and lovely. When she stood with the other ladies, other young men kept turning their heads to look at her. Yu Hao felt unhappy when he saw this. A while later, more people joined the party, around 20 in total. They were all either rich second generations or the children of officials. Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim over how influential the host of this gathering was.
Gaoyan, who is the host of this gathering?
Give me some information, Xu Jie asked Sun Gaoyan softly. Zhou Baiyun, Sun Gaoyan chuckled before saying the name. Zhou Baiyun, Xu Jie was astounded. That Zhou family? Yes, it's the Zhou family you're thinking of. Sun Gaoyan nodded and replied, Then who is this Zhou Baiyun? Xu Jie was puzzled, almost bursting with curiosity. The third child of the Zhou family. She stayed overseas in the past and just came back recently, Sun Gaoyan said. She isn't leaving anymore? Xu Ji immediately understood the situation. That's right, she's not leaving anymore. I'm afraid that there might be a fierce battle within the Zhou family in the future. Sun Gaoyan gave a meaningful smile. Bai Wei and Yu Hao were eavesdropping on their conversation. As rich second generations, they were naturally able to imagine future events. Wang Teng remained indifferent, though. This had nothing to do with him. No matter what happened, he wouldn't participate in it. Also, as long as he became a martial warrior, family feuds would be just a joke to him. She's here, someone suddenly shouted. Footsteps were heard outside the hall. Then 4 people walked in from outside. I'm sorry, I went to fetch a friend along the way. I apologize for letting everyone wait for such a long time. The lady in the middle of the 4 people scanned the crowd as she spoke. This lady seemed to be in her early 20s. She was tall and slender and could get 90 points for her beauty. However, she had a proud and domineering aura around her. She lifted her chin slightly and revealed her long, slender neck like an arrogant white swan. You're not too late. We just arrived too. Everyone showed respect towards her and chimed in. Why is Li Rongcheng here too? Xu Jie leaned towards Wang Teng and frowned as he asked, Didn't Miss Zhou say that he's her friend? Yu Hao pouted. Li Rongcheng has a grudge with us. Will he create difficulties for us by talking bad about us in front of Zhou Baiyun? Bai Wei asked. If he dares to talk behind our backs, Wang Teng will beat him to death. I didn't see him in school for the past few days. He must be dodging brother Wang Teng, Xu Jie said with contempt. All right, this is their home ground. Don't talk so much, Wang Teng said. Zhou Baiyun had a strong background and was skilled with people. As she interacted with all the rich second generations and children of government officials, people quickly forgot their unhappiness about her late arrival. As for Li Rongcheng, he accompanied her all the time. It was obvious that Zhou Baiyun regarded him as an important person. Whether they were real friends or not, no one would know. After some time, Zhou Baiyun held a glass of red wine and walked towards Wang Teng and his friends. You seem a little unfamiliar. May I know from which family talented youths like you come from? As the saying went, respect other people and you would naturally get respected. The moment the third princess of the Zhou family opened her mouth, she gave high respect to Wang Teng and his friends, talented youths. If students like Wang Teng, who didn't study well, were considered talented youths, they were dragging the standard for talented youths down to the abyss. Li Rongcheng's expression changed when he saw Wang Teng. Yuan Zhenghua was following Li Rongcheng, and his expression also followed his example. Their expression seemed to be carved out of the same mold before Sun Gaoyan could introduce them. Zhou Baiyun had already noticed the strange atmosphere between them. She smiled and asked, Do you know each other? Of course. How can we not know each other? We are old classmates. We are old friends, Xu Jie sniggered. Young Master Li, you look better recently? Wang Teng greeted Li Rongcheng casually since they knew each other. However, Li Rongcheng's expression worsened. Zhou Baiyun didn't know what was happening, so the smile on her face turned slightly awkward. Sun Gaoyan hurriedly introduced Wang Teng and his friends to her. Chapter 25, Hunting Ground. Oh, so it's the 5th young master of the Wang family, Zhou Baiyun smiled as she said. Her emotions a moment ago disappeared in an instant. Before coming here, she had done her homework on all the big and small prominent families in Donghai City. Thus, after Sun Gaoyan introduced these people to her, their identities immediately flashed through her mind. After a simple conversation, she excused herself and went to find other people. When she was a distance away, Xu Jie lowered his voice and whispered, Our families are probably not up to Zhou Baiyun's standard. Although Zhou Baiyun didn't portray her emotions, they could feel the difference in her attitude. She wasn't as hospitable to them as she was to the others. Sun Gaoyan was a little unhappy. He was the one who invited Xu Ji and his friends, so Zhou Baiyun's attitude made him feel humiliated. Wang Teng patted his shoulder. "Don't mind her. We came here today purely to have fun and enjoy some good food. Making friends is secondary." "Gaoyan, don't think too much. It feels good to eat and play for free the entire day." Xu Jie chuckled. The other three people instantly felt better after his consolation. "Hey, how did Li Rongcheng manage to get to know Zhou Baiyun?" "By right. The Li family isn't strong enough to befriend the Zhou family," Bai Wei suddenly asked. "I heard that Zhou Baiyun is looking for martial disciples, especially advanced stage martial disciples with the hope of becoming martial warriors," Sun Gaoyan said. "That makes sense. When Li Rongcheng became an advanced stage martial disciple, the Li family had announced it to everyone. They probably wanted everyone to know that there was a genius in their Li family who would become a martial warrior in the future." Yu Hao joined the discussion. "Huh. It isn't easy to become a martial warrior. Advanced stage martial disciples aren't rare, but only a small percentage of them can become martial warriors. Within 1,000 advanced stage martial disciples, there might not be even one who can take that step. The Li family might not be able to help Li Rongcheng become a martial warrior even if they throw all their resources at him," Xu Jie said with contempt. He was incredibly irritated. "But this doesn't prevent Zhou Baiyun from drawing him to her side," Bai Wei mocked. "Throw the net and you will get more fishes. Li Rongcheng is probably only one of the fishes." "However, if Zhou Baiyun knows Brother Wang Teng's ability, haha," Xu Jie gave an evil smile. "This has nothing to do with me. No matter how well she treats me, I won't interfere in her affairs." Wang Teng shook his head and replied. A thought shot through Sun Gaoyan's mind as he listened to their conversation and recalled Li Rongcheng's expression a moment ago. After some wild guesses, he realized something, and a glint appeared in his eyes. But he didn't express his emotions. He maintained the same attitude and slowly integrated himself into Wang Teng's circle. Yu Hao and Bai Wei liked Sun Gaoyan's personality, though Wang Teng knew his intentions. He didn't say anything. Besides, he was Xu Ji's cousin. This additional relationship naturally made it easier for them to accept him. Hence, they had a fun time chatting with one another. Afternoon, it was lunchtime. Plates of exquisite dishes were placed on the table. Fragrance of the food wafted into everyone's nose and made them salivate. "This is star beast dishes," Yu Hao said in a soft voice. He had seen these dishes before. Zhou Baiyun must have spent a fortune on this gathering. "These star beast dishes are quite expensive," Xu Jie commented. While everyone sat around the table, some guests inched towards Zhou Baiyun's side. Within a few seconds, the front part of the table was fully occupied. The entire dining table was long and rectangular. In the end, Wang Teng and his friends could only sit at the end of the table. They seemed a little asocial. Very soon, everyone started eating. Wang Teng took a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. Once his tongue touched the meat, he immediately noticed that the energy contained inside wasn't thick. These are probably wild beasts on the earth that underwent small mutations. He formed his conclusion. It made sense. Most of the people here were just normal human beings. How could they handle the energy contained in the meat of real star beasts? Wang Teng scanned through the guests briefly and saw that many rich second generations and children of officials had pale complexions. They looked so weak that it felt as though they could drop dead at any moment. To these people, eating a small amount of star beast meat could benefit their health. However, if they overate, it was as good as poison. They could lose their lives. Zhou Baiyun understood this, so she had prepared these ingredients. Of course, most people didn't know this. Wild beasts that underwent minor mutations were equivalent to the rare game meat wealthy people ate in Wang Teng's past life. Usually there was little chance of tasting them. Also, these ingredients were cooked by advanced stage chefs. They were outstanding in color, flavor, and taste. At the same time, they were nourishing to the body. Everyone had a happy time eating. They all felt that Zhou Baiyun was very considerate. This meal lasted for more than an hour. After filling up their stomachs, Zhou Baiyun stood up and said, "There are many entertainment spots on Mount Bao'an. In the afternoon, everyone can get some rest. We will go out to have some fun at 2:30 p.m. Since we have already come here, we should have a good time." They all agreed with her. There were many rooms in the villa, so the guests went to look for their rooms. Those wanting to rest excused themselves, while the remaining gathered together and chatted with one another. Xu Ji, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao didn't have Wang Teng's energy. They decided to rest for some time. Ever since Wang Teng started practicing martial arts, he would consciously ensure that his body was in its best state all the time. Since there was nothing for him to do now, he decided to get a short nap, 2:30 p.m. Everyone left their rooms and gathered in the hall. Under Zhou Baiyun's lead, they went into the mountain. There were indeed many entertainment spots in the mountain, like open-air swimming pools where one could play with water guns under the hot sun. They could also enjoy the sight of pretty ladies in bikinis along the way. Mind you, there were many beautiful ladies among the wealthy young generations. Not only that, there was a special area cordoned off as a hunting ground on Mount Baoan. Visitors to the mountain could form teams and hunt there. It was an exciting experience. Men loved guns, so this kind of hunting game would satisfy their desires to a large extent. So there were indeed many entertainment venues, and it would be unwise to go through them one by one. The group soon reached their destination and looked at the open-air swimming pool in front of them. It was situated below a small waterfall. There were also many entertainments built around the swimming pool. Many people felt like taking off their clothes and jumping into the cool water. Whoa! Apparently, some people were already doing this. A man howled like a wolf and jumped into the swimming pool without even taking off his clothes. Water splashed everywhere. Lin Hao, are you crazy? His friends started laughing and teasing him. Lin Hao popped his head out of the pool and wiped the water off his face. He laughed heartily and said, "This feels so good. Hurry up and come down if you want to play. Why are you dilly-dallying? You are indeed bold and unrestrained, just like your name. In Chinese, Hao means bold and unrestrained." Zhou Baiyun praised him. Lin Hao laughed loudly again. What an idiot! Xu Jie scolded him softly with a smile. He was speechless. The hunting ground is at the side. You can go there if you want. All you have to do is to register with the staff. You can hunt some game for us to barbecue at night. I have prepared a secret gift for the person who catches the most prey. Zhou Baiyun pointed at an entrance-looking spot on the left and did some explanation. At the end, she warned everyone. However, I have to remind you that there are some aggressive wild beasts inside. Please ensure your own safety. It will be better to form a group. You can take care of each other that way. If you act alone, it will be very dangerous. Chapter 26, Gun Skill. The second Zhou Baiyun finished speaking, people started heading over to the hunting ground after informing their friends. Wang Teng was interested too before joining them. He called out his attributes panel. Enlightenment, 82. Physique, 167. Strength, 2888. Speed, 1033. Battle techniques, basic fist skill, mastery, basic footwork, mastery, basic sword skill, mastery, basic blade skill, mastery, gun skill, small achievement. Over the past few days, his attribute points had been steadily increasing, and he had also added gun skill to his arsenal. It was already at the small achievement stage too. There were a lot of things related to gun knowledge in Wang Teng's mind. He felt that his aim had gotten accurate, and his gaze had become slightly sharp. He had picked up the gun skill 2 days ago when he killed the 5 robbers. These robbers were all martial disciples, and they only had the very basic fist skill and footwork, so the attributes they could provide were limited. However, they had guns to make up for their lack of skills. They had dropped quite a lot of gun skill attributes. Attributes from the 5 robbers pushed Wang Teng's gun skill to the small achievement stage. Undoubtedly, killing someone would make them drop the most attributes. It was frightening just thinking about it. Besides attributes, Wang Teng also had another gain that day, rune gun. Each of the 5 robbers had 1 rune gun. However, the leader of the robbers had another one hidden on his body. After the hostages ran out of the office building based on the principle of not wasting any chances, Wang Teng searched the corpses. This is just a good habit I picked up from playing games. Fortunately the surveillance cameras were broken by professional robbers, so it provided the most convenient opportunity for Wang Teng. This was why Wang Teng had a weapon hidden on his body. After he picked up the gun skill attributes, he hadn't had the chance to test it out. Thus, when he heard that guns could be used in the hunting ground, excitement crept up in his heart. "Brother Wang Teng, shall we have some fun?" Xu Jie asked with glistening eyes. Yu Hao and Sun Gaoyan seemed excited too. Wang Teng smiled in his heart. It looked like everyone had the same thought. "Little Wei, are you going?" Wang Teng looked at Bai Wei and asked. "No, you guys play with the real guns and I will play with my small water guns." Bai Wei waved the water gun that had suddenly appeared in her hand. Sure, as long as you're happy." The corners of Wang Teng's eyes jumped a little. He said to Xu Jie and the other 2 young men, "Let's go." Bai Wei joined the water gun battle team with a few other young ladies. Wang Teng and his friends came to the entrance of the hunting ground. After finishing their registration at the staff counter and collecting their guns, they entered the hunting ground. The guns provided by the staff were also rune guns. However, their power couldn't be compared to the guns the robbers used. Although they were both rune guns, there was a difference in their power. More powerful rune guns were able to kill martial warriors, while weaker ones could only be used to kill the lowest level mutated wild beasts. Based on the power of the guns, rune guns could be classified from 1-star to 9-star. The hunting guns they had weren't even considered 1-star guns. But when Shuji and his friends touched the guns, they felt they were caressing some precious treasure. Amid mixed feelings, the group walked into the hunting ground. The entire hunting ground was surrounded by metal barbed wires which were enhanced by runes. Hence, its defensibility was better than regular metal wires. The light in the hunting ground was a little dim. Trees shot up from the ground and their dense crowns blocked the sunlight. The ground was filled with decomposed leaves and branches piled up over the years. When you stepped on them, they kept cracking. Isn't there any special staff assigned to clean the hunting ground? Normally? Shuji complained. Cleaning is unnecessary. Many people are attracted by the atmosphere here. If there are too many signs of human intervention, it won't have this feeling anymore, Sun Gaoyan explained. Shuji thought for a moment and nodded. Makes sense. Yu Hao rolled his eyes. He had to admit that Shuji was a little idiotic and stupid sometimes. Bang! As they were chatting casually, a gunshot exploded beside their ears without any warning. They almost jumped on the spot in fright. Pfft! Brother Wang Teng, why did you fire? Shuji patted his chest and asked. Wang Teng raised his chin. Shuji and the other 3 people looked in the direction he was pointing at. There was a huge gray rabbit. It was lying in the bushes, dead. We're off to a flying start, Shuji laughed loudly. Yu Hao and Sun Gaoyan looked at Wang Teng in shock. They hadn't noticed when this rabbit appeared at all. Also, his firing was really accurate. 1 shot, 1 kill. After Shuji picked up the rabbit, the group of young people continued walking into the depth of the hunting ground. The deeper parts were the real playground for wild animals. An hour passed in a blink of an eye. Shuji and his friends were all carrying wild animals in their hands. The harvest seemed good. There's movement in front. The second Wang Teng spoke, the other 3 people stopped in their tracks and raised their guns. They listened carefully and noticed a faint sound coming from the distance. They were already used to Wang Teng's keen senses, so they appeared nonchalant now. Each of them found a tree and hid behind it. Hurry up and chase it. Don't let it run away, someone shouted in front. Shuji exchanged glances with his companions. It looked like they had encountered another group of hunters. Just as they were preparing to give up, the bushes in front of them started shaking. Wang Teng and others stopped midway and saw an agile black shadow dashing out of the bushes. The person who shouted earlier had run over too. It's them! Shuji and his friends took a glance and exclaimed. It was Zhou Baiyun, Li Rongcheng, and their friends. Li Rongcheng was eager to perform in front of Zhou Baiyun, so he raised his gun and fired at his prey while sprinting. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots hit nothing. The black shadow dodged right and left. It was unimaginably agile. Li Rongcheng, if you can't hit it, stop firing. You're wasting the bullets. More importantly, what if you hit us? Shuji shouted in a mocking tone. Pfft! Why are you here? Li Rongcheng cursed, as if meeting them was unlucky. Ha ha! This hunting ground doesn't belong to your family. If you can come, why can't we? Shuji rebutted. You hurry up and stop it. It's going to escape. Before Li Rongcheng could say anything, Zhou Baiyun shouted from behind. Pfft! Brother Wang Teng, it's a white wolf. It's running towards you. Shuji glanced at the animal and yelled in a strange tone. Wang Teng didn't want to fire. This wolf was Zhou Baiyun's prey. If he interfered with their tram hunting, grudges would naturally take root in their hearts. However, Li Rongcheng fired a few more shots and still couldn't hit it. If anyone hits that wolf, I will fulfill 1 wish for him, Zhou Baiyun shouted when she saw that the white wolf was about to escape. Wang Teng looked at the white wolf dashing towards him and felt helpless. Why do you have to run towards me? You're forcing me to act. Bang! 1 shot. Wang Teng predicted the wolf's movement for dodging the bullet. He aimed his shot in its path and hit its abdomen with a single shot. The white wolf howled in agony and fell from the branches, landing on the ground with a thud. Ha ha! You hit it! Shuji was happier than Wang Teng. He walked out from behind the tree and laughed at Li Rongcheng until Li Rongcheng's face turned green. What good luck! Li Rongcheng scolded. Yu Hao and Sun Gaoyan also walked over. They gathered around the wolf and examined it, clicking their tongues in amazement at the same time. This wolf's fur is so beautiful. Zhou Baiyun walked over and bent down to stroke the wolf's fur, she said delightfully. Very good, this fur is perfect for making a scarf. Chapter 27. The loud sound under the night sky animals had started mutating after getting influenced by the force. This white wolf's skin was just like silk. Not only was it pure white and beautiful, it felt extremely good to touch. Its thermal insulation effect was good too. Zhu Baiyun instantly fell in love with it. She passed the wolf to the young lady following her. Then she got up and said to Wang Teng, "I didn't know that your gun skill was so good. Thank you for helping out just now. I meant what I said. You can make one request of me." After she finished, she gave a cheeky smile and added, "But you can't go too far." Zhou Baiyun was proud and arrogant most of the time. But mind you, when she put on a cheeky expression like this, the contrast made her attractive. She had probably noticed Wang Teng's ability, so her attitude towards him changed. What a slap in the face. "There's no need to thank me. It's nothing. Don't mention it," Wang Teng smiled. His indifferent expression caused Li Rongcheng to go berserk as he screamed in his heart, "He's acting! He's acting! This man must be feigning calm. Let's go!" Wang Teng turned and waved at Xu Ji and his other friends. Then he walked towards the direction of the hunting grounds entrance. He was tired of hunting. The praise here didn't even require him to release 1/3 of his gun skill potential. Xu Ji didn't hesitate. After pointing his middle finger at Li Rongcheng, he followed Wang Teng out. Zhou Baiyun felt a little dissatisfied with the rejection. Sun Gaoyan said to Zhou Baiyun, "Sister Zhou, we are all tired from hunting. We will be going back now. Please continue to have fun." Zhou Baiyun was displeased at Wang Teng for being disrespectful to her. However, she couldn't display her emotions openly, so she just nodded with a calm expression. "Wait for me." Yu Hao couldn't bear to part with the gun in his hand, but there was no point in continuing if he was the only one left, so he jogged and caught up with the rest. The 4 of them returned to the entrance and handed their guns to the staff. There were many beach chairs placed around the open-air swimming pool. The sunlight filtered through the trees, and the mountain spring in front of them shimmered under the sun. Wang Teng and his friends found 4 empty beach chairs and laid on them. Their hands didn't rest, though, as they enjoyed some iced fruits, snacks, and drinks. The group also admired the beauties in the swimming pool. Tisk, what a good life. Xu Ji and Sun Gaoyan chuckled like ducks. Yu Hao couldn't help but glance at them a few times. Then he threw a look of contempt before turning to look at Bai Wei with a sincere expression. "It's good to be young. Everyone is full of vitality." Wang Teng wore a pair of sunglasses and held a cigarette in his mouth while taking a puff of his cigarette. He lamented like an old man. This young man was acting again. This time he was pretending in front of nobody. Xu Ji suddenly leaned over and asked with a secretive look on his face, "Brother Wang Teng, who do you like?" "Me." Xu Ji nodded. Wang Teng glanced at the swimming pool before replying, "What's there to say? I'll choose the one with the best figure." "Shameless." The 3 of them exclaimed simultaneously. Wang Teng laughed loudly in return when he turned to look at the beauties again. A sudden scene caused him to squint. He picked up a small pebble on the ground and flicked it out with his fingers. Swoosh! The pebble cut through the air and hit a young man's hand. This guy was secretly trying to molest a young lady. The strength and accuracy were right on point. Perfect. "Ah!" The young man screamed in pain. He immediately retracted his hand as though he was pricked by needles. "What's the matter?" Bai Wei turned around and looked at the young man curiously. "Oh, nothing. I think I got bitten by something. It frightened me." He laughed awkwardly as he placed his hand behind his back, leaving no traces of his crime. Bai Wei ignored him and continued playing water guns with the other young ladies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The young man looked at the back of his hand. It was swollen. It hurt so much that he gasped in pain. What happened just now? He scanned his surroundings in confusion. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything. Wang Teng thought that after this lesson, the young man would restrain himself. But more than 10 minutes later, the young fellow sneaked behind Bai Wei and lifted his hand again in an attempt to grope her. Wang Teng frowned. "Isn't he done?" He picked up a bigger pebble and flicked it out once again. The stone flew towards the young man with a sharp gust of wind. This time it didn't hit the back of his hand. Instead, it was aimed directly at the bottom part of his body. Slap. A crisp sound shook the hearts of men. Ouch! Afterward, another howl of pain was heard. The earth-shattering scream made everyone jump in fright. The young man's face turned distorted as he clutched the lower part of his body. He was crumpled up like a huge shrimp. What happened? Everyone turned to look at him. His friends went forward and showed some concern. The young man didn't dare to tell the truth. He waved his hand fervently and took a long time to calm down. Finally, he replied in a hoarse voice, I'm fine. I think something bit me." Bai Wei gave him a puzzled look when she heard his familiar reply. Both times this person was standing behind her. Both times he screamed for no reason and explained that he got bitten by something. She wasn't stupid. Bai Wei had a hunch and raised her head. Her gaze coincidentally landed on Wang Teng, who was on the shore. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and gave her a sign. Bai Wei was enlightened and got disgusted by the young man. After this issue, she didn't have the mood to enjoy anymore. She stepped out of the swimming pool and came beside Wang Teng and her friends. She found an empty bench and sat on it. Then she chatted with them casually while having some drinks. Bai Wei didn't mention what happened just now at all. Time passed quickly. Soon the sky turned dark and everyone started building a campfire. Before this, Zhou Baiyun had already ordered people to clean the preys that were caught. Currently, plates and plates of fresh game meat were dished out. Those that knew how to barbecue started showing their capabilities. They needed to perform well in front of the beauties. The meal consisted of barbecued meat and vegetables. Everyone's lips were covered with oil from the food, but they didn't find it greasy. The atmosphere got livelier as they paired their food with beer. Young men and ladies were huddled in small groups, singing and playing together as though they had known each other for a long time. As they had fun, time seeped away slowly. Around 9 p.m., everyone started to feel tired after a whole day of fun. They prepared to go back. Zhu Baiyun stood up and clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. She was planning to say a few polite words before parting ways. Everyone respected her and looked at her quietly. Zhu Baiyun opened her mouth. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly came from the forest in the distance. Even though it was far away, they still felt the ground vibrating a little. What happened? All of them were flabbergasted. They looked in the direction where the sound came from. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Chapter 28. Martial Warriors Massacre. The crowd exchanged glances with one another. No one knew what was happening in the forest. Li Rongcheng stepped out at this moment and said to Zhou Baiyun, "I will go and take a look." "All right. Be careful." Zhou Baiyun nodded and replied. Li Rongcheng smiled. He ran into the forest in front and disappeared into the darkness. Li Rongcheng is an advanced stage martial disciple, right? In a situation like this, only people who practice martial arts are useful. A rich second generation said in envy. Wang Teng looked at the pitch-black night sky. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Xu Jie and his friends, "Wait here. Don't run around. I will go and take a look." "Brother Wang Teng, be careful," Bai Wei said worriedly. Wang Teng nodded. He stepped on the ground and his body shot up abruptly, tapping his toes on the branches lightly. Wang Teng flew onto the crown of a massive tree like a bird. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect the ordinary-looking Wang Teng to be a martial disciple, too. Also, looking at his ability, he wasn't weaker than Li Rongcheng. Indeed, he was an advanced stage martial disciple. Furthermore, judging from his skill, he was more powerful than Li Rongcheng. A glimpse flashed past Zhou Baiyun's eyes as she stared at the figure standing on the crown of the huge tree. Wang Teng gazed into the distance and identified the direction. He then exerted force on his legs and unleashed his monstrous strength within a split second. Boom! When he tapped his toes on the crown, the entire thing exploded, and wood splinters and leaves scattered down from the sky. Wang Teng's figure had already shot out like an arrow released from the bow. He slashed through the night sky and used the numerous trees to move quickly through the forest in midair. The bunch of rich second generations and children of officials were dazzled by Wang Teng. Was this the true ability of an advanced stage martial disciple? If Li Rongcheng saw this scene, he would denounce Wang Teng for acting in public again. To hell with advanced stage martial disciples. This wasn't martial arts. Which advanced stage martial disciple had his kind of ability? If all the advanced stage martial disciples were as powerful as him, the city would be filled with martial disciples jumping on roofs and climbing up walls. Not long after Wang Teng left, Li Rongcheng came back. "Did you discover anything?" Zhou Baiyun walked forward and asked. Li Rongcheng shook his head. "The sound came from somewhere extremely far away. I've checked all the areas in the vicinity. I didn't notice anything unusual." Bang! The moment he finished speaking, another loud explosion shook the eardrums of the crowd. The atmosphere turned awkward for a second. Li Rongcheng felt embarrassed. Ji and his friends snorted without any qualms. They didn't show any intention of hiding their peals of laughter. It made Li Rongcheng even more furious. "What are you laughing at? Hey, where is Wang Teng?" He suddenly noticed that Wang Teng had disappeared. "After you left, Wang Teng went to take a look?" Zhou Baiyun said. Li Rongcheng's expression turned uglier. "What the f? Why is this fellow interfering with everything? Let's wait for a while longer. Maybe Wang Teng will bring some information back," one of the rich second generation suggested. "All right, let's wait for a while." Zhou Baiyun nodded. Wang Teng flew through the forest. He would tap his feet on the crowns of the trees every time before leaping forward. Honestly, ordinary advanced stage martial disciples weren't as powerful as him. The crown of a tree was delicate. If you exerted too much force, you would fall. Conversely, if your strength wasn't enough, you wouldn't be able to gain the momentum to leap forward. Normal advanced stage martial disciples didn't have his strength nor his outstanding body control. Hence, they couldn't astonish the crowd with a dazzling performance like Wang Teng. After some time, Wang Teng stopped. He jumped down from the tree and landed on the ground lightly. It should be around here. Wang Teng scanned the darkness around him. He had noticed something amiss. There was a fight here a moment ago. The explosion was so loud. Could it be martial warriors? Wang Teng had a sudden thought, scaring himself. If it was really martial warriors, it's better for me to stay here. Just as Wang Teng wisely decided to retreat, he hesitated in his tracks. But martial warriors will drop attribute bubbles when they fight, right? What if there's something I need? He froze on the spot. In his mind, the voice on the right was warning him that curiosity killed the cat. But the voice on the left was enticing him. Great success came with great risk. Why don't I take a look first? If the situation isn't right, I will run away immediately. In the end, Wang Teng convinced himself and carefully explored the forest. He was unusually nervous. He walked forward for another 10 meters. Fallen trees could be seen all around him. The tree branches were shattered with burnt marks on them. There were also a few holes on the ground. Half of the deep hole's edges were burnt, while the other half was covered with ice shards. Wang Teng opened his mouth. He was astounded. Was this the power of a martial warrior? He took a few steps forward, and his gaze froze. There was a figure lying on the ground. It seemed to be dead. A few attribute bubbles were floating beside the figure. Wang Teng went wild with joy. However, just as the feeling appeared in his heart, he felt a sense of fear surging throughout his body. It completely drowned his happiness. In an instant, Wang Teng's head turned numb and goosebumps started appearing on his body. He felt a sharp pain somewhere on his back. Without thinking, Wang Teng executed his mastery stage footwork to its maximum speed. He didn't have the time to dodge to the side, so he could only tilt his body slightly. Slash. The glint from a sword cut through the air beside Wang Teng's body. His clothes were cut open, and his skin got pierced. A dash of fresh blood splattered everywhere. Fortunately, it was only an external injury. However, Wang Teng didn't dare to relax at all. The danger was still lingering closely around him. Almost at the same time when he evaded the attack, he shook his hand, and a small-sized rune gun appeared in his hand. He fired multiple shots in the direction where the glint of the sword came from. Bang, 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 bang. Wang Teng only stopped shooting after he emptied the gun. He then dashed behind a tree and used it as cover. Wang Teng was panting as his heart threatened to jump out of his chest. He could feel death caressing his back just now. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Why does he want to kill me? The forest was eerily quiet. Besides the leaves rustling in the wind, no other sounds could be heard. Wang Teng waited for a few minutes before he stuck his head out slightly and looked in the direction where the sword had come from. A black figure was leaning against a tree without moving. There were a few bubbles floating beside this figure. The faint glow from the bubbles allowed Wang Teng to barely make out the figure. He seemed to be dead. Did I kill him? Could it be that he isn't a martial warrior? Wang Teng was filled with curiosity. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and walked over. However, he still had basic vigilance. Wang Teng shifted his energy to his fists and got prepared to fight at any moment. However, when he neared the figure, he discovered that the person was really dead. There was one headshot and a few more shots at his organs. If this person wasn't dead, he wasn't human. Phew! Wang Teng instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He touched his waist before looking at his hand. It was covered with blood. I'm so lucky. I almost died. Is the martial warrior world really so dangerous? Do they kill people whenever they want? Wang Teng was puzzled as he studied the corpse's face. This person didn't die in peace. There were still remnants of disbelief and the fear of imminent death on his face. Maybe he didn't expect to die in my hands. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the bubbles dropped beside this person. He picked them up. Red Flame Scripture. Beginner. Stage Fire Talent. Fire Force 2. Chapter 29. 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. Red Flame Scripture. Beginner Stage Fire Talent. Fire Force 2. Fire Kirin Sword Skill. 10 Spirit 0.
Wang Teng collected all 5 bubbles, and in that instant his entire body underwent a tremendous change. When Spirits 0.1 integrated into his body, Wang Teng's mind became clear. The feeling only lasted for a short moment, though, and disappeared in a split second. At the same time, his body underwent some unexplainable changes. When he closed his eyes before, it was pitch black. But now, he was able to feel numerous fiery red tiny particles floating above the earth.
They were like little fairies with life. Fire Force. This was the Fire Force after Wang Teng's body completed its transformation. The Fire Force hovering around him seemed to have discovered an amusement park. They happily flew towards him and entered his body through the various pores on his skin. However, since they didn't receive any guidance, they only knew how to barge around in his body. Fortunately, a memory that appeared in thin air managed to help him. Red flame scripture, force skill scripture, in Wang Teng's mind. A virtual shadow started practicing the scripture. Wang Teng could clearly see the meridians on the shadow's body. They spread out from his limbs with his spine as the trunk covering his entire body. The Fire Force immediately found their direction. The 2 attribute points of the Fire Force he just collected were the most obedient. They acted as leaders and commanded the other small force attributes to line up as they marched into Wang Teng's meridians. Finally, they followed the spine and congregated at its lowest part. A red light flashed brightly. Boom! A wave of heat exploded from the bottom of his spine and spread through Wang Teng's entire body. The injury he suffered before started healing rapidly as the heat subsided, all the way until it completely healed. Then the ball of heat shot out of the crown of his head like a balloon of steam. As it slowly dissipated, the red light at the bottom of his spine also subsided. Everything soon died down. At the other side of his mind, another figure was holding a battle sword and practicing. The power of fire was wrapped around the battle sword, and its strength was formidable. Fire Kiran's sword skill, force battle technique. After the scene disappeared, Wang Teng opened his eyes. He suppressed the happiness in his heart and looked at his attributes panel. Wang Teng was shocked by what he saw. His attributes panel had undergone a transformation. Enlightenment, 83. Spirit, 12. Point. Talent, beginner stage fire talent, 10 300 force, 6 100. Fire, 1-star soldier level martial warrior. Scripture, red flame scripture, foundation 100. Battle techniques, basic battle techniques, mastery for fist, sword, blade, footwork. Gun skill, small achievement, Fire Kiran sword skill, foundation 1010, knowledge, basic subjects, full marks. Overall battle power 132. The final decision belongs to the system. What is this? Wang Teng stared at the totally different attributes panel, especially at the force row. He couldn't shift his gaze away anymore. 1-star soldier level. I've become a martial warrior. Wang Teng clenched his fist and took many deep breaths before he forcefully calmed himself down. So this person was indeed a martial warrior. I actually killed a martial warrior. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse of the martial warrior in front of him. He didn't know what emotions he should have. Sigh, in the end. He let out a deep breath. Suddenly Wang Teng remembered that there was another person lying on the other side. The figure dropped a few attribute bubbles too. Wang Teng needed to pick them up quickly, or they would disappear. Fortunately, the scene just now felt really long, but only a few seconds had passed in real life. When Wang Teng came back to the person lying on the ground, the bubbles were turning transparent, but they hadn't disappeared completely. He picked them up. Beginner, stage ice talent, ice force, 1, deep ice scripture, phantom ice fist, 8. There were 4 attribute bubbles, with the spirit bubble missing. If Wang Teng was right, this fellow was a martial warrior too. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, the same thing happened again. Wang Teng received the beginner stage ice talent, and his body became attractive to ice force. All the ice particles floating around him surged into his body. The force skill scripture, deep ice scripture, started demonstrating its uses. The figure in Wang Teng's mind was sitting down cross-legged. In real life, Wang Teng copied the figure's actions. He crossed his legs and sat down. He followed the deep ice scripture and guided the ice force around his body through his meridians. Cold and icy feeling caused him to shiver. A thin layer of frost appeared on the ground around him. Wang Teng didn't notice it, though. He commanded the ice force and congregated them at the lowest part of his spine. Boom! The flow of ice force into the spine aroused the fire force particles that had stationed themselves there not long ago. These 2 elements were naturally incompatible. Once they met, one must disappear. They would never allow the other element to exist in their vicinity. However, just as the 2 forces were all set for a showdown and confrontation was imminent, a profound and mysterious energy appeared in between these 2 forces. This energy allowed the ice force and the fire force to calm down. The 2 forces slowly twirled and finally became circles, maintaining a stabilized equilibrium. At the same time, information about the phantom ice fist successfully merged with Wang Teng's memory. He had received another forced battle technique. A few minutes later, Wang Teng let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. That was dangerous. Ice and fire are incompatible. They almost exploded in my body. That almost scared me to death. Wang Teng still had lingering fears. He felt that after going home, he must read up on martial warriors. If not, he might make another common-sense mistake again and kill himself without knowing how he died. Speaking of this, did that energy come from the ultimate boss, the system? Wang Teng pondered over this question for some time, but he couldn't think of another explanation. It was most likely that the system had helped him after all. He didn't have a magical ring, so he knew that there wouldn't be an old man appearing suddenly to save him from the verge of death. He wouldn't have the chance to tear up and call the old man his master. What a touching scene. It moved heaven and earth and touched everyone's heart. Wang Teng stood up and patted the dried leaves off his body. At that moment he noticed that the ground around him had a layer of frost on it. Wang Teng was stunned. "Force is really amazing," Wang Teng exclaimed. He looked at the corpses of the martial warriors and contemplated. "Well, let's search the corpses." He looked through the pockets. Besides a cell phone and one steel bar, there was nothing else. But the purple-black gloves on his hand caught Wang Teng's attention. "This is good stuff. I'll keep it and examine it when I go home." He ran to the other fire element martial warrior and searched through his pockets too. An iPhone 8, a Zippo lighter. "This is good, I'll keep it." There was also a pack of squashed cigarettes in his pockets. It looked like this man was a smoker. Wang Teng kept it without any qualms. "Hey, this sword is not bad." Wang Teng pried open the corpse's fingers and sized up the long sword with bright red runes on it. He took possession of it immediately. "Please don't blame me. Take nothing away at death. You can view it as a form of contribution to society," Wang Teng muttered. Chapter 30. After a great harvest, how can you forget to destroy? After searching through the corpses and taking everything he could, Wang Teng turned around to leave. He had already left the group for a long time. If he didn't go back soon, Xu Jie and his friends might come and look for him. If they saw this scene, wait. Wang Teng frowned. He had taken the possessions of these two martial warriors. If someone came to investigate, they would easily find him. Should he destroy the evidence by burning the corpses? It looked like this was the only thing he could do. Wang Teng placed the two corpses in a deep hole and activated the fire force in his body. A small flickering flame appeared on his finger. "You created this deep hole? It just so happens that you can use it now." Cremation is popular in society nowadays. It's environmentally friendly and doesn't waste landmass. How do you recite that poem? Oh, right. Though turned to mud, they'd nurture flowers' growth next spring. After you die, you can still make contributions to this forest. How lovely is that? Wang Teng chattered away for a few seconds before he laid his eyes on the martial warrior who wanted to kill him. His emotions were complicated. "Although you wanted to kill me, I didn't die and even killed you instead. This lighter and cigarette will be the compensation for the emotional distress you caused me now. I will cremate you since I'm still a good person." He flicked his fingers and the flame flew out, precisely landing on the corpse. The corpse lit up. It burned furiously like a raging blaze. Since it was using the force as its fuel, the flame was burning furiously. Within a few seconds, the two corpses turned into ashes. Nothing was left behind. Without the corpses, no one would know what had happened here tonight. Even if someone managed to find him, they wouldn't be able to know what he took. Perfect. It's time to go back. But why were these two people fighting here in the middle of the night? Was it for fun? Wang Teng was puzzled. He scanned the surroundings but found nothing in the end. Wang Teng could only shake his head. It looked like he was thinking too much. Wang Teng decided to return to the party. After taking a step, he retracted his feet back. Wang Teng stared at the huge tree the fire element martial warrior was leaning against just now. He had a weird feeling. He walked under the tree and looked up. The leaves were blocking his view, so he couldn't see anything. He had no choice but to jump lightly. Wang Teng landed on a branch and looked around him casually. Huh? His gaze froze. It was a backpack. Wang Teng jumped over and took the backpack down from the branch. He unzipped the bag and found it stuffed with hay. The hay was wrapped around an egg. Were they fighting over this egg? Wang Teng touched his chin as he wondered to himself. The martial warriors were dead, so there was no point thinking about this. This egg belonged to him now. Wang Teng has left for half an hour. Why isn't he back yet? The rich second generations and children of officials were getting impatient from the long wait. They were a little unhappy. "We didn't ask you to wait. If you want to leave, you can leave. Why are you complaining?" Xu Jie frowned and replied, "That's not right. We are waiting because we are worried about Wang Teng. However, from Wang Teng's point of view, it isn't right of him to make so many people wait. If he can't find anything, he should have come back earlier." "He doesn't need to put on a strong front," said Li Rongcheng. "That's right. I think he just boasted himself as an advanced stage martial disciple." A young man scoffed. Some other people wanted to chime in, but a voice suddenly came out from the forest. "I've never said that I'm an advanced stage martial disciple, right? In that case, there's no such thing as a self-proclaimed advanced stage martial disciple." The young man's expression froze. Wang Teng looked at him indifferently. Then he smiled at the crowd. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting for such a long time. I forgot that I'm bad with directions, so I accidentally lost my way." Everyone almost fainted. Where did you get the guts to enter a forest alone when you have no sense of direction? Investigation? What can you investigate? Young Master Li, be careful. You might become a gossip monger if you continue speaking behind other people's back. Wang Teng looked at Li Rongcheng and gave him a mysterious smile. Feeling guilty from his gaze, Li Rongcheng turned his head away. Zhou Baiyun didn't believe Wang Teng's nonsense, though. She walked forward and asked, "Young Master Wang, did you discover anything?" "No. I circled the vicinity a few times and finally managed to find my way back. I didn't see anything." Wang Teng shook his head and replied. Zhou Baiyun looked at him intently with a meaningful gaze. She said, "In that case, let's go back. It's getting late." No one had any objections. Everyone went back to the mountain villa to get their cars before bidding farewell and leaving. Of course, we needed to mention that the person who caught the most number of prey was Li Rongcheng. Since Wang Teng left the hunting ground earlier, Li Rongcheng had won by a small margin. He did receive a mysterious gift. It was something Zhou Baiyun brought back from overseas, a human-sized doll, and it was a female. Li Rongcheng's expression was indescribable at that time. Wang Teng and Xu Jie's car drove into Donghai City one after the other. At the intersection, while they were waiting for the light to turn green, Xu Jie wound his window down and shouted at Wang Teng, "Brother Wang Teng, we will be going home first. Please send little Wei back. Go ahead, send a message when you reach home." Wang Teng waved his hand. The two of them parted ways at the intersection. Wang Teng dropped Bai Wei at her home. She lived in another villa district known as Jinhua. There were many wealthy people in Donghai City, so naturally there were many similar villa districts. Bai Wei stood in front of the entrance of a villa and tiptoed as she waved. "Brother Wang Teng, hurry up and go home. Be careful on your way back. I will take my leave now. Sleep early. You'll get old faster if you sleep too late." Wang Teng smiled and drove away. "You are the one who will get old," Bai Wei pouted. Along the way, Wang Teng drove really fast. He just wanted to reach home as quickly as possible to count and examine the gains he had received tonight. He had hidden the backpack containing the mysterious egg, the fire element martial warrior's battle sword, and the other small items in his car trunk in advance. Earlier, Wang Teng had rushed back to the mountain villa at his fastest speed to hide the items. Then he went back to find Zhou Baiyun and others. If not, there was no way for him to explain the many items he was carrying. Fortunately, when he achieved his breakthrough, the wound created by the fire element, martial warrior, had healed. He wouldn't be able to explain it either if it didn't. Wang Teng took off his blood-stained and torn clothes and found a similar colored shirt to change into. The night was dark, so no one noticed that he had changed his clothes. Since he was in a rush, this was the best he could do. Some explanations couldn't withstand careful analysis. Zhou Baiyun had probably noticed something amiss, but she didn't have evidence. She had to stop at her guess. Wang Teng recalled the things he did as he drove his car. After confirming that there was no huge problem, he finally felt a little more relieved. The egg. He felt like he was a thief. He shook his head. There were only a few cars on the road at night. Wang Teng placed his left elbow on the car window and leaned his head on his hand. He started driving with one hand like a seasoned driver. As Wang Teng drove past a business lane, he saw the bustling and prosperous street from the corner of his eyes. It was already past 10 p.m., but there were still many people on the streets. They were laughing and having fun. The young men held the hands of young ladies and stayed out the entire night. It felt so good. The life of an ordinary person is not bad, too. As Wang Teng thought to himself, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his vision. Chapter 31. Narrow-Minded Picture. Lin Chuhan was drained after working hard the entire day. There were signs of exhaustion on her exquisite face. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and her hair was slightly messy because of this. But this couldn't hide her beauty. Lin Chuhan worked part-time at a bubble tea shop. Indeed, it was the milk tea shop called Dian Dian. Undoubtedly, her presence added a touch of color to the shop. The boss of the bubble tea shop felt that his decision in the past was brilliant. Whenever Lin Chuhan was present, the business at his shop would be better than usual. Unfortunately, Lin Chuhan could only work during the weekends. What a pity. The boss was married and had a fierce wife at home, so he didn't have any other thoughts towards Lin Chuhan. However, the two male workers in his shop were drooling over the pretty girl. They would either send her breakfast in the morning or treat her for lunch. They were extremely attentive to her. The boss saw everything and wanted to say a thing or two. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere with his workers' private life. He could only set a rule to prevent them from dating during working hours. The rule had its effect, but once work ended, the boss couldn't control them anymore. Currently, the workers were all packing up and preparing to get off work. At that moment, a tall, big, and modest-looking young man walked over and smiled at Lin Chuhan. "Chuhan, it's already very late. Let me send you back later." The other young man was fresh and clean-looking with a tinfoil perm. When he noticed that he was a step slower, he got anxious and said, "Chuhan, your house is on the way to mine. Why don't I send you home?" A young lady teased him from the side. "Seriously? Your on the way is approximately 10 kilometers away from Chuhan's house. At least my house is closer to hers than Qian Weibo's. One of them lives in the west and one in the east. They are at least 20 kilometers apart." The man with tinfoil perm replied. The lofty man, Qian Weibo, frowned. Then he smiled and said, "Normally I exercise at night. If I send Chuhan home and then go back later, the amount of exercise is just perfect for the day." Your excuse is really high-sounding." Other young man scoffed. "All right, stop fighting. I don't need you guys to send me back. I can go home myself," Lin Chuhan said coldly. As always, she rejected them outright. The two young men felt helpless. They got rejected all the time. Actually, they didn't even know where Lin Chuhan lived. Lin Chuhan had only told them the general district. After all, a young lady needed to protect herself outside. She must not tell other men her address casually. The two young men still wanted to try their luck, but a voice was heard at this moment. "Pretty lady, can I have a cup of bubble tea?" Lin Chuhan found the frivolous and haughty tone very familiar. "I'm sorry, we're closed." The moment Qian Weibo finished speaking, Lin Chuhan turned around and saw the person who had walked in. She was surprised as she asked, "Why are you here? Look at what you're saying. Why can't I be here?" Wang Teng smiled and replied. Qian Weibo and the young man with tinfoil perm felt a strong sense of danger when they listened to these two people's familiar interaction. Also, this man was a little handsome. Just a little," Qian Weibo asked. "Chuan, who is this? Chuan?" Wang Teng squinted and gave him a meaningful gaze. "He's my table buddy," Lin Chuan replied. "Table buddy." The gazes of Qian Weibo and the young man with tinfoil perm froze. Then they looked at each other. They could tell from each other's gaze that this was a strong opponent who required them to join hands. "Since he's little Lin's table buddy, let's make him one last cup of bubble tea." The boss nodded at Wang Teng and said. Qian Weibo asked, "So, classmate, what do you want to drink? Do you have Shang Piao Piao?" Wang Teng asked. "Qian Weibo, what do you mean by Shang Piao Piao?" "This is a bubble tea shop, not the supermarket. If you want to drink Shang Piao Piao, go to the supermarket to buy a cup and brew it yourself at home." Qian Weibo screamed in his heart. The boss of the bubble tea shop and the other workers were also left speechless. They didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Lin Chuhan had already started moving. She made the easiest recipe, milk tea with black pearls. She prepared the biggest cup for Wang Teng and finished it quickly. Then she placed it in front of him. 12 RMB. So expensive. Wang Teng didn't care what kind of bubble tea it was. He complained for a moment and took out his phone to pay for his drink. Lin Chuhan ignored Wang Teng. After packing up, she bid farewell to the boss and walked out of the bubble tea stall. She pushed a pink scooter out of the parking lot at the side. Then she put on a round Hello Kitty helmet and was just about to mount her scooter. "Chuhan, wait for me." Qian Weibo and the man with tinfoil perm hurriedly packed up their stuff and chased after her. Each of them was pushing one scooter. Wang Teng's appearance had given them a sense of urgency tonight. Whether Lin Chuhan rejected them or not, they planned to shamelessly send her home either way. Lin Chuhan frowned unhappily when she saw the two of them pestering her like Chinese medicine plaster. "Miss Class Monitor, let me send you home." Wang Teng walked over while carrying his milk tea. "No need," Lin Chuhan said coldly. "We are classmates. You don't have to be polite with me." Wang Teng snatched Lin Chuhan's little scooter and carried it up with one hand. Oh my God, his strength! The two young men's expressions changed for the worse. When Wang Teng walked to the sports car parked beside the road, their eyes widened even more. Beep! The boot of the car opened, and Wang Teng stuffed the scooter into the car. However, the lid couldn't close properly. The pink scooter was half exposed in the air. It was glaring to the eye.
Oh, amazing.
This is really amazing, stuffing a scooter in a sports car. I have never seen anything like this. This series of actions stunned the boss of the bubble tea shop and the other workers. Is this the distance between us? Qian Weibo and the other young man started questioning their lives. Wang Teng opened the car door and urged Lin Chuhan, who was rooted on the spot. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Lin Chuhan hit her lips and stomped her foot. In the end, she still sat in the car. Bang! You could almost hear the sound of glass shattering. Their hearts hurt. The two young men clutched their chests. Wang Teng helped close the car door. Just as he was about to get in the car, he remembered something and walked towards Qian Weibo and the other young man. Misters, are you very close to my class monitor? He smiled and asked. The two of them wanted to nod. Wang Teng placed his hands on their shoulder and exerted some force. The next moment, excruciating pain was felt. Since you're not familiar with her, remember to call her by her full name the next time. I, Wang Teng, I'm really narrow-minded. Wang Teng snorted and released his hand. Qian Weibo and the other young man's faces were red from holding their breath. Pain they felt as if their bones were crushing. This guy's strength was astonishing. Could he be practicing martial arts? Also, he was driving a sports car. That meant that he was wealthy. They couldn't afford to provoke him. They couldn't. Shivers. The two of them hurriedly nodded. Lin Chuhan? Who was she? Was she very pretty? What did it have to do with them? Nothing was important anymore. Rather, the most important thing now was to send this devil away. Wang Teng drove his car and charged into the night with his loud engine. Qian Weibo and the young man with tinfoil perms stared at the sports car's rear lights in a daze, as well as the little scooter exposed outside. They felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Chapter 32. Counting his gains. Stop the car! Lin Chuhan suddenly shouted after the car drove out of the street. Wang Teng didn't comply, though. He turned and asked, "Where do you live? I want to get out of the car. I don't need you to send me back. I can go home myself," replied Lin Chuhan. "That isn't good. You're kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness." Wang Teng smiled. "What do you mean by kicking you to the curb after you've outlived your usefulness?" Lin Chuhan felt a little guilty. "I helped you get rid of those two troublesome fellows once and for all. Yet you're kicking me away now. Isn't that kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness?" Wang Teng asked her back. "I want to get off the car." Lin Chuhan couldn't beat Wang Teng in speaking, so she unbuckled her seatbelt and said firmly, "If you don't tell me where you live, I'll drive to my home." Wang Teng smiled calmly. Lin Chuhan, in the end, she lost. She lost to Wang Teng's shamelessness. Wang Teng sent her home. Lin Chuhan lived in a low block area. It was hard to imagine that such a place existed in Donghai City. In front of them was a black alley. When they reached here, Lin Chuhan refused to let Wang Teng send her any further. Also, the car couldn't drive in, so Wang Teng had to give up. He picked up Lin Chuhan's scooter and then hung the milk tea on the handle. "All right, you can go back yourself," said Wang Teng. "Your milk tea." Lin Chuhan frowned. "I won't be able to sleep if I drink milk tea at night," Wang Teng replied. "So you want me to have trouble sleeping instead?" Lin Chuhan was speechless. "Ha ha ha! You can only think of me if you have trouble sleeping." Wang Teng laughed. "Get off!" Lin Chuhan ran off in a flurry as she rode her little scooter into the dark alley. This alley was long and dark. Even though her scooter's light was on, she could only see a small distance in front of her. Lin Chuhan rode carefully. Suddenly, a white light lit up behind her. She turned and noticed that Wang Teng had turned his car around. He had turned on his car's headlights and lit up the entire alley for her. This fellow? Lin Chuhan was touched, but she hurriedly shook her head to get rid of the feeling and rode her little scooter forward. Wang Teng only left when he couldn't see Lin Chuhan's figure anymore. When he reached home, it was already 11 p.m. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wanted to rush home earlier, but he was still delayed until now. Women, they were troublesome. The house was silent. Wang Teng closed the door and climbed up the stairs. It looked like Li Shumei had gone to bed. Wang Teng didn't make any sound. He brought his spoils back to his room and took some clothes to the bathroom. After bathing, he dried his hair. Then he locked the door and rubbed his hands in anticipation. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out everything to sort them. 1 steel bar, 1 Zippo lighter, half a pack of cigarettes, and 2 cell phones. These were all ordinary items. If there was a chance, he wished that he would be able to decode the passwords of the 2 cell phones. There must be some information he needed in the 2 cell phones, including the identities of the 2 dead martial warriors. There was also a pair of boxing gloves and a battle sword. These were all rune weapons. the runes carved on the boxing gloves, and the battle sword appeared mysterious and extraordinary. Wang Teng searched online based on their appearance. Purple-black boxing gloves were a one-star high-class ice element weapon from the Dark Shadow series. The pair's retail price was around $2 million. As for the battle sword with fiery red runes, it was a one-star elite-class weapon from the Fiery Flame series. Its market price was $3.5 million. This price, Wang Teng could only sigh and exclaim that martial warriors were all wealthy people. Fortunately, he was a rich second generation, so he had seen this kind of price before. He wouldn't kick up a fuss over a few million. However, this saved him the trouble of buying and selling weapons. These two weapons were enough for him to use. Finally, the egg. Wang Teng took the egg out of the bag and observed it carefully under the light. From its surface, he really couldn't tell which animal's egg this was. This egg should be the reason why those two martial warriors were fighting so brutally. If that's the case, this egg must be special. He looked at different kinds of eggs online and compared them with the one in his hand. He spent another half an hour analyzing. In the end, he came to an astonishing conclusion. "This is the egg of a bird. That's right, it must be." Wang Teng nodded to himself and stuffed the egg back into the bag. He covered it with hay and zipped the bag, then he hid it in a corner under his bed. "No matter what it is, let's keep it first. I will think of a way to hatch it after I confirm its identity." Wang Teng then shifted his gaze to his attributes panel. Enlightenment, 83, Spirit, 12. Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 10,300, Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 12,300, Force, 6,100 Fire, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 4,100 Ice, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 100, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 100. Battle Techniques, Basic Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire, Cure, and Sword Skill, Foundation 1000. Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 800, Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks. Overall Battle Power 135. Looking at the rows and rows of attributes on his board, Wang Teng suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Martial Warrior. He finally became a martial warrior. As compared to other people, the time he took from practicing martial arts to the moment he became a martial warrior was very short. But the experiences he went through weren't lacking at all. He even went through a life-or-death situation recently. Seeking fortune in danger, it was worth it. Then, Wang Teng compared the before and after differences of his attributes panel. When he was at Mount Bao'an, he didn't have the time to ponder over this. Now, after observing his attributes panel, he realized that the differences were huge. Firstly, Spirit was a new row. It wasn't hard to understand what it was based on the word itself. Spirit represented a person's consciousness. It was a profound way of saying it. He might have gotten the Spirit attribute from the dead fire element, Martial Warrior, so this attribute got activated. He continued looking down. Physique attribute was gone, replaced by talent. Wang Teng knew what talent was. After the physique of a martial warrior reached a certain standard, they would undergo a test using a special device to ascertain their talent direction. This would allow them to choose the force skill scriptures and the battle techniques they could cultivate. This was the largest difference between martial disciples and martial warriors. Wang Teng thought about it carefully and was flabbergasted. Speaking about this, I got the fire and ice element talent because I picked up the attribute bubbles. Does that mean that I don't have any talent personally? He searched the internet before and knew that most people had talents. Once their physique reached a certain level, they would be able to practice force skill scriptures. But there was a tiny percentage of people who didn't have any talent. To be very talented and having no talent were two extremes. Both were rare. He didn't expect himself to be one of them. I'm lucky to have my system. Wang Teng felt fortunate. He wasn't afraid of having an inferior talent, but rather, he was scared of having no talent at all. It would cut off all possibilities in his life. Imagine this. You practiced hard for so many years and were just a step away from reaching your goal. Suddenly you were told that you had no talent. How frightening would this stimulation be? People with a poor mentality might collapse after the setback. Wang Teng shook his head. Next was the force attribute. That represented the martial warrior's level. Wang Teng was a one-star soldier level martial warrior now. However, he had two force elements in his body. Based on numbers alone, he was more powerful than martial warriors with only one force element. He searched the internet and learned that single-element martial warriors were the most common. Multiple force element martial warriors were extremely rare. You could occasionally see a few double force element martial warriors, but triple force element martial warriors were rarely seen. As for 4 force elements, 5 force elements, and even 6 force elements martial warriors, they had not appeared yet. Skill scripture and battle techniques didn't change much. Only 2 force skill scriptures and force battle techniques were added. Finally, there was the battle power. Battle power was probably the overall calculation of all the attributes, including physique, strength, speed, force, battle techniques, and the rest. This was a good attribute. It displayed his overall ability in one figure. After looking through everything, Wang Teng yawned. Exhaustion crept up his body, and he closed his eyes. Slowly, he slipped into dreamland. Chapter 33, Taobao Custom Made Monday. The first day after he became a martial warrior. When Wang Teng woke up, he was still in a daze. After some time, the events of yesterday night flashed in his mind. So I'm a martial warrior now. Wang Teng clenched his fist. Noticing the hidden strength in his body, he finally felt a sense of reality. Martial warriors absorbed force into their bodies and used it to cultivate. This allowed their bones, muscles, and other parts of their bodies to undergo transformations. It couldn't be compared to martial disciples at all. But in this martial arts era, becoming a martial warrior was just the start. Wang Teng got off his bed and went down to have breakfast. "Mom, is Dad not back yet?" Wang Teng stuffed an egg into his mouth at the dining table as he asked Li Xiumei curiously. He said that there were some bumps on a project, so he will be delayed for a few days. Li Xiumei replied as she ate her bird nest porridge. Wang Teng nodded. Since it was regarding the company, he didn't probe further. After he finished breakfast, Wang Teng drove his car to Donghai No. 1 High School. The university entrance exam was getting nearer and nearer. The atmosphere in school got increasingly nervous as the days went by. The students were studying hard for a promising future. Everyone said that the university entrance exam was the turning point in life. Many people scoffed at this remark. So what if you entered a good university after studying so hard? Wouldn't you still be working after you graduate? Wouldn't you still be earning a miserable $3,000 to $6,000 salary? You would live frugally and save money for 10 years. Then, when you wanted to buy a house and a car, you still had to take a bank loan. Those that earned more than $100,000 or a few million a year were just a minority. All of them were star students from top universities. How could you compare with them? Tell me, how could you compare with them? So, knowledge could change. Your life was just bullshit. Wrong. You would realize that if you didn't enter a university, your life would be even worse. Lin Chuhan had come to school earlier than Wang Teng. In the past, Wang Teng just felt that she was hardworking, but now he knew that she also worked part-time outside until late at night. Yet she still woke up earlier than most people the next day to study. She deserved to be the star student. In his past life, Wang Teng was still an arrogant and frivolous young master. At his age, he would just snort at Lin Chuhan's actions. What was the use of studying so hard? After she graduated, the money she earned in her entire life couldn't even buy his sports car. However, after experiencing the collapse of the Wang family, Wang Teng finally realized how useless he was. Without the Wang family's backing, he was nothing. He was extremely useless. Thus, when he saw Lin Chuhan studying so hard, he just sighed in his heart. Wang Teng didn't disturb her. He sat down on his seat, took out his cell phone, and logged into Taobao. He wanted to see if there were any specific containers to store his weapons. Based on the performance of his system, Wang Teng felt that he would progress more comprehensively in the future. The number of battle techniques he would learn would only increase. He already had a battle sword and boxing gloves. There would be even more weapons as he progressed. It wasn't possible for him to hook everything on his body when he went out, right? Wang Teng scrolled through Taobao. Everything could be found on Taobao. Whatever you wanted, you could find it there. He typed the keywords and a whole bunch of similar products appeared. However, most of them were sword sheaths, blade sheaths, and rod holders. It wasn't what Wang Teng wanted. After the morning self-study session ended, the first lesson of the day started, but Wang Teng was still scrolling through Taobao. He didn't have any thoughts of listening to the teacher. Lin Chuhan couldn't bear his nonchalant attitude. She frowned, but all she did was sigh in her heart. She didn't say anything. Suddenly, Wang Teng's eyes lit up as his gaze landed on an item. The stall owner, weapon carrier casket. He looked at the design. This was a rectangular casket with a vintage style. Wang Teng then read the introduction. This weapon carrier casket was said to be able to contain 14 kinds of weapons. There was a mechanism on top. Once you pressed it, the weapon you needed would spring up. Is it really so amazing? He continued, scrolling the listing. It was then Wang Teng realized that the 14 kinds of weapons mainly were blades and swords, including 14 different styles and lengths. He was caught between laughter and tears. Should I buy it or not? Wang Teng hesitated. Forget it? Let me ask the stall owner and see if I can customize one. This shop owner was called Master Lu. It was a gold-crowned flagship stall, and the reviews were all good. There were custom-made items in the reviews too. Hence, Wang Teng decided to open the chat box and ask the shop owner, "Wang Teng, are you there?" The stall owner, "Yes, I'm here. Do 3, do." Wang Teng, "Can you customize weapon carrier caskets here?" The stall owner, "Weapon carrier casket." Wang Teng, "You don't know?" The stall owner, "Wait for a moment. Let me check." Wang Teng was a little speechless. This person didn't even know what he was selling in his shop. Was he reliable? After some time, the other party's reply finally came. The stall owner, "Dear, are you there?" The stall owner, "I've checked for you." So this is what you meant by weapon carrier casket. The person attached a picture with the message. It showed a wooden casket covered in dust in the corner of a warehouse. Wang Teng finally realized why this person couldn't remember this item. He asked curiously, "How long has it been since you took this item out?" The stall owner replied awkwardly, "Ha ha ha. There's no need to care about the details. This weapon carrier casket was created by my grandfather in a moment of inspiration. No one wanted to buy it for a long time, so it was kept in the warehouse. I didn't expect someone to ask about it after so many years." Wang Teng, "May I know how many years of history this item has?" The stall owner, "Not a lot. Only 10 years. Ouch." Wang Teng felt his teeth hurting. He continued, "All right. Can you help me ask your grandfather if he could customize one for me based on my requirements?" The stall owner, "I'm afraid not." Wang Teng asked, "Why not?" The stall owner, "I don't want to be on the same side as my grandfather so soon." Wang Teng felt a little helpless as he replied, "I'm sorry, Wang Teng. Forget it then." Just as he was about to go offline, the other party sent him a message hurriedly. The stall owner, "Wait," he continued. "If you're fine with it, you can tell me your thoughts. I'll see if I can make some customizations on top of this weapon carrier casket. If I can sell this away, I'm sure that my grandfather will be happy." Wang Teng felt invigorated. "Oh, well, let's make a Hail Mary effort." He explained his ideas to the other person. The other side remained silent for a long while before replying. "Are you collecting weapon carrier caskets?" Wang Teng replied, "You can say so." The stall owner, "All right, I will try my best. I will inform you once I've finished the alterations." Wang Teng, "What about the price?" Wang Teng noticed that the other party was in a hurry to go offline to start his research on how to modify the weapon carrier casket without even talking about the price. He began to have a faint idea of this person's personality. This must be an idiot. The stall owner, "Oh, right, I forgot about that." He thought for a moment before continuing. The stall owner, "Since no one wants this, you can simply give me around 80 to 100,000 for my labor fee." Wang Teng, "All right. As long as I'm satisfied with the product, I will buy it for 100,000. Wang Teng didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Those rune weapons cost hundreds of thousands and even millions. This weapon carrier casket was just 100,000. It wasn't hard to accept the price. Also, he had many requirements, so he needed it to be custom made. It was understandable that the fee was a little higher. Chapter 34. Attack of a gigantic bird after settling the weapon carrier casket. Wang Teng researched how to hatch eggs online. A list of information popped out. There were all kinds of stupid responses from netizens. Wang Teng found one that sounded more credible: incubators to hatch the egg. Before hatching the egg, Wang Teng planned to pay a visit to the pet shop to ask some questions. This egg wasn't ordinary. Wang Teng was afraid he would accidentally kill it. That would be a pity. The lives of 2 martial warriors were lost because of this egg. When the second lesson ended during the break, Wang Teng said to Lin Chuhan, "I have to leave. I have something to attend to. If the teachers ask, just tell them that I went to the hospital because of a stomach ache." After Wang Teng finished speaking, he rushed out of the classroom without waiting for Lin Chuhan's reply. This fellow was actually skipping lessons. Lin Chuhan was furious. She glared at the door, but she couldn't do anything. Wang Teng was already gone. At the entrance of the school, a few gangsters were squatting and smoking at the roadside. They didn't look like the good sort. There were cigarette butts all over the ground. When Wang Teng drove his car out, the traffic light turned red, so he had to stop at the junction and wait. The gangsters were attracted by the sports car. "Tisk! Are the students from Donghai No 1 high school all so wealthy? They can afford to drive a sports car." "Damn it! Why is he driving a sports car to school?" "What a show-off!" The bunch of hoodlums cursed and scolded Wang Teng out of jealousy. One of the younger gangsters saw Wang Teng in the driver's seat and suddenly remembered something. He shouted, "Brother Bao, it's that fellow." Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't hear him. The sports car gave off a loud roar and drove off straight forward. Zhao Gangbao saw the face on the driver's seat flashing past. He threw his cigarette on the ground and scolded. "Pfft, it's really that brat. I finally caught him. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and chase him." While yelling, he dashed to the car parked at the side of the road. He started the engine at lightning speed and chased after Wang Teng. At the same time, he made a call. "Ring, ring, ring, hello, brother? I found the fellow who hit me the last time. He's moving towards Tongming Street. Hurry up and go there. We can't beat him ourselves," Zhao Gangbao shouted at the person on the other end of the phone. "All right, continue following him. I will rush over immediately." The person on the other end seemed to be sighing. Almost simultaneously, in the vast sky more than 10 kilometers away from Donghai City, as high as 1,000 meters above sea level, an entirely black giant crow magnificently flew across the sky. It was more than 20 meters in length, and the feathers on its body gave off a cold metallic luster. The crow honestly looked like a battle plane. Its entire body screamed danger. Crow's eyes were bloodshot with a hint of killing intent in them. Its target was Donghai City. Boom! While flying, the speed of this gigantic crow suddenly accelerated exponentially and formed a loud explosion in the air. It shot towards Donghai City like a meteor. Tongming Street in a pet shop called Kitty Kitty. After Wang Teng got some incubation knowledge from the staff at the pet shop, he felt that he finally had some confidence. He thanked the beautiful, but most importantly, enthusiastic and kind young lady at the pet shop before walking out. "He came out! He's out!" Zhao Gangbao pointed at Wang Teng and said to a man beside him. Suddenly, a screech that was loud enough to pierce the sky, rang through the air. The man's expression changed and he abruptly raised his head. At the same time, Wang Teng also looked up with a solemn expression. He gazed into the distance. High in the sky, a huge black creature was closing in rapidly. A shrill screech of a bird followed its flight downward. Screech, the sound exploded in the sky. It became louder and even more ear-shattering as it neared. Its penetrating power was astonishing to behold, almost threatening to rupture their eardrums. Wang Teng felt his eardrums hurt. The passers-by on the street frowned and covered their ears. Crack, crack, crack. The shattering of glass all around was a testament to its sharpness. Huh? Wang Teng's expression changed. The frightening sound wave had created an invisible shock wave. When it spread throughout the street, cracks appeared on the glass windows and glass doors of the shops. After some time, the glass couldn't hold up any longer and shattered. Slap! The shattered glass shards flew towards the passers-by around the area. The young lady at the pet shop had just sent Wang Teng to the door when it suddenly exploded. A piece of palm-sized glass shard smashed down right on her forehead. Wang Teng reacted at once and yanked her away. At the same time, he trembled, and the energy in his body erupted. Wang Teng forced away all the broken glass shards flying towards him. The passers-by on the streets also dodged in a flurry. Some got hit and had scratches on their skins. Some suffered more grievous injuries. The sharp shards had stabbed into their bodies. They laid on the ground and were moaning in pain. Others, lucky enough to escape the ordeal, hurriedly ran far away. They could still sense the lingering fear in their hearts. Where did this bird come from? Why is it in the city? Hurry up and call 120. Someone is injured. What a frightening bird. It must be a star beast. Wang Teng looked up. The bird was getting bigger and bigger in his vision. It was closing in on him rapidly from afar. This isn't right. It's coming this way. Wang Teng was shocked. His expression turned ugly and he shouted at the young lady beside him, "Get into the shop! Don't come out!" As he spoke, he hurriedly ran to the roadside and took out the battle sword from his car trunk. He wore the boxing gloves and flung the bag containing the egg on his shoulders. After finishing his preparations, Wang Teng rushed to the shop. Screech! The giant crow seemed to have sensed something. Its speed accelerated once again as it shot towards Wang Teng even faster. Its shrill screech resounded in the air. What's happening? Why is this bird attacking our Donghai city? By now, the crowd had dispersed and ran away in all directions. Everyone was covering their ears and screaming in fear. The giant crow had arrived above Donghai City in a blink of an eye. It spread its wings apart and covered the whole sky. The bird then waved its wings, giving rise to violent winds. It plummeted down from the sky. Did this bird come for me? Wang Teng felt as though dark clouds were boring down on his head. When he raised his head, he was greeted with a pair of blood-red eyes. An endless evil aura crept up in his heart. Wang Teng was dumbstruck. His entire body froze, and he couldn't move at all. What should I do? What should I do? Why do I have to meet all these troublesome matters? Hurry up and move, right? He bit the tip of his lips until it bled. Once the sense of pain transmitted into his brain, Wang Teng finally regained control of his body. The force in his body was activated and it engulfed the battle sword. How unlucky. Even if I die, I will make sure you're heavily injured, too. The battle sword was shrouded in intense red light, releasing the maximum potential of the fire force. Wang Teng's hands were filled with perspiration as he stared at the giant crow. When it reached his attack range, he slashed his sword out. Evil beast, audacious, at this moment. A loud shout echoed in the air, accompanied by a green blade light. It extended from the roof of a building and cut the giant crow in midair. Screech! The bird released a cry of pain. Slash! Once the blade light cut the giant crow. Blood splattered everywhere, showering down on the onlookers below. However, the blade light did not fade away. Instead, it spread all the way to the horizon, even chopping the clouds in half. The massive corpse of the bird smashed down from the sky. It had all happened in an instant. Everyone was stunned. They stared at the sky in a daze with blank minds. So powerful. The man beside Zhao Gangbao was dumbstruck. He was muttering to himself. Wang Teng was clenching his sword, and his back was drenched with cold sweat. He didn't even have the time to execute his move. He hadn't regained his senses even now. Confusion could be seen all over his face. Chapter 35. That person is a martial warrior. Awesome. This person is amazing. Wang Teng took a deep breath and calmed his pounding heart as he exclaimed in his heart. The blade light that cut through the air had widened his horizons. This was what a real martial warrior should be like. One strike of his blade and he was able to destroy everything a few hundred meters away from him compared to that person. Wang Teng felt that he was so weak. He swiftly adjusted his confused expression. I'm all ready. Even my posture is ready. Why did you do this to me? I feel so awkward. Fortunately, everyone's attention was attracted by the giant crow. In a state of panic, the crowd was busy looking for a place to hide. No one had paid him any attention. Wang Teng hurriedly kept his battle sword and boxing gloves. He stuffed the bag containing the egg into his car, too. Then he pretended that nothing had happened and looked at the spot where the giant bird had smashed into the ground. It wasn't far, almost 10 meters away from him. The massive corpse of the bird laid right in the middle of the road. A few cars parked along the road had been squashed and their alarms were blaring. A few road lamps had collapsed, too. Sparks of electricity crackled and scared others from getting close. The passers-by had scattered far away, but they didn't forget to take out their cell phones to take photos and share them on their Moments or TikTok. This crow is so big. It's frightening. It was a martial warrior who helped out just now, right? It must be. Only a martial warrior can deal with a giant beast like this. The blade that struck all the way up to the sky stunned the entire Donghai city. I wish I was so powerful. The spectators started discussing among themselves. They felt admiration and envy towards the martial warrior who had executed the stunning blade light. Martial warrior! Martial warrior! This was a real martial warrior. During this martial arts era, who didn't want to become a martial warrior, but what was the use of just thinking about it? Many people were still blocked by an invisible wall. They didn't even have the right to step through the door. Even the advanced stage martial disciples standing at the edge of the door were no exception. The man beside Zhao Gangbao was one such example. At this moment, Wang Teng felt a little dumbfounded as he looked at the corpse of the giant crow. Would killing star beasts drop attribute bubbles? The answer was right in front of him. A few huge transparent bubbles were floating beside the giant crow, although others couldn't see them. To Wang Teng, they were exceptionally conspicuous. He hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, pretending that he was curious about the bird. He got close to the attribute bubbles and touched them secretly. He picked them up, speed 130, fire force 35, blank attribute 60, spiritual sight 1. What the fack? What the fack? What the fack important things must be emphasized thrice. These attributes are amazing. Wang Teng was on cloud 9, feeling as though he was floating. 3. What the fake weren't enough to express the excitement in his heart at this moment. Speed 130, gaining 130 points of speed attribute at once was honestly a little too much. When Fire Force 35 seeped into his skin, the fire force in his body increased tremendously. It surged through his body like a current. The feeling was incredible. Wang Teng continued looking down. Blank. Attribute 60. He was a little surprised. There were even blank attributes. What was their use? Could he use it to increase any of his attributes? Wang Teng decided to bring it back and investigate when free. After the update of his system, many changes started appearing slowly, finally. Spiritual sight 1. Wang Teng felt that something intriguing was happening to his eyes. A cold and icy stream was flowing in his eyes. If he was given a mirror, Wang Teng would be able to see a thin black film covering his eyes. It was eerily black. This is so interesting. But what's the use of this spiritual sight? He scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't notice anything special with his pair of eyes. Forget it. This is not the time to get to the bottom of this. How do I retract this ability? When Wang Teng thought about holding back the ability, the peculiar energy in his eyes seemed to have received a summon. It slipped into the depth of his eyes and went into hibernation. After some time, a group of people arrived at the scene. The crowd was dispersed and the place was sealed off. They're from the City Protection Bureau. The newcomers wore black uniforms with a unique logo on them, a cross of a blade and a sword. On their backs there was a simple and unsophisticated picture of a shield. Someone quickly recognized who they were, the City Protection Bureau. Based on the name, one could tell that this was a special department erected to protect the human cities in this world. In this department, besides the office workers, all others possessed strong martial arts abilities. The presence of this group allowed normal humans to live peacefully in the cities. Many times, without the public knowing, they had solved a lot of troubles. The members of the City Protection Bureau carried the giant crow onto a huge truck and cleaned up the streets. They learned about the situation from the nearby spectators, wanted to understand why this giant crow had suddenly invaded Donghai City. Unfortunately, no one was able to provide any relevant information. The onlookers were all talking in confusion. They just said that a powerful and mysterious martial warrior acted in the end. There was no helpful information given. In the end, the members of the City Protection Bureau left helplessly. Wang Teng stood among the crowd and watched them leave. He was in deep thought. That giant crow seemed to be here for me. But why? What grudges do we have? Why does it have to travel 1,000 miles of wilderness to kill me? Since Wang Teng couldn't find a reason, he gave up. The beautiful young lady from the pet shop ran towards Wang Teng when she noticed that things had settled outside. On the other side, Zhao Gangbao saw the members of the City Protection Bureau leaving and spoke to the man beside him. "Brother, the people from the City Protection Bureau have left. Let's catch that fellow quickly. If not, he will run away. I must take revenge for the kick he gave me in the past." The guy remembered how he was kicked into the air at the Wild Rose pub. He was also tricked by this brat and caught the wrong person. He felt happy for nothing. Anger instantly shot up right into his head. Zhao Gangbao was about to walk towards Wang Teng in his fury. Slap! Unexpectedly, the man beside Zhao Gangbao had slapped him on the head. "Catch him! Catch your head!" Zhao Ganghu was furious as he shouted at his brother. Zhao Gangbao was stunned. He looked at his brother blankly while muttering, "Brother, why are you scolding me? Think you make me so angry that my mind is muddled." Zhao Ganghu slapped Zhao Gangbao's head again. "Why are you hitting me again? Why are you angry?" Zhao Gangbao was puzzled. He shrunk his head and asked with a pitiful look, "I'm angry because you're stupid. You're an idiot. Do you know who you've offended? If you want to die, don't pull me along. Why are you getting your brother in trouble?" When Zhao Ganghu noticed that his brother still didn't know his mistake, he got even more infuriated. He wanted to vomit blood. They had the same mother. Why was his brother so stupid? Hence he raised his hand, wanting to slap his brother again. This time, Zhao Gangbao was prepared. He dodged the slap and shouted, "Brother, even if I was to die, you must let me know the reason. What is it? Tell me clearly. Okay, let me tell you." Zhao Ganghu took a deep breath and continued, "That person is a martial warrior." "What?" Zhao Gangbao was flabbergasted. However, he didn't believe it at all. "That's impossible. He's so young. How can he be a martial warrior?" Chapter 36. I have stopped being a boss for many years. "You don't believe me?" Zhao Ganghu smiled coldly. "What right do you have to not believe me? Do you know what I saw a moment ago? Force. That was the damn force. When that giant crow plummeted towards him, he activated his force. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. If you don't believe me, are you saying that I'm blind?" Zhao Ganghu's angry words echoed beside Zhao Gangbao's ears. He was dumbstruck. Force, martial warrior. That brat is actually a martial warrior. But when I met him the last time, he wasn't so powerful. He was at most an advanced stage martial disciple. How can he be a martial warrior? Zhao Gangbao still couldn't believe it. The only explanation is that he was hiding his ability. He doesn't want to reveal his true power. Zhao Ganghu took a wild guess. Hid his true power. Zhao Gangbao was shocked. Then he asked curiously, what's his motive? That's not something we should know, but think about this. If you keep provoking a martial warrior, what is the consequence? Zhao Ganghu stared at his younger brother in exasperation. "Oh my God!" Zhao Gangbao gasped in fear when he thought about this carefully. "Brother, I've offended him once. Will he kill me? The thought of a certain possibility sent shivers down his spine. That's hard to say, but it will be a hidden problem in the future. How about this? You will follow me, and we will go and apologize to him now. Let's see if he can forgive you and let this matter end completely, Zhao Ganghu added after pondering for some time. Zhao Gangbao hesitated. He didn't dare to face Wang Teng. However, when he noticed that Zhao Ganghu was going to flare up again, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will apologize." While Zhao Gangbao and his brother were guessing the consequences of provoking Wang Teng, the beautiful lady from the pet shop had arrived in front of Wang Teng. "Hello, thank you for helping me." The beautiful lady was a little shy as she raised her head and spoke to Wang Teng. "You're welcome. It's nothing. I have to thank you for answering all my queries. I went to many pet shops before I found someone who truly understands birds." Wang Teng smiled and replied, "Let's exchange WeChat. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly in the future." The beautiful lady from the pet shop took the initiative. In the past, Wang Teng had never received such treatment as expected. A hero saving a beauty was the ultimate move to win a lady's heart. But exchanging WeChat, am I someone who will add a lady's WeChat so easily? Heh. All right, let's do that. I'll have to trouble you if I have questions later. Wang Teng took out his phone in a hurry. They exchanged WeChat and asked for each other's names. Then they changed the ID. The beautiful lady from the pet shop was called Lu Jiqing. She said, "The shop is really busy today. I have to go back. Contact me on WeChat if you need anything." "Sure." Lu Jiqing smiled and waved her hand. She ran back to the pet shop. Zhao Ganghu cautiously brought his good-for-nothing younger brother over when he noticed that Wang Teng had finished hooking the young lady. "Mister, please wait for a moment." Wang Teng turned around upon the call. His eyes fell on Zhao Ganghu first and found him unfamiliar. Then he looked at Zhao Gangbao, who was beside him. "It's you." The knowing smile and the meaningful tone caused Zhao Gangbao's heart to beat violently. Zhao Ganghu's heart also skipped a beat. He hurriedly pushed Zhao Gangbao forward. "Boss!" Zhao Gangbao stuttered as he opened his mouth. Wang Teng lit a cigarette and suddenly replied, "I have stopped being a boss for many years." What the hell was he saying? Zhao Gangbao was puzzled. Zhao Ganghu laughed awkwardly and said, "You must be joking. I'm Zhao Ganghu. This is my bastard younger brother. My younger brother failed to recognize who you are in the past and offended you. I brought him here today to apologize to you." Then he shouted at Zhao Gangbao, "Hurry up and come over here to apologize to this mister." Zhao Gangbao wanted to bow and apologize, but Wang Teng stopped him. "Wait, I'm afraid that you didn't come to find me today to especially apologize, right? You have followed me for the entire trip. Do you think I'm stupid?" Wang Teng scoffed. Zhao Ganghu's expression changed. Zhao Gangbao even shivered in fright. "Oh my God, I'm exposed, Mr. Wang." Bang! Wang Teng didn't give him any chance to speak. The aura of a martial warrior exploded and surged towards Zhao Ganghu and his younger brother. Just now, he was playing a trick. He knew that someone was following him, but he didn't know the person's intention. Now, looking at Zhao Ganghu's expression, they were obviously looking for revenge just now. However, something had happened in the process and made them change their mind. That was why they came over to apologize. Could it be that they saw me using force just now? Wang Teng stared coldly at the duo as he thought, since they had come themselves, it was a chance for him to take care of them. This would prevent them from pestering him continuously in the future. Even though he wasn't afraid, it was still irritating to have a few nobodies crawling around him all the time. On the other side, in the face of the pressure given off by a martial warrior, Zhao Ganghu could only withstand it with all his might. He was extremely shocked. Indeed, he was a martial warrior. Zhao Gangbao's face turned pale, and he fell weakly to the ground. He couldn't even climb up. Aura. It sounded mysterious and profound, but it was just the pressure a powerful person could enforce on a weaker person. Wang Teng versus Zhao Ganghu, a martial warrior versus a martial disciple. The difference in ability was vast. The distance between them was obvious. That was why he felt a huge pressure. "We are willing to compensate you." Zhao Ganghu's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth with much effort. "Compensate?" Wang Teng pulled the corners of his lips. "There's 5 million in this card. This is our way of apologizing." Zhao Ganghu took out a bank card as he spoke. 5 million. The amount wasn't small. A normal person might not be able to save $1 million in his entire life. Yet this was 5 million. However, Wang Teng was a damn rich second generation. He smiled gently and replied, "Do I look like someone who needs 5 million? Zhao Ganghu's heart dropped. It looked like this matter wouldn't be solved so easily. He forgot that the person didn't lack money. Would a person who drove a sports car lack money? Zhao Ganghu's mouth tasted bitter. He really wanted to beat Zhao Gangbao to death on the spot. Why did he have to offend this malignant star? Give me one day. I will give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow. Zhao Ganghu was decisive. Once he knew that 5 million couldn't solve this matter, he gave up and made another promise. All right, I will wait for your news tomorrow, Wang Teng nodded. He wasn't worried that the other party would run away, although Donghai City wasn't small. It wasn't big either. It wasn't hard to find someone. He would meet him one day unless Zhao Ganghu was willing to forsake everything he had in Donghai City and run to other cities. Wang Teng believed that Zhao Ganghu wasn't so stupid. He shook his head when he saw Zhao Ganghu pulling Zhao Gangbao away. This Zhao Ganghu was just an advanced stage martial disciple. He was slightly older, but he was a character to take notice of. However, his younger brother, he was utterly hopeless. This tiger and leopard siblings in Chinese, hu means tiger and bao is leopard. The elder brother might be a tiger, but the young brother might not be a leopard. Chapter 37. Felt as though he lost a few 100 million, Wang Teng left Tongming Street, where the pet shop was located, and headed towards the place Lu Jiqing had recommended to get the incubator. It would be great if it was an extra-large incubator. The egg had almost filled up the entire backpack. Egg. Bird's egg. Wang Teng suddenly shuddered. He slapped his forehead. Why was he so stupid? Why did he only link this up now? The mother crow had come to look for her little crow. Damn it, no wonder it had a grudge against me and was dying to kill me. I abducted its child. Wang Teng felt speechless. However, based on the ability of those two martial warriors, how were they able to steal the egg under the nose of this frightening gigantic crow? They had probably employed some special methods. They might have stolen the egg when the giant crow went out to look for food. Forget it. It's useless to think about this now. Wang Teng shook his head. Suddenly, he felt very fortunate. I was lucky that the mysterious martial warrior helped me. If not, the crow would definitely have killed me for revenge. Even if I didn't steal the egg, it's in my hands now. Who else can the giant crow look for? Wait, when that martial warrior executed his blade attack, did he leave any attribute bubbles behind? They were the attribute bubbles of a formidable warrior.
Wang Teng had a taste of how amazing the attributes dropped from the giant crow were. If that mysterious warrior dropped some attributes, it must be even more rewarding. He hurriedly turned his steering wheel and sped in the direction where the blade light had come from based on his memory. I must be on time. The car whisked through the traffic as Wang Teng prayed in his heart. Finally, he stopped in front of a commercial building. It should be here. Wang Teng got out of the car in a hurry.
With a bang, the car door closed, and he rushed out like lightning. Mister, may I know who you're looking for? Do you have an appointment? The second the beautiful lady at the reception opened her mouth and asked, Wang Teng had already charged past her. He stopped in front of the lift. Mister, this is a private company. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter for no reason. Hurry up and stop him. A few security guards heard the shouts of the receptionist and dashed towards Wang Teng. Beep. The lift arrived just in time. Stop right there, the security guard shouted from behind Wang Teng. Only an idiot would stop, though. Wang Teng leaped into the lift and pressed the close button frantically. The lift door slowly closed. The security guards were a step too late. They could only watch Wang Teng disappear in front of them. The guards had no choice but to chase after him using another lift. However, this time difference was enough. Wang Teng went up to the roof of the building and scanned the spacious roof. He noticed a bubble that was about to disappear. That's good. That's good. Wang Teng quickly walked over. However, just as he was prepared to pick it up, the bubble disappeared. Wang Teng froze on the spot, along with the smile on his face. It disappeared. It still disappeared in the end. His heart suddenly hurt so much, Wang Teng clutched his chest. This pain made him feel as though he had lost a few 100 million. It was so cruel. God, why do you have to be so cruel to me? Sigh. Wang Teng let out a long breath and walked to the edge of the roof. He lit up a cigarette and stood in the wind as it messed up his hair. He felt depressed and melancholy. At this moment, the security guards caught up with him. They were panting heavily. The moment they reached the roof, they saw Wang Teng standing at the edge with a look of despair on his face. They wanted to question this young man, but they forcefully swallowed the words that had already reached the corner of their lips. Young man, if there's anything you need, we can talk properly. Can you come down first? One middle-aged bodyguard asked. He tried his best to make his voice gentler. You don't understand. I just lost a few 100 million. Wang Teng sighed. His expression became even more depressed. A few 100 millions. Is this young man boasting? Don't say anything. If you stimulate him and he jumps down, you will be held responsible. The security guards exchanged glances with one another and completed a silent interaction. The middle-aged security guard continued. Isn't it just a few $100 million? You're still so young, you can earn it all back. Maybe you will be able to earn $1 billion or a few billion in the future. What is a few $100 million then? The middle-aged men talked about a few billion so casually as if he was Jack Ma. Wang Teng looked at him in shock. You spoke about it so casually that I almost thought you were talking about paper money. The middle-aged security guard laughed awkwardly. Forget it. It's my luck to gain and my fate to lose. Wang Teng sighed again. The security guards heaved sighs of relief when they saw that he had let the matter go. Yet, unexpectedly, the next second, Wang Teng jumped down. Goodbye, everyone. The security guards stretched their hands out and screamed. They looked like the scene where Erkang was trying to catch Ziwei. These two characters are from a classic Chinese melodrama. No! Some of them even closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to look, but the tragedy didn't happen. The middle-aged security guard had rushed over when Wang Teng leaped up. He was an advanced stage martial disciple. However, he didn't have the chance to progress any further since he was already middle-aged. He could only make a living as the head of the security guards. His speed was faster than his fellows. He rushed to the edge of the roof and looked down, his eyes turned wide open. He saw Wang Teng landing lightly on the air conditioner outside the building. He was jumping down, level by level. Wang Teng saw the middle-aged security guard popping his head out, so he waved at him. Now it was the middle-aged security guard's turn to stand at the edge of the roof and let the wind mess up his hair. This young man is not a simple person. Wang Teng left the commercial building with regret. He went to buy an incubator and then returned to school. It was already afternoon. All the students had gone to the cafeteria to have their lunch. Before he came back, he sent Xu Jie and his other friends a message on WeChat telling them to save a portion of food for him. After finishing his lunch, there were 2 hours of afternoon break. The Year 3 students were at their revision period now, so most students only rested for an hour. For the next hour, they revised and recited their textbooks. While Lin Chuhan was revising, Wang Teng wasn't sleepy. In fact, he was diligent too, as he had started studying his attributes panel. Enlightenment, 83. Spirit, 12. Talent, beginner stage fire talent, 10/3000. Beginner stage ice talent, 12/3000. Spiritual sight, beginner stage 1/10. Force, 41/100 fire, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 4/100 ice, 1-star soldier level martial warrior. Scripture, red flame scripture, foundation 100. Deep ice scripture, foundation 100. Battle techniques, basic battle techniques, mastery for fist, sword, blade, footwork, gun skill, small achievement, fire, Kirin, sword skill, foundation 10/10. Phantom ice fist, foundation 8/100. Knowledge, basic subjects, full marks. Overall battle power, 182. Blank attribute, 60. His fire force had increased tremendously. It was at 41 points now. Wang Teng could feel the fire force in the force nucleus of his body taking shape. The force nucleus was situated at the bottom of his spine. It was where the force was stored, the origin of its name. Because of the increase in his speed and fire force, Wang Teng's overall battle power had increased to 182. This meant that his ability had been enhanced. Wang Teng had done his research. He knew that humans had a method to evaluate one's battle power. Battle power of a 1-star soldier level martial warrior was between 100 to 300. From 1-star to 9-star soldier level martial warrior, each rank could be split into the primary, middle, advanced, and peak phases. The primary phase was between 100 to 180, the middle phase was between 180 to 230, the advanced phase was between 230 and 280, and the peak phase was between 280 to 300. If the overall battle power figure from the system was equivalent to the human's method of evaluation, it meant that Wang Teng was a 1-star middle phase soldier level martial warrior. Chapter 38, Increase Enrollment. For martial arts examination, Wang Teng looked at the additional row at the bottom, blank attribute, 60. He touched his chin. At the moment, he was in a dilemma. How should he use this blank attribute? He scanned the attributes panel from top to bottom. Well, let's try one by one. Wang Teng started by adding some blank attributes to enlightenment. The 83 points of enlightenment jumped a little and became 83.1, ratio 10:1. Wang Teng nodded to himself. He added some blank attributes to spirit. Similarly, his spirit attribute increased by 0.1. It had a ratio of 10:1 too. Then, he added some attributes to his fire and ice talent. Both of them increased by 1 point, ratio 1:1. When he reached his spiritual sight, he thought that the ratio would be the same. Wang Teng added 1 blank attribute point, but spiritual sight only increased by 0.1. The ratio was 10:1. Spiritual sight is a more advanced talent? Wang Teng couldn't help but think this way. He continued experimenting. He realized that the force at the bottom and all the force skill scriptures, as well as the battle techniques, were all 1-to-1. However, he couldn't add any blank attributes to his overall battle power. It looks like I have to raise the other attributes to increase my overall battle power. Wang Teng pondered. After the round of experiments, he had used up 11 blank attributes and was left with 49. Wang Teng contemplated for some time. He added 20 points to his fire force and used the remaining 29 points on the Fire Kirin sword skill. Specialization was better than knowing a little of everything. He had a limited number of blank attributes, so he could only upgrade one attribute as quickly as possible. Enlightenment, 83.1. Spirit, 12,200. Beginner stage fire talent, 11,300. Beginner stage ice talent, 13,300. Spiritual sight, beginner stage 1. 1/10 force, 62,100 fire. 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 5,100 ice. 1-star soldier level martial warrior. Scripture, red flame scripture, foundation 200. Deep ice scripture, foundation 200. Battle techniques, basic battle techniques, mastery for fist, sword, blade, footwork, gun skill, small achievement, fire, Kirin, sword skill, foundation 400. Phantom ice fist, foundation 9,100. Knowledge, basic subjects, full marks. Overall battle power, 191, blank attribute, 0. He looked at the changes in his attributes panel and nodded in satisfaction. Blank attribute is a good thing. I hope there's more of it, Wang Teng exclaimed in his heart. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy to get so many blank attributes at once. That gigantic crow was extremely powerful. That was why it had dropped so many attributes. Such incidents relied on luck. If that mysterious martial warrior didn't appear, he would be dead. He wouldn't have the chance to pick up the attributes. He shouldn't wish for good luck to fall into his laps. Wang Teng shook his head and adjusted his mentality in the afternoon. The first lesson in the afternoon was with their head teacher, Fan Weiming. He walked into the classroom and said sternly, "Students, the university entrance exam is 2 weeks away. You must use your time wisely for revision, but remember to rest properly too. Adjust your schedule and don't fall sick. When you go home, ask your parents to make good food for you. Nutritiously." Also, the Ministry of Education just released a statement. They said that there are some changes to the martial arts course exam. All the students looked at him. Wang Teng suddenly got more interested when he heard this. There would be changes made to the university entrance exam every year. He wondered what these changes were this year. Also, it was related to the martial arts course exam. Fan Weiming opened his mouth under everyone's anticipated gazes. There will be an increased enrollment for the martial arts course this year. Intermediate stage martial disciples can also participate in the martial arts course exam now. Increased enrollment. Is that true? Intermediate stage martial disciples can participate too? Does that mean that I have a chance to get into the martial arts course? Many students were excited, especially those that had reached the intermediate stage. They virtually danced with joy. The beginner stage martial disciples were in low spirits, though there were only 5 advanced stage martial disciples in Donghai No. 1 High School. But there were many beginner stage and intermediate stage martial disciples. This was a huge piece of good news for intermediate stage martial disciples. The university entrance exam was a turning point in life. If they joined the martial arts course, they would be able to enjoy more resources. This would give them a higher chance of becoming martial warriors in the future. In the past, many people were unable to become advanced stage martial disciples before turning 20. Hence, they couldn't get into the martial arts course and couldn't become martial warriors. This year, the martial arts course was increasing the quota. Their chance was finally here. How could they not be excited? "All right, settle down. Wait for me to finish speaking." Fan Weiming clapped his hands. The students gradually became silent. They looked at Fan Weiming. Fan Weiming said, "If there's anyone who wants to apply for the martial arts course, remember to register with me at my office within this week. The dean's office needs to compile the number and send it to the Ministry of Education. You will only be given your identity card for the exam if you register. Without this identity card, you will not be able to take the martial arts course exam. Please remember this." He paused for a second before continuing. "However, there's one thing you need to inform your parents clearly. There's an actual combat assessment with a certain risk. The internet is well developed, so all of you probably know that there's a particular risk. However, you might not have an idea how high the risk will be. Let me tell you then, there's a specific death rate for the actual combat assessment. If the death rate doesn't exceed this benchmark, the authorities won't take any notice of it. That means that if you die, you will just be dead. Thus, if you're not confident, don't have the idea of leaving things to chance. I'd rather you repeat a year and take the exam next year. Okay, I've said everything. Prepare your textbooks. We are starting our lesson. Fan Wyman gave the students some time to digest the news after he finished speaking. As expected, the students below started discussing in hushed voices. There's a death rate? I always thought that you would get injured at most. I've asked a senior before. He said that no deaths have occurred for the past 2 years. Was he lying to me? Maybe not. Even if there weren't any deaths for the past 2 years, what about the earlier years? I should go back and research carefully. If there's a death rate, I need to consider it carefully. Some students were frowning. Happiness a moment ago had subsided a little. If I want to participate in the martial arts course exam, I need to start doing my 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. There are only 2 weeks left. There's not enough time, someone suddenly shouted. Oh, right. I haven't started reading the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. How am I supposed to take the exam? They're making it difficult for us. Why didn't they inform us earlier? The topic got steered in another direction. A moment ago, they were still worried about the death rate. Now they were all stumped by the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. Wang Teng shook his head. It was just an increase in seats that had nothing to do with him. His current ability was enough to deal with the university entrance exam. Huh? Wang Teng suddenly turned his head. He noticed that Lin Chuhan's emotions seemed a little weird. Her eyes were shimmering, but there was hesitation and fear on her face. Class monitor Lin, are you an intermediate stage martial disciple? Wang Teng thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but ask her, are you thinking of applying for the martial arts course too? Chapter 39. The martial arts path is not easy to walk. Lin Chuhan felt that Wang Teng was belittling her when she heard his tone. She glared at him as she said, I can't? Nope. I always thought that you will move down the scholar path, Wang Teng replied innocently. After all, this is the martial arts era. We can foresee that the uses of martial arts will become greater and greater. Its influence will seep into every aspect of society. The change for this year's university entrance exam is a signal. Thus, even if I go with the scholar path, I don't want to forego my martial arts. Lin Chuhan analyzed objectively.
You make sense.
Wang Teng nodded. You should be participating in the martial arts course exam, right? Lin Chuhan gave Wang Teng a meaningful look. From his recent performance, she was around 90% certain that he would take the martial arts exam even though she couldn't confirm it. Wang Teng just smiled. Lin Chuhan didn't probe further. However, in her heart, she already had her answer. No wonder he didn't place much emphasis on his studies. However, the martial arts exam had a written portion too. The 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers was a must-read. Did he have enough confidence? She still had some doubts, but once she remembered the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, she frowned uncontrollably. What do you think the Ministry of Education is thinking? Why did they release this news at the last moment? Many intermediate stage martial disciples haven't read the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers properly. They have no hope in passing the exam. How would I know? The way these powerful people think is always peculiar. Wang Teng shook his head. At this moment, a young man in front of them suddenly turned his head and jumped into their conversation. I heard that it's related to the policies by the World Federation. World Federation's policies? Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan exchanged glances with each other. This involvement was a little far-fetched. Yang Jian, how do you know this? Wang Teng asked the young man. Yang Jian wanted to perform in front of Lin Chuhan, so he turned his body and explained in a proud manner, My uncle works at the Ministry of Education. A month ago, I heard this piece of news from him. I've been reading the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers recently. Fook, you have connections. Wang Teng laughed and scolded him. Wang Shengguo had also gotten some wind of this, but he thought that since Wang Teng had just started training, he had no hope of taking the exam this year. Hence, he didn't tell Wang Teng. Lin Chuhan felt a little speechless and helpless. This was the difference between an average student and someone like Yang Jian. Yang Jian received the news 1 month earlier, but she had to wait for the school's notice. She got her information too late. No matter what era it was, information was always the most worthy. Yang Jian didn't take it to heart. He smiled and said to Wang Teng, Young Master Wang, you're the one with the most connections. Why are you teasing me? Then he looked at Lin Chuhan's expression and guessed her thoughts. He hurriedly consoled her. Class monitor, don't worry too much since the authorities released the information at this time. They must understand the student's plight. I've also heard that the normal exam's difficulty and results will be lowered. It might be the lowest among all the previous years. Wang Teng instantly smiled at Lin Chuhan. You heard him? It means that there's much hope this year. Don't put on that face anymore. Also, with your top student's brain, the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers is just a piece of cake for you." Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes at Wang Teng. She then replied to Yang Jian, "Thank you for telling me this. You're welcome. You're welcome. Even if I didn't tell you, you'd have heard it soon. Since they released this policy, they won't be able to hide some information from the public." Yang Jian waved his hands. "All right, students, 10 minutes of discussion is up. If you continue talking, I won't need to start my lesson anymore." Fan Weiming knocked on the blackboard. The students immediately sat up straight. Teacher's dignity was not to be messed with. For the entire afternoon, everyone was immersed in the piece of news their teacher gave them. The moment class ended, they started a huge discussion. Some students went to take a look at their neighboring class. They were talking about this too. After the lesson, some students took the chance to call their families and ask their parents to get some insider's news. Others asked their parents for opinions. Martial arts exam was extremely important. Many parents skipped work once they received their child's call and started hunting around for news. They found their relatives and used all the connections they had. When a family had a child taking the university entrance exam, they would always be the focal point of the family. The 3 afternoon lessons soon ended. It was time to go home. Wang Teng looked at Lin Chuhan, who was packing her bag beside him. "Miss Class Monitor, shall I send you home?" "No need," Lin Chuhan replied in a hurry. She was afraid that if she replied a little late, she would be pulled into his car forcefully. She kept thinking that this fellow had some motive towards her. He didn't restrain himself as he did in the past. "Your choice," Wang Teng didn't mind. He got up and prepared to leave, but he thought for a moment and said, "Since you want to take the martial arts exam, you shouldn't work part-time for the next 2 weeks. Time is a little tight. You should use it wisely and look through the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. If you face any difficulties as your table buddy, don't forget to look for me." Wang Teng didn't give her a chance to refute as he left the classroom directly. In an instant, Lin Chuhan felt warmth spreading in her heart. She shook her head and scolded. "This fellow is seducing me again." Wang Teng, Xu Jie, and Bai Wei met one another at the school gate. They already knew about the increased enrollment quota. Even Bai Wei and Yu Hao, who were in the 2nd year, knew about it. Bai Wei and Yu Hao were excited. After all, they still had 1 year. Becoming an intermediate stage martial disciple was much easier than becoming an advanced stage martial disciple. Their chances were high, especially for Bai Wei. Even if she had never practiced martial arts before, it shouldn't be a problem for her to become an intermediate stage martial disciple in a year. The Bai family just needed to provide her with more resources. Zhu Ji was a little dejected, though. The increased enrollment for martial arts courses was cruel to those who didn't practice martial arts. They felt that they had no chance. Becoming an advanced stage martial disciple might be a little tricky, but if Xu Jie practiced diligently, he still had hopes of becoming an intermediate stage martial disciple. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Opportunities were given to those who were prepared. He was destined to miss the chance this year. Wang Teng thought for a moment. "Xu Jie, maybe you can repeat the year? Go home and discuss it with your parents." "That's right, we were persuading him to repeat a year too." Yu Hao agreed with Wang Teng. "Brother Wang Teng, do you really think I should repeat a year?" Xu Jie raised his head. "It's not what I think. It's what you want," Wang Teng replied. "Let me go home and ask my parents first." Xu Jie hesitated for a moment before saying Wang Teng didn't reply to him. After all, the final decision was up to the guy. After everything he had experienced recently, Wang Teng knew that the martial arts path wasn't easy. Should he practice martial arts? Was it right or wrong to practice martial arts? Would he regret it in the future? No one could provide Xu Ji the answer. He had to walk the path personally to know if it was right or wrong, or whether he would regret it or not. Chapter 40, Spiritual Sight. Xu Ji and his friends were a little depressed because of the martial arts exam. Reading the atmosphere, Bai Wei hurriedly changed the topic. "Do you know that Zhou Baiyun sent someone to investigate Mount Baoan again today?" "Oh, what did they find?" Wang Teng asked indifferently. This was in accordance with his expectations. Smart people were easily curious. Zhou Baiyun was the kind of person who felt that she was smart. She didn't receive an answer yesterday night, so she would definitely investigate again.
Wu Yuan said that they found traces of a battle in a forest patch. Based on the strength, it might be a fight between martial warriors, Bai Wei said. Martial warriors. Xu Ji and Yu Hao were shocked. There were burnt marks at the scene and some frozen plants too. They must have been destroyed by force. Bai Wei nodded and said, "There were martial warriors?" Luckily, Brother Wang Teng didn't find them. If not, he would have been in danger, Shuji said. Wang Teng nodded.
Oh, right. Who's Wu Yan? Yu Hao suddenly asked Bai Wei curiously. She's a young lady I met at the mountain villa yesterday. She's really gossipy and extremely well informed. She's talkative too, so she sent me a message on WeChat the moment she heard the news. Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh. What else did she say? Wang Teng asked. She also said that after Zhou Baiyun arrived, the members from the City Protection Bureau arrived too. However, they didn't seem to have discovered anything. The two martial warriors probably left after fighting. Bai Wei continued. Wang Teng was in deep thought. It looked like Bai Wei only knew some surface news. She probably didn't know any exact details. They chatted for some time before parting at the entrance of the school. The group returned to their homes. When Wang Teng reached home, he noticed a few strangers. Wang Shengguo had come back from his work trip and was conversing with these people. The City Protection Bureau. I didn't expect them to find me so quickly. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, but there were no changes to his expression. He walked into the living room and asked, "Dad, you're back. These people are?" "Yes," Wang Shengguo nodded. He then frowned slightly as he replied, "They're from the City Protection Bureau. They came to ask you a few questions. Did you cause trouble again?" Wang Teng immediately felt wronged. "How can I cause trouble? I've been obediently practicing martial arts and going out with my friends recently. What trouble can I cause?" "Mr. Wang, don't worry. This is just a routine check." A young man waved his hand and stood up. He asked Wang Teng, "You're Wang Teng, right?" "Yes. I'm the leader of the No. 3 small team of the City Protection Bureau, Chai Yu." The young man introduced himself. "We came today because we wanted to ask you about what happened yesterday night on Mount Baoan." "Oh, okay, so you came for that matter. No problem. Ask along. I will tell you everything I know." Wang Teng pretended to know everything. Chai Yu asked a few questions, and Wang Teng replied to him with the answers he had prepared beforehand. No loopholes could be found in his story. Especially when he mentioned that he had no sense of direction, Wang Shengguo laughed and added, "I'm not worried about you laughing at him. This brat has been bad with directions ever since he was a child. Fortunately, we have GPS now. If not, I'm really worried that he will get lost one day." "All right, thank you for your cooperation. Sorry for the inconvenience caused today." Since Chai Yu didn't receive any relevant information, he got up and left. After the members of the City Protection Bureau departed, Wang Shengguo used his finger and pretended to tap Wang Teng's forehead. Wang Teng chuckled. "Dad, you cooperated well. Stop teasing me." Wang Shengguo flared up once there were no strangers. "From now on, be obedient and stop causing trouble." Wang Teng didn't explain what had happened. So Wang Shengguo just warned him and didn't probe further. Li Xiumei placed the dishes on the table and called the father and son for dinner. Chai Yu was sitting in a car. The staff driving the car asked, "Brother Chai, how much truth do you think there is in the young boy's words?" "It's hard to say." Chai Yu frowned. Based on the chemical examination of the site, the martial warriors who were fighting are already dead. There should have been a third party at the scene. From Li Rongcheng's statement, we know that Wang Teng isn't weak. He's probably an advanced stage martial disciple now. But it's impossible for an advanced stage martial disciple to kill two martial warriors. Hence, it should have nothing to do with him. He probably saw the fight and got scared, so he didn't dare to tell the truth. The driver also made his guess. Is it possible that the two martial warriors perished together and he reaped their benefits? Are you reading too many novels? If there's such a lucky thing, why didn't it happen to me? Chai Yu rolled his eyes. Haha, Brother Chai, don't you know that this plot is popular nowadays? It feels good when you read it. The driver laughed. Just focus on the road. Chai Yu laughed and scolded him. Then he couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. Li Rongcheng and Wang Teng are both advanced stage martial disciples. There is a chance that they will become martial warriors in the future. The Li family and Wang family are not ordinary families. Their lives are really good. Also, the possessions of the martial warriors have disappeared and their cell phones are gone. We don't know their identities. And we don't even have a clue where to start investigating. This will probably become an unsolved case. You're right. Ever since we got linked to the Xingwu continent, it's getting hard to count the deaths and disappearances of martial warriors, the staff lamented. After dinner ended, Wang Teng carried the backpack with the egg back into his bedroom when his parents were not looking. He took out the egg and placed it in the incubator. He switched the incubator on and let it incubate the egg slowly. Then he laid on his bed and placed his head on his hands. He was in a daze for some time. Then he suddenly leaped out of bed and took out a mirror. Wang Teng looked at the mirror and activated his spiritual sight. He saw a thin layer of black film covering his pupils. It's as if I'm wearing cosmetic contact lenses. Huh? There's a spot of red light deeper in my eyes? Oh my God, why do they look a little like crow's eyes? Wang Teng observed his eyes carefully and immediately felt frustrated. Did they really turn into crow's eyes? Sigh? I wonder what kind of talent spiritual sight is. With a sigh, Wang Teng scanned his room. When he saw the egg on the incubator, his gaze suddenly stopped. This is, when his spiritual sight was activated, the egg turned entirely red as though it was a ball of burning flame. Fire force. Could it be that the use of spiritual sight is to allow me to see force? Wang Teng had a mind-blowing thought. This might be the talent that allowed the crow to find Donghai City. That was how it was able to lock in on him. This talent came from the giant crow. Compared to it, his talent was a weaker version. There was plenty of room to develop it further. However, this talent is not bad. I can see the force through my eyes, so I can predict how strong or weak other martial warriors are. Wang Teng muttered to himself. Wang Teng was burning with eagerness. He experimented with the talent for a long time until he felt his eyes turning sore and his head getting heavy. He had no choice but to deactivate his spiritual sight. What's the matter? I feel a little dizzy. Could it be? Wang Teng was a little surprised. He fished out the attributes panel and looked at the stats section. There was an overconsumption behind the attribute spiritual sight consumes spirit. It looks like I can't use it recklessly. Wang Teng rested for a while before the dizziness gradually disappeared. I only know that spiritual sight can help me see the force. I wonder if it has other abilities. Wang Teng pondered for a moment and decided that he would pay more attention to it in the future. Spiritual sight talent was very promising. He must focus on it. Chapter 41. Presence Enlightenment. Translator, Henny Translations Editor, Henny Translations. After studying his spiritual sight for some time, he had digested almost all the food in his stomach. Wang Teng got up and climbed down the stairs. On the way, he greeted his parents. Dad, Mom, I'm going to the Martial Arts Academy. Wang Shengguo had just come back from his business trip. He didn't go back to his office tonight. One reason was that he wanted to rest at home, and the other was to spend more time with his wife. At this moment, he was watching the TV with Li Xiaomei in the living room. When they reached an interesting part, he would discuss with Li Xiaomei how outdated the storyline was. The way he was acting now was no different from the millions of ordinary men in this world. When he heard Wang Teng's voice, Wang Shengguo waved his hand without even bothering to turn his head. Move aside. Don't interrupt us while watching the TV. This is the climax. All right, I won't. Wang Teng rolled his eyes and beat a hasty retreat. Li Xiaomei patted Wang Shengguo once and shouted in a hurry, Son, what do you want to eat tonight? I will make supper for you. Anything is fine, Mom. You can cook whatever is available. I'm going now. Wang Teng's voice came from outside the door. Then the rumble of a sports car engine was heard. Jixin, Martial House. Wang Teng parked his car and walked along the small pathways in the Martial Arts Academy. On the way, he thought to himself, let's go straight to the third floor today. Some people already know that my strength has exceeded an intermediate stage martial disciple. There's no point in hiding it anymore. However, I should drag the news that I've become a martial warrior for a little longer. Sigh rising too quickly is vexing. Actually, Wang Teng never expected himself to become a martial warrior so quickly either. He thought he would have to wait until the university entrance exam was over. Accidents always came so abruptly. It caught him off guard. Wang Teng stood in front of the Martial Disciple Training Building and glanced at the Martial Warrior Training Building beside it. He heaved a deep sigh as if lamenting the unfairness of the world like an old man within sight, but beyond reach. Wang Teng walked into the building and quietly finished his test. The identification information changed automatically, and he received the right to move to the third floor. He didn't forget to finish a round on the first and second floor, picking up dropped attributes. Wang Teng then headed to the third floor. The staircase leading to the third floor was situated in a conspicuous location. Wang Teng didn't want to be in the spotlight, but he still attracted everyone's attention the moment he stepped on the stairs. Wang Teng, I didn't expect you to become an advanced stage martial disciple so quickly. Some familiar students came forward and started praising him. Their tone was full of envy. The longer one trained as a martial disciple, the harder the path got. Many students here had been stuck at the martial disciple intermediate stage for a long time. They never managed to break through the doors to become an advanced stage martial disciple. It was sorrowful, to say the least. Zhang Xiaoyang became an advanced stage martial disciple. Now another one is leaving. I heard that the Ministry of Education underwent a reform this year. Intermediate stage martial disciples can also take part in the martial arts exam now. But it has nothing to do with us. Damn it. Why didn't this reform take place earlier? The moment the news of an increase in enrollment for the martial arts course was released, it spread like wings throughout the city. Everyone that should know about it had heard of it. Most of the intermediate stage martial disciples present were adults practicing martial arts as part of their job. Their average age was quite high. As a result, they were unable to take part in the university entrance exam. They weren't the same as the students in school. Even if the students were intermediate stage martial disciples, they still had the chance to climb up the social ladder in the future. But to them, this piece of news wasn't good. Instead, it was a huge blow. Some people were born in the wrong era and missed many good opportunities. Time was not on their side, so what could they do? Just work hard, there will be opportunities for you. Wang Teng nodded at the student and went up to the third floor. That's right, there will be opportunities. The student clenched his fist tightly and the fighting will in his eyes lit up again. He was just a little past 20. It was too early to give up now. Among the crowd, a fatty was watching Wang Teng's pretentious back view as he left. He cursed in his heart. I knew it. I knew that this fellow must be hiding his true abilities. If not, how could he run faster than me or become an advanced stage martial disciple so quickly? This is so dishonest of him. On the third floor, there were obviously fewer people as compared to the second floor. From the first floor to the third floor, the numbers would sharply dwindle. This was a good example of the pyramid concept. Wang Teng's arrival caused many people to pause their training and turn around to glance at him. He's so young. Another genius. Genius? Wang Teng scanned his surroundings. The floor was littered with attribute bubbles, and there was a bunch of two-legged sheep for him to collect furs from. It felt so good. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyang, who had just become an advanced stage martial disciple, walked over. He sized up Wang Teng with a strange gaze. Wang Teng, your progress is a little scary. I started practicing martial arts at a young age. I've been stuck at the intermediate stage for some time. I was just waiting for an opportunity. Wang Teng smiled and replied. Zhang Xiaoyang had a look of enlightenment. He placed his arm around Wang Teng's shoulder and took him inside. Come, since you're here, there's finally someone who can spar with me using fist skills. The entire night, Wang Teng collected all the attribute bubbles on the third floor. It was another round of huge gains. In total, Enlightenment 5. Spirit 6, Strength 153, Speed 66. Currently, Wang Teng was more focused on increasing his points for Enlightenment and Spirit. However, these two attributes were rare as always. He had researched online before. Force skill scriptures and force battle techniques were more profound. Hence, they had a higher demand for Enlightenment. If one's Enlightenment value was high, they would yield twice the result with half the effort when practicing the scriptures and battle techniques. If the Enlightenment was low, they would experience what despair felt like. Wang Teng was able to collect attributes to improve his scriptures and battle techniques. However, martial warriors were rare. Even more, they wouldn't congregate together like the martial disciples. He wouldn't be able to collect rounds and rounds of attributes as he did with the martial disciples. Thus, when there were attributes, he would collect them. When there was nothing to be picked, he had to rely on his own practice. Increasing his enlightenment was considered saving for a rainy day. However, Wang Teng was lucky that he was able to increase his enlightenment by collecting attributes. Many a little made a mickle. If he slowly collected them, he believed that his enlightenment would increase. He was different from others. If other people had low enlightenment, there was nothing they could do besides feeling despair. As for spirit, it was related to the endurance time of his spiritual sight ability. This ability might prove really important in the future. He should increase the capacity of his spirit battery as quickly as possible. Besides all these, he had collected many basic footwork, basic fist skill, basic sword skill, and basic blade skill attributes today. Now, these battle techniques were charging towards another stage above the mastery stage. The next stage after mastery was presence enlightenment. Presence enlightenment was the last stage of a basic battle technique. At this stage, one would comprehend the powerful aura behind the skill. When fighting with someone, the frightening presence of the skill would be felt first, overwhelming the other party, subduing the enemy without a fight. This was the use of presence. However, few would spend a huge amount of time practicing their basic battle techniques to this stage. If they had the time and energy, they would rather work towards becoming a martial warrior and cultivate force battle techniques. But Wang Teng didn't mind. All he needed to do was pick up the attributes. It would be a waste if he didn't collect them. Also, if he practiced his foundation well, it would be beneficial to his cultivation of force battle techniques in the future. After all, a skyscraper was only possible if the foundations were solid. Besides the basic battle techniques he already possessed, Wang Teng picked up a new basic technique. Basic stick skill foundation. Stick skill, not bad, not bad. Do I have to find a golden cudgel or an iron polearm in the future? 1, then I will shout out loud, "Hey demon, let go of my master." Chapter 42. This Drama King. Translator, Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations. It was an exciting night of collecting sheep furs. Wait, it was a night of training. Wang Teng finished picking up the last attribute bubble and came out of the Jixin Marshall House. He drove his car along the seaside highway on his way home. Jixin Marshall House was situated beside the sea. There was a highway following the coastline. At night, there weren't many cars on this road. Under the dark night sky, the place seemed exceptionally quiet and secluded. Wang Teng was the last to leave again. The other students of the Martial Arts Academy had already gone home much earlier. The music in the car was turned on, and the vibrant and loud music dispersed the silence in the surrounding. Tonight, I watch the snow fluttering in the cold night. My heart is cold as I travel far away. I ran in the wind and the rain, not able to differentiate the figures in the mist. The sky and the sea, you and me, will we change? Screech, the friction between the tires and asphalt, broke the calmness of the silent night. The relaxing atmosphere created by the music was gone. Wang Teng had managed to stop his car just in time. His body flung forward because of inertia, but as a martial warrior, his control over his body was exceptional. He forcefully remained in his seat. The high beam lit up the scene in front. A large fallen tree was blocking the road ahead. At the same time, there was a human figure sitting on a branch of the large tree. He couldn't make out the figure clearly. Wang Teng frowned. It looked like this person had come bearing ill intent. He seemed to be targeting him. Just as Wang Teng was about to get out of his car, he suddenly thought of something and activated his spiritual sight. A ball of bright light like a 50-watt incandescent lamp appeared in his vision. Force, martial warrior. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. Why was a martial warrior looking for him? Who was he? What motive did he have? A pile of questions filled up his heart. However, comparing the intensity of the light he saw using his spiritual sight and the light on himself, he had nothing to be afraid of, even if they were to fight. Wang Teng took out his battle sword and wore his boxing gloves. Then he got out of the car slowly. Hand over the item, the man looked at Wang Teng and opened his mouth. "What item? I don't think I know you," Wang Teng curiously asked. "It doesn't matter whether you know me or not. However, if you hand over the item you took from Mount Baoan, I can spare your life," said the person coldly. "What item? What Mount Baoan? Why don't I understand what you're saying?" Wang Teng's heart dropped. How did this person know that he had taken something? The person snorted. He stood up and walked towards Wang Teng. "You don't know in that case? Where did you get the sword and boxing gloves in your hands?" "I bought them," Wang Teng replied indifferently. When the other party came closer, Wang Teng finally saw his appearance. This was a man around 30 years old. There was no distinguishing feature on his face, but his eyes were like that of a lone wolf. He didn't look like a kind person by any means. "You're at the brink of death, you know. Why are you still being stubborn?" The man waved his cell phone. "All the members of our team installed a GPS tracking system in our phones. You hid it well by destroying their corpses and all traces left. After all, dead men tell no tales. Unfortunately, you were stupid enough to bring their cell phones back." "Damn it, I didn't even expect a tracking system to be installed in the cell phones. I was too careless." Wang Teng scolded himself in his heart. "Do you have nothing to say now? Tell me where the item is and I will spare your life." "I don't mind telling you that I'm a martial warrior. You're just a martial disciple. Even if you have rune weapons, you're not my match. So don't cause harm to yourself," said the man calmly. Wang Teng felt lucky. Fortunately, he brought the 2 cell phones along with him wherever he went. This person had just tracked him through GPS, so he probably didn't know where he lived. Still, Wang Teng pretended to look shocked. "Martial warrior, you're actually a martial warrior. If I hand the item over to you, will you really let me go?" At this moment, it was as if Wang Teng was possessed by a drama king. He appeared to be nervous and frightened, mired by a dilemma. "Of course, you should feel fortunate that I came alone to settle this matter. If my other teammates had found you out first, they aren't as easy to talk to like me," the man continued. "No one knows about this." Wang Teng raised his head. "That's right, I'm the only one. You don't have to worry about other people looking for trouble." The man probably wanted to let Wang Teng believe him, so his expression was extremely sincere. "Okay, I will tell you, but you must first promise to spare my life." Wang Teng gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. He walked towards the other party in a cautious manner. The man had a smile on his face. "Don't worry, I mean what I say. I'm a martial warrior. There's no need for me to lie to a small martial disciple like you."
I put that thing.
Wang Teng walked until he was within 3 meters of the martial warrior, then his gaze intensified, and he heavily stepped on the ground. Using the rebounding force, Wang Teng jumped high up. The smile on the man's face turned hideous. "Little brat, I knew you won't be so honest. I was already guarding against you. Do you think you can fool me with your hidden intentions? You are just a martial disciple."
Today, I will show you the difference between a martial disciple and a martial warrior.
The man punched at Wang Teng. There was a layer of brown force covering his fist, giving off a thick and solid feeling. Wang Teng swung his long sword in response. "Mastery stage basic sword skill." When he raised his sword, he didn't use any force. However, once the long sword collided with his opponent's fist, a scorching explosive force erupted from the sword. Boom! 2 forces collided and caused a loud roar. Wang Teng had used all his strength in this attack while the other party had a casual attitude. He considered Wang Teng as just a martial disciple. The winner was apparent. Slash. The man's flesh got slashed and his bones cracked by the strength behind the attack. Blood spurted out like a fountain going high into the sky. The man's scream of agony accompanied the falling blood. Ah! One of his arms had been chopped off by Wang Teng. A moment ago, he was still confident and arrogant, as if everything was in his control. Now, his face was pale, and his features were distorted from the pain. Astonishment, anger, and disbelief were written all over his face. "Martial warrior! You're actually a martial warrior!" The man couldn't help but exclaim. He never would have thought that this high school brat in front of him was a martial warrior. Run, he must escape. If not, he would die. The man had lost an arm, so his battle prowess had drastically dropped. He knew that he wasn't Wang Teng's match. His heart was filled with resentment, but he still turned and ran away. He had seen the overflowing killing intent on Wang Teng's face, as well as his pair of indifferent eyes. There was no hint of anxiety or fear in them anymore. All that was fake, he had been acting, and brilliantly at that. This was a drama king. "Are you planning to leave?" After Wang Teng chopped off the man's arm with a single stroke, he didn't hesitate. He executed his mastery footwork and accelerated exponentially. Flames intertwined his battle sword as he slashed it at the other party. "Little brat, don't go too far," the man screamed in terror. At the same time, he wasn't going to wait for his death. He hurriedly evaded the attacks. Wang Teng wasn't affected. He continued following the man with his footwork and inched closer towards him with every move. But his opponent was obviously an experienced martial warrior with ample battle experience. Despite being heavily injured, he was still able to hold on to his dear life. "I can't drag for too long. I must end it quickly." Wang Teng was in a hurry. In an instant, a spiritual light flashed past and the battle sword flew out of his hand. He had hurled it at his opponent. Swoosh! The battle sword shot out like an arrow, leaving its bow, bringing with it the power of the fire flames. The man's pupils constricted into a dot. The hair on his body stood up as he tried his best to tilt his body and dodge the sword. Slash! The battle sword slashed his chest and left a bloody mark behind. The skin around the cut was all burnt. Still, he had managed to evade the fatal blow. The man was panting heavily, swallowing large puffs of air. He felt as if he had just survived a calamity. "Little brat, you won't be able to kill me today." He burst out laughing. However, before he could finish his sentence, a gust of strong and icy wind smashed towards him from his right. The man turned his head. A fist that looked like an ice sculpture was quickly growing in size in front of his eyes. Ice element. No. Chapter 43, Earth Element Talent has gone live. Translator, Henny Translations Editor, Henny Translations. No, the man screamed in terror. He frantically activated the force in his body and congregated it into an earth yellow shield. Earth Element Shield. But before the shield could form up, Wang Teng's Diamond Dust Punch won. A move from the Saint Seiya anime. That was not right. Before the shield finished assembling, Wang Teng's phantom ice fist had already slammed into his body. Boom! Crack! The battle shield shattered, and the fist landed on his opponent's face. The passive skill was activated, Disfiguration. The man flew backward from the punch. There were no low-quality special effects. Instead, only extreme coldness invaded the opponent's brain. It froze his brain entirely. The man's scream of agony got cut off the second it started. His fearful expression solidified on his face as his body flew out like a cannonball and smashed into the ground. KO! This was a fatal blow. Wang Teng had used all the ice element force in his force nucleus. Although there wasn't much force, it was enough to kill someone. The other party was dead. From the start, the information he received wasn't accurate. Wang Teng was a martial warrior, not a martial disciple. Wang Teng tricked his oblivious opponent. He used the ability of an advanced stage martial disciple to sneak attack his opponent. At the same time, he made his opponent think that he was in complete control. At the end, while his opponent was overly confident, he released his power as a martial warrior and chopped off the man's arm without giving him any time to react. From then on, the man had no thoughts of fighting anymore. He only wanted to run away. In this situation, the man couldn't even release half his battle potential before he got sent to hell by Wang Teng with a single punch. The fight ended. Wang Teng's heart was beating like a drum. He was taking ragged breaths to calm his emotions. I killed a martial warrior. Wang Teng was slightly stunned. This martial warrior was different from the one he had killed on Mount Bao'an. At that time, the martial warrior on Mount Bao'an was already injured. Wang Teng didn't kill him face to face either. He had used a rune gun instead. That martial warrior hadn't expected Wang Teng's speed to be faster than an average martial disciple, so he had failed in his sneak attack. Even more unexpected was that a high school student actually had a rune gun hidden on him. All these reasons and coincidences allowed Wang Teng to kill the martial warrior with a few shots. So I'm a sneaky attacker? How is that possible? Wang Teng quickly shook his head. He picked up his battle sword and walked forward. After hesitating for a second, he plunged the sword into the man's heart. Even though his ice element force froze his opponent's brain, it was safer to stab his heart just in case something happened. A few attribute bubbles dropped beside the corpse. Beginner stage Earth talent 12, Earth force 3, Earth lowest skill 1, Spirit 1, Strength 10. He was an Earth element martial warrior. It looks like I have another element now. I'm moving further and further on the path of becoming an all-rounded martial warrior. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles. With the effect of Spirit 1, his mind cleared up at once. Simultaneously, the cultivation techniques of the Earth lowest skill were added into his memory. His body became attracted to Earth elements, and he was able to feel the Earth element force lingering in his surroundings in the next instant. The Earth element force swarmed into his body. The 3 points of Earth force he picked up merged into his body too. He followed the method in the Earth lowest skill and moved the Earth force throughout his limbs and bones. Then the force entered the force nucleus. When a new type of force entered, the balance in the force nucleus instantly broke. The ice force was starting to get restless. However, the occult energy appeared again and pacified his ice force. The 3 forces gradually spun around and equilibrium was once again restored. It slowly became a tripartite confrontation. Enlightenment 88.1, Spirit 20.2, Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent 11,300, Beginner Stage Ice Talent 13,300, Beginner Stage Earth Talent 12,300, Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage 1. 1/10, Force. 62 100 Fire, 1-star Soldier level Martial Warrior, 100 Earth, Ice 1-star Soldier level Martial Warrior, 100 Earth, 1-star Soldier level Martial Warrior, Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 200, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 200, Earth Lowest Skill, Earth Element Shield, Foundation 204. Battle Techniques, Basic Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Basic Stick Skill, Foundation, Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 40 100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 9 100, Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, Overall Battle Power 195, Blank Attribute 0. The guy didn't drop any battle techniques? Wang Teng felt pity when he looked at his attributes panel. However, the Earth lowest skill had a defensive battle technique, Earth Element Shield. The defense shield he used in his last moments must be this battle technique. At that time, I broke his shield before he could form it completely. I wonder what its defensibility is like. I need to find a chance to experiment with it. Wang Teng was delighted with this Earth Element Shield. He had a whole arsenal of offensive battle techniques. However, Wang Teng lacked a defensive skill. The Earth Element Shield was able to mend his shortcomings. The Spirit attribute is quite high this time. He dropped 1 whole point. Is it because I went for his head? Should I get a brick and smack people's heads from now on? Wang Teng suddenly felt that this was highly possible when he thought of this idea. These thoughts flashed in his mind for a split second only. Thereafter he shifted his gaze to the corpse in front of him. It was time to execute his godlike skill, searching the corpse. Sadly, besides a cell phone, the person had nothing in his pocket. There were no rune weapons at all. Feek, what a poor fellow. Wang Teng didn't expect this man to be so poor. But it wasn't the man's fault either. He had just become a martial warrior and spent a fortune to buy the Earth lowest skill. He didn't have money to buy other battle techniques or weapons. If not, why would he conceal his whereabouts from the teammates he mentioned and come to find Wang Teng personally? He just wanted to take everything that the two martial warriors had left behind. Wang Teng didn't waste any more time. He lit up the corpse with his fire force and burnt it to ashes. As Wang Teng watched the flame gradually extinguish in front of him, he was in a daze. In less than a month, his hands had been stained with the lives of many people. He never voluntarily caused any trouble, though. Every single time he was forced to take action. If not, he would be the one who lost his life. But the people were still killed by him. No matter what was said, his hands were the ones stained with blood. Sigh the evil in the world, Wang Teng lamented. He believed he was a kind and honest person, but he couldn't control how the world was like. He was forced to become a murderer. The flames extinguished entirely. The sea wind blew and the ashes also scattered in the wind. Suddenly he realized something. The fire force was an essential item to bring along when killing people and committing crimes. Wang Teng clutched the martial warrior's cell phone in his hand. He squinted slightly and exerted force on his fingers. Crack! An expensive iPhone cracked between his fingers. Wang Teng sneered. He swung his hand and threw the phone into the sea. It sank into the depths with a plop. He went to his car and took out the 2 cell phones he got from the martial warriors on Mount Bowen. He repeated his actions and threw them into the water. If they wanted to look for the phones, they could fish them out from the sea. This matter also gave Wang Teng a warning. In this current society, he had to be careful of technological creations. Wang Teng got into his car and left. Luckily, it was already very late, so no other cars drove past him. If someone saw him destroying the corpse and clearing evidence, they might be frightened to death. Wang Teng went home and laid out all the things he had taken from the 2 martial warriors in the past. He examined the items carefully. After ensuring that there weren't any GPS tracking systems, he heaved a sigh of relief. I better not bring these things back home in the future. Mom and Dad might get dragged into the revenge of martial warriors. They do not practice martial arts. It's best to leave them out of it. No wonder normal people had so little understanding of the martial world. Only when one stepped foot in this pond would they genuinely appreciate the differences. Wang Teng had many thoughts in his mind. He spent some time straightening his ideas for the future. In that case, I can only rent a house outside. I'll take a look tomorrow. At this moment, Li Shumei's voice came from downstairs. Son, hurry up and have some supper. Luckily, I practice martial arts. If not, at the rate I'm eating, I'm not sure how fat I will. Chapter 44. Cut it into half. Tuesday, after Wang Shengguo came back, Wang Teng couldn't run loose even if he wanted to. He could only go to school obediently. Wang Teng stuffed the egg into his bag and placed it in his car along with the 2 weapons. He planned to rent a house outside today. He would find a house to hide his egg. Wang Teng soon arrived at his school. To his amazement, he realized that many people were studying 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. He felt a little frightened when he saw how crazy everyone was. Even Lin Chuhan wasn't an exception. She was studying very hard, as if her life depended on it. She was chanting while writing her notes. Seriously. This was I either go mad or I succeed. The martial arts exam was pivotal to the students. Even if the chances were minimal, most of them didn't want to give up. They were willing to bet their lives, bet their university entrance exam on it. No matter what, they had to go all out and try it once. Wang Teng felt gratified. Look at this entire floor of 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, attribute bubbles, classmates. You're really amazing. Study hard. Please study hard. Wang Teng expressed admiration towards the students who were hard at work as he picked up the attribute bubbles. All of you are amazing. In one morning, Wang Teng quickly mastered the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. After eating lunch with Shu Ji and his other friends, he drove his car out of school in the afternoon. Zhao Ganghu and Zhao Gangbao had been waiting outside the gates of Donghai No. 1 High School for almost 2 hours. Yesterday, after a whole night of consideration, Zhao Ganghu made a decision that he didn't even believe he could ever make. He had been waiting for a long time, but he didn't dare to complain. Zhao Gangbao sat on the steps beside the road in a dejected and despondent manner. He smoked continuously and looked a little downcast. When Wang Teng's car drove out, Zhao Ganghu recognized it immediately. "Young Master Wang!" His eyes lit up as he shouted in a hurry. Wang Teng was just about to drive his car off. When he heard this voice, he stepped on the brake again. Oh, it's him. He really came. He parked the car beside the road and came down. "How is it? Have you thought about it properly?" Wang Teng said to Zhao Ganghu after getting out of his car. "Since I promised young Master Wang, I will definitely solve it quickly." Zhao Ganghu gave a bitter smile as he replied. "In that case, what decision did you make?" Wang Teng asked with interest. He was a little curious when he saw Zhao Ganghu's reaction. Zhao Ganghu gritted his teeth. He seemed a little hesitant at the last moment. But in the end, he still said, "Young Master Wang, I'm not someone talented or powerful, but I do have some beginner stage and intermediate stage martial disciples following me for a living. If you don't mind, we will follow young Master Wang from now on." Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He thought that Zhao Ganghu might dispose of his assets to gather more liquid cash or find a few rune weapons or something similar to solve the grudge between them. But he never imagined that Zhao Ganghu would burn his boats and put himself at his command along with his subordinates. "Brother," Zhao Gangbao was flabbergasted. He didn't expect Zhao Ganghu to make this decision either. If he really became Wang Teng's lackey, there wouldn't be anyone he could rely on in the future. Wang Teng was contemplating something, though. He had a sudden thought. Most of the gangsters were just beginner stage or intermediate stage martial disciples. Zhao Ganghu was the only advanced stage martial disciple among his fellow hooligans. However, this was still a small faction. He could keep them under his wings. But he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he gave a look of dilemma. Zhao Ganghu's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He pulled Zhao Gangbao, who was beside him, aside and said, "My younger brother is the one who caused this issue because he can't control the lower part of his body. If young Master Wang feels that this isn't enough, we can cut it off. He won't be able to carry out misdeeds in the future." Zhao Gangbao almost peed his pants in fright. "Brother? My biological elder brother? I must have been picked up from the streets. How can you treat me so cruelly?" he shouted and struggled frantically in his hold. But with his ability, he wasn't able to resist Zhao Ganghu, an advanced stage martial disciple. Wang Teng was stunned too. Cut off." He only regained his senses after a long while. He stared at Zhao Ganghu with a strange expression. If these two people weren't similar in their looks, he would really have thought that Zhao Gangbao was picked up from the streets. "Don't you think that cutting it off is a little too harsh?" Wang Teng muttered. Zhao Gangbao was so touched that he almost cried when he heard Wang Teng speaking up for him. He nodded his head hurriedly. "Brother, look, even young Master Wang feels this way. Please spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again. That time I was blind. That was why I had some thoughts towards young Master Wang's friend. I shouldn't have had those thoughts. I know my mistake." Zhao Ganghu wasn't moved in the slightest. However, Wang Teng nodded. "It looks like your brother really recognizes his mistake. In that case, we don't have to cut it off entirely." Zhao Ganghu felt that something was wrong when he listened to their conversation. But he didn't manage to react immediately. Zhao Gangbao was delighted. He knew that Wang Teng had softened his attitude. His brother wouldn't have to cut his lifeline off for real. But Wang Teng paused before continuing. "I am a benevolent person. Let's just cut half of it. Zhao Gangbao, amp, you must be a devil. Your heart must be black. Half. To hell with half." Zhao Gangbao's entire face turned pale. He looked at Wang Teng in a daze, especially the expression when he said that he was benevolent. He felt extremely uncomfortable by his sick behavior. "Young Master Wang, why don't we just cut the whole thing off?" Zhao Ganghu's eyelids twitched furiously. He kept warning himself continuously that he must not provoke Wang Teng in the future. At this moment, Zhao Gangbao even felt that Zhao Ganghu was speaking for his sake. Cut half of it. It was better to be more direct. There were no emotions in Zhao Gangbao's eyes. He was frightened and had no urge to live anymore. "The world is too scary. Mom, I want to go home." Wang Teng noticed that his words had the desired effect, so he stopped, frightening Zhao Gangbao. He patted his shoulder and said to him, "All right, I was just trying to scare you. Don't cause trouble in the future. You won't meet someone who's so easy to talk to like me all the time." Zhao Gangbao abruptly raised his head. His face was filled with a pleasant surprise. He didn't need to cut it off anymore, but if you repeat the same mistake, I will take care of you personally, Wang Teng said in a calm tone. Then he ignored Zhao Gangbao and went back into his car. He started the engine and prepared to leave. "Young Master Wang, what do you think of my suggestion just now?" Zhao Ganghu shouted frantically. "There's no hurry. Wait for me to check their backgrounds. If they're up to my requirements, we can talk about it again." Wang Teng winded down the car window and glanced at Zhao Ganghu. He left him with this reply and drove off in his car. After the car went a distance away, Zhao Gangbao carefully asked his brother, "Brother, you're not cutting me anymore?" "Idiot. Only you think that I want to cut you. Don't you know the self-torture trick?" Young Master Wang saw through it at one glance. "He just wanted to scare you. Look at how timid you are." Zhao Ganghu glared at him as he replied. Zhao Gangbao was used to getting scolded, so he didn't mind it this time either. He just heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. I was almost scared to death. Useless thing. Zhao Ganghu got angrier. He kicked his brother indignantly. Zhao Gangbao jumped to the side skillfully and dodged the kick. He sniggered and asked again, "Brother, are we really going to listen to him from now on? There's a brighter future in following a martial warrior than an advanced stage martial disciple like me. What's more, he's such a young martial warrior," Zhao Ganghu answered in a profound manner. Chapter 45, A Man Who Possessed 18 Relocated Houses. After parting with Zhao Ganghu and his brother, Wang Teng pondered over Zhao Ganghu's suggestion while driving. He had to admit that Zhao Ganghu was street smart. When Zhao Ganghu chose to seek refuge with Wang Teng, a martial warrior, he was able to resolve the grudges between them in the past. At the same time, he was also able to turn Wang Teng into his security blanket. There was also that self-torture trick just now. Wang Teng smiled ambiguously. Should he accept Zhao Ganghu's sincerity? As he thought about this, Wang Teng drove his car into an estate. During his lesson in the morning, he had searched for all the available houses between Donghai Noburn High School and his home on 58. He had also set appointments with a few landlords in the afternoon to take a look at the houses. The estate in front of him was his first destination. The landlord was a middle-aged woman around 50 years old. Since Wang Teng was a little late, the woman's expression was unhappy. However, when she saw him driving a sports car, her eyes lit up. She immediately turned enthusiastic. She brought Wang Teng for a tour of the house. She kept introducing the house to him, telling him how good her place was and how conveniently located it was. Wang Teng felt his head spinning because of her chattering. Also, the moment they talked about the rent, he felt even more speechless. On the website, it was written as $3,500 per month. Yet, when he came, it became $6,000 per month. The price rose by almost 100%. It was obvious that she was treating him like a wastrel. In the end, Wang Teng could only get rid of the naggy old woman by telling her that he needed to go home and consider the offer. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he drove out of the estate. It was seriously frightening. After that, he went to look at a few more houses, but none of them were satisfactory. Some had weird landlords, while others had so many rules and regulations that they didn't seem to be looking for a tenant. Instead, they must be seeking a guard to watch over their house. This room was out of bounds. That appliance mustn't be used. My house was renovated recently, so please don't dirty the walls. Remember to water the flowers and plants on my balcony. Remember to feed some dogs and cats, etc. There were all kinds of rules like these. Wang Teng was speechless. If they couldn't bear to leave their house, why bother renting it? Since the flowers and plants were so precious, since the dogs and cats were so cute, why didn't they bring them along and raise them personally? After spending an hour or so, he didn't gain anything. Wang Teng shook his head and went straight to the last house. Actually, he didn't dare to have too much hope. I should have just found an agent. Wang Teng shook his head. After the Wang family declined in his past life, he went to rent a house outside alone and got tricked by real estate agents a few times. He could still remember it vividly. That was why he subconsciously threw away the thought of looking for agents. The last house was located around Donghai University town. It wasn't situated on the path from his house to Donghai No. 1 High School anymore. However, this area was secluded and quiet. It was at the edge of a university town, so the security was not bad either. He saw it coincidentally and felt that it was not bad, thus he decided to take a look. Are you young Master Wang, the king of Kidian Orphanage? The landlord was a middle-aged, rough-looking man. He was wearing beach pants and slippers as he stood at the side of the road. The moment he saw Wang Teng, his question shocked him. Young Master Wang, the king of Kidian Orphanage? He wondered for a moment before he remembered that this seemed to be his online nickname. He had created the nickname back when he was young and childish. He had long forgotten about it. When he went online in the morning today, he didn't notice his nickname at all. He didn't expect someone to recite his nickname out. It was so embarrassing. He wished to disappear on the spot. Deep down inside, he really wanted to find a hole and bury himself in it. But on the surface, he remained exceptionally calm. He nodded. You're the landlord? Yes, it's me. Come, I'll take you to see the house. The rough-looking man acted naturally. He didn't get overly excited. This looked like someone who had been through many experiences in life. He brought Wang Teng in a certain direction. There was an area filled with low-level apartments in front of them. They walked in from the main road and twisted and turned in the small alley. After some time, they finally arrived in front of a house with a courtyard. The outside wall was grayish-white and covered with vines. The landlord opened the metal gates and entered first. You can take a look around yourself? Wang Teng didn't hold back and started sizing up the house straight away. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. The location of the house was quiet. It looked old from the outside, but the decorations inside were all new. It appeared extremely comfortable. There was a small courtyard included. It looked spacious. If he wanted to practice martial arts, he would be able to move freely here. The university town was not far away from this house. It was quiet, but once you stepped outside, you could see the student street in the distance. At night, at around 10 p.m., it was still very lively. Most of the people living in this area were ordinary families. Many university students also rented a room here. There weren't many rotten eggs mixed in. "What do you think?" asked the landlord when he saw Wang Teng had finished his tour of the house. "Not bad. Tell me about the price." Wang Teng nodded. The landlord took out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. At the same time, he passed one to Wang Teng. "Do you want one?" Wang Teng accepted it and placed it in his mouth. Landlord lit up the cigarette and took a deep puff. He blew the smoke out slowly and asked, "Are you renting it alone?" "That's right," Wang Teng nodded. "If you're renting it alone, it won't be cheap, however. I noticed that you drove a sports car over, so you probably don't lack the money." The landlord smiled. "How about this? I won't charge you more. 5,000 a month. Can you accept this price?" Wang Teng had checked the rent of the houses in this estate coming here. This price was really reasonable. Also, the renovation was not bad. By right, other people would rent the house if the price was slightly higher. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at the rough-looking man. He was a little astounded. "What's wrong? Do you find it too cheap?" The rough-looking man knew what Wang Teng was thinking at a single glance. He smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. "The price is all right. I won't mind if it's a little higher. However, I have a requirement," Wang Teng said. "You have a requirement? Tell me about it." The rough-looking man raised his eyebrows. "When I'm renting the house, no one can enter it, including you," Wang Teng said. "No problem. This is reasonable." The rough-looking man nodded and replied without any hesitation. In the end, the man didn't ask for more money. He kept his word and rented the house to Wang Teng for 5,000 a month. This caused Wang Teng to have a good impression of the man. A month of rent as a deposit and 3 months of rent paid on the spot, received on Alipay. The contract was also signed. The rough-looking man took out a bunch of keys and passed them to Wang Teng. "If you're worried, I can pass you the spare keys, too. I lived in the newly built estate just beside this one. If you're not in a hurry to leave, I can go back and bring the spare keys for you." The rough-looking man pointed at an estate that could be seen from here. "I'll be moving in at night. You can give it to me then?" Wang Teng didn't reject his offer. The rough-looking man nodded in agreement. They started walking towards the main road outside. By foot, it only took a few minutes. When they reached the main road and were just about to bid farewell to each other, the rough-looking man's cell phone rang. "The vast sky is my love." The passionate and unrestrained ringtone echoed in the streets. Many students walking by turned around to look at them. Rate of second glance was 200%. "Hello? Yes, wife. Okay, I will come back immediately." "What? Oh, buy a bottle of soy sauce." "Sure, I will go and buy it at once." Wang Teng looked at the rough-looking hunk who was still calm and composed a moment ago. Right now, he looked like a mouse that had met a cat. He was nodding his head and bowing as he answered the call. The fawning intention in his voice was evident. For a moment, his expression was extremely interesting to watch. After some time, the rough-looking man hung up the call and heaved a long sigh. He lit a cigarette to calm his soul. His back started to straighten again. Sigh. "I'm a man who has 18 relocated houses. Why did I fall in the hands of a woman?" Wang Teng. "Brother, I think you just revealed something terribly serious." Chapter 46. The benefit of crossing your legs and cultivating leg numb. Wang Teng was enlightened. No wonder this landlord didn't care about money. No wonder he didn't care if he was receiving 1,000 RMB lesser for his rent. This was how outstanding a man with 18 properties should be. This was how arrogant and amazing he was. One must admit that he had the right to do so. Although he seemed a little scared of his wife, he still put up a strong front. Though deep down inside, Wang Teng could see a weak and heartless soul that had suffered greatly. Amen. Let's stand in a silent tribute for 3 seconds. Looking at Wang Teng's gaze, the rough-looking man opened his mouth. "Brother, you don't have to say anything. I understand. I respect a man like you, too. Hurry up and beat. Oh, I meant buy soy sauce. Your wife is still waiting for you." Wang Teng patted his shoulder and said earnestly. The rough-looking man opened his mouth again, but he couldn't say a single word. In the end, he just waved his hand and walked dejectedly towards the convenience stall at the side to buy soy sauce. This was how a real man should act. He must have the guts to face the female tiger at home. Wang Teng got into his car and glanced at the lonely back view one last time. He sighed before he left, letting his sigh dissipate in the wind. Wang Teng went back to school. There were 10 minutes until the lessons resumed, but he didn't plan to go back to his classroom. He felt that it was a waste of time for him to stay in the classroom obediently. He didn't need to worry about the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. He would take some time every day to farm for attributes. Soon he would be able to reach full marks. "Class monitor, please cover for me in the afternoon," Wang Teng said to Lin Chuhan. Under the lady's helpless gaze, he left the classroom light-heartedly. "This fellow is so infuriating. He always asks me to cover up for him. I should have ignored him at the start. Why is he asking me again and again? He's being insatiable." Lin Chuhan stomped her feet uncontrollably. Actually, all the teachers knew that this rich second generation, Wang Teng, was either skipping classes or playing with his phone in class. However, they had always turned a blind eye to him. In the teachers' eyes, Wang Teng was a hopeless cause. They were already delighted if he didn't affect the other students in class. The school bell rang. The noise and clamor inside the school campus slowly quietened down. After some time, only the sound of teachers teaching could be heard. Wang Teng walked along the paths in school. He decided to find a place to cultivate the force ever since he became a martial warrior. He had never practiced formally. Since he had some spare time now, he would use it to practice his force skill scriptures and see their effects. There was a small patch of forest behind the stadium. Usually, besides a few bad students who went there to smoke, very few would go there. It was lesson time now, so there was no one there at all. Wang Teng thought for a moment and walked towards the small forest. A few bird chips and cries of insects were the only noise in the otherwise silent small forest. This area seemed exceptionally quiet and peaceful. Wang Teng kept walking further in and saw a huge rock. There was just enough space for a person to sit on its surface. He jumped lightly and sat down cross-legged on the rock. The tree shade above him coincidentally blocked the scorching sun for him, but the temperature was still on the high side. Wang Teng used his ice element force to create a circle of ice cubes around him. The temperature instantly lowered to a cool spring breeze. Comfortable. Seeing that there was no one around him, Wang Teng closed his eyes and began practicing his force skill scriptures. He started with the red flame scripture. Following the instructions on the scripture, he drew out the fire force in his force nucleus and circulated them around his limbs and bones. Wang Teng slowly entered the state of cultivation. All the fire force in his surroundings surged towards him based on the description of red flame scripture. When the force circled once around the body, following the scripture's instructions, and then returned to the force nucleus, this was considered a cycle. At this moment, the fire force had already finished one cycle. However, Wang Teng didn't stop. He continued cultivating. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles, 1 hour passed very quickly. Wang Teng was exceptionally focused when he was cultivating. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. He felt that the fire force in his body had become much stronger. He was also more well-versed with red flame scripture. His gaze landed on his attributes panel. Enlightenment, 83.1, Spirit, 20. Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 11/3000. Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 13/3000. Beginner Stage Earth Talent, 12/3000. Spiritual Sight. Beginner Stage 1. 1/10 Force. 63/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier Level, Martial Warrior, 100 Ice. 1-star Soldier Level, Martial Warrior, 100 Earth, 1-star Soldier Level, Martial Warrior. Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 5:100, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 2:100 Earth, Earth Lowest, Skill, Earth Element Shield, Foundation 2:100. Battle Techniques, Basic Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade Footwork, Basic Stick Skill, Foundation, Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire, Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 40/100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 9/100, Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks. Overall Battle Power, 195, Blank Attribute, 0. My Fire Force only increased by 1 point. Wang Teng's eyes widened in surprise. He had cultivated for an entire hour, but his Fire Force only increased by a single point. He was flabbergasted by the turtle-like speed. Typically, he relied on collecting attributes to raise his points, so his abilities increased exponentially. It couldn't be any faster. As expected, there was no harm if there was no comparison. It looked like he was really spoiled by the system. What if the system disappeared one day? Once Wang Teng thought of this possibility, his heart constricted. He hurriedly shook his head to dispel the thought. No way, no way. I can't be over-reliant on the system. I must work hard on my cultivation. He took a deep breath and steeled his heart. Wang Teng's gaze became resolute. After sorting out his thoughts on this matter, he adjusted his mentality and started to be positive. Then his gaze went down the attributes panel. Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 5-100. His proficiency had increased by 3 points. Wang Teng nodded silently. If he continued working hard like this, it would only be a matter of time before he achieved his breakthrough. When he reached the next level, his cultivation speed would definitely become faster. He started cultivating again. But he changed the scripture he was practicing to Deep OC Scripture and Earth Low S skill. As compared to the Fire Force, his Ice Force and Earth Force were undeniably too weak. Yesterday night, when he was fighting with his opponent, the Ice Force had played a decisive role as an unexpected final move that took his opponent by surprise. Thus, there was a need to upgrade these two forces. In the future, they could be his hidden trump cards. Time passed slowly. For the entire afternoon, Wang Teng sat on the rock and cultivated his force skill scriptures without moving an inch. When the school bell signaling the end of the last lesson ended, he stopped his cultivation. He glanced at the attributes panel one last time. His Ice Force and Earth Force had increased by 1.5 points respectively. At the same time, his Deep Ice Scripture had improved by 4 points and his Earth Lewis skill by 3. The gains are not bad. This time, Wang Teng didn't look down on the small increase. Yes, his mentality had gotten stable. He wanted to get down from the rock, but his 2 legs were stiff. He almost fell to the ground. Oh my God, what a huge fright. He grabbed the rock in a flurry and panted. As a martial warrior, he almost fell down from a rock that was only this tall in height. If word spread out, other people would laugh at him. Damn it, novels are fake. Who says that the cultivation results are better when you cross your legs? My legs are numb. He couldn't move his legs at all. Wang Teng had no choice but to pry his legs open with his hand and let them rest for a while. Only then could he step on the ground and walk. He kept complaining in his heart. Chapter 47, Practice Tai Chi. The good for health kind. After the lesson ended, the school became extremely noisy. The students from the different years walked out of their classrooms. They merged into human streams and surged towards the entrance of the school. Wang Teng went straight to the teacher's office instead. He was going there to look for his head teacher, Mr. Fan Weiming, to register for the martial arts exam. The office was livelier than what Wang Teng expected. The desks of the head teachers of the Year 3 classes were even more so. They were surrounded by students, making the whole office appear crowded. When Wang Teng knocked on the door, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, Wang Teng was quite famous in the Year 3 cohort. Why is it him? What is he doing here? Did he come to register? The rich second generation wants to participate in the martial arts exam too? Has he even practiced martial arts before? Is he joking around? Did he say that he had never practiced martial arts before? The sudden rhetorical question caused the people discussing in hushed voices to turn strangely quiet. Well, he has never said that before. In that case, what are you all gossiping about? The conversation was put to an abrupt halt. Then everyone continued gathering around their head teachers and registered their names seriously. It felt as if nothing had happened. Wang Teng, Fan Weiming also noticed Wang Teng. His tone carried obvious surprise. You came to register too? Come in. As a professional head teacher, he clearly knew how many students in his class had chances of entering the martial arts course. Wang Teng was obviously not one of them. Although Wang Teng's father occasionally gave him gifts, he still had his principles. I will persuade this fellow later. The martial arts exam isn't something to play with, Fan Weiming thought to himself secretly. Then he continued, wait at the side for a moment. I will help them finish their registration first. Okay. Wang Teng nodded. His gaze landed on his classmates. There were a few people he was unfamiliar with. Then there was Yang Jian, who sat in front of him, and his table buddy and class monitor, Lin Chuhan. Yang Jian was fine. He had an uncle working in the Ministry of Education, so he had gotten some inside scoop a long time ago. He had more time to prepare as compared to other people. Thus, his confidence was explanatory. As for Lin Chuhan, forgetting her ability first, the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers was enough to let her suffer. However, she came to register the next day after the announcement was released. It should be known that many people were still hesitating. They couldn't decide within such a short time. The martial arts exam was intersected with the regular university entrance exam. If one applied for the martial arts exam, they wouldn't be able to take part in a few subjects of the standard university entrance exam. It looked like Lin Chuhan's resolution was quite firm.
Lin Chuhan, have you thought about this carefully?
Wang Teng moved towards Lin Chuhan and asked in a low voice. That's right, class monitor. The martial arts exam isn't a child's play. There's even a death rate for the actual combat assessment. It's very dangerous. Yang Jian was in a dilemma just now. He didn't know how to open his mouth. Hence, when he heard Wang Teng starting this topic, he jumped into the conversation and persuaded Lin Chuhan. I know. I have given it careful thought. Lin Chuhan nodded and replied. Your parents agreed? Wang Teng asked with a frown. My parents, I can make my own decision. Lin Chuhan obviously hesitated for a second, but she still replied to them firmly. The corner of Wang Teng's mouth twitched, so she didn't discuss it with her parents. Was this young lady so independent? He wanted to dissuade her again, but when he saw her stubborn and pretty face, he swallowed the words back into his mouth. Sigh, forget it. Everyone has their right to make decisions since she has made up her mind. There's no point in me persuading her otherwise. Yang Jian saw that Wang Teng had shut his mouth. It wasn't appropriate for him to continue speaking, either. At this moment, all the other students had finished their registration. He walked forward and handed over his registration fee. Then he filled in the registration form, and just like that, the registration process was done. Process was surprisingly simple. Yang Jian left after he finished his registration. Fan Weiming took the water cup beside him and opened its lid. He blew the water in the cup. With his sharp eyes, Wang Teng noticed the goji berries in the cup, flipping their bodies naughtily. Lin Chuhan tried her best to maintain the stern expression on her face. Fan Weiming didn't sense their change in expression, though. He took a sip of his goji berry tea and looked at the two people in front of him. His head was hurting slightly. One was the top student in his Year 3 Class 8. She was one of the best talents in the Year 3 cohort and had the potential to enter the first university, but this child wanted to participate in the martial arts exam. He wasn't saying that the martial arts exam was bad, it was just a problem of suitability. In terms of studies, Lin Chuhan was the best in the entire Donghai, number 1 high school. However, speaking of the martial arts exam, if she was really able to pass the exam, her results wouldn't be high. At least it wouldn't be as high as her general papers. Lin Chuhan had rushed over immediately after her lesson ended. He had persuaded her for a long time, but her mind was fixed. He couldn't convince him no matter how hard he tried. How could Fan Weiming's head not hurt? As for the other person, Wang Teng, he was a rich second generation. His studies were extremely poor, and there was nothing that could be said about it. But the martial arts exam wasn't an ordinary exam. Fan Weiming didn't want him to joke around with his life. Thus, he said, Wang Teng, I've said before that the martial arts exam is dangerous. You didn't hear me right? Teacher, I heard you all right. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Why doesn't he trust me? You heard me then. Why do you still want to register for it? Fan Weiming was frustrated.
Teacher, I understand that you're doing this for my sake, but I know what I'm doing. You don't have to worry.
Wang Teng noticed that his teacher still appeared unconvinced, so he revealed his trump card. Also, my father agreed. Oh, your father agreed. Fan Weiming was slightly stunned. He wondered to himself. It looks like he has his ways. It's good to be wealthy. Eventually, he nodded. In that case, come over and register. He handed the registration form to Wang Teng. Wang Teng paid the fee and signed his big name on the form. Done. At the same time, Fan Weiming addressed Lin Chuhan again. Chuhan, I still hope that you will consider this again. The university entrance exam is a huge turning point in life. You can't act on impulse. Teacher, I'm not acting on impulse. I've already thought about this very, very clearly, Lin Chuhan replied with a bitter smile. She didn't expect her greatest obstacle to be her head teacher. She knew that he was doing this for her sake, but she really wanted to take part in the martial arts exam. She was very determined. So determined that if she didn't participate, she would regret it for life. Teacher, even if I participate in the martial arts exam, I won't give up my general papers. Lin Chuhan bit her lips and continued, If I can't pass the martial arts exam this year, I will give up wholeheartedly. I will repeat my year and go for the normal university entrance exam. Since she had already said this, Fan Weiming couldn't do anything more, no matter how unwilling he was. He just sighed and approved her application. After the two of them left the office, a teacher at the side said to Fan Weiming, Mr. Fan, that's the top student in your class, right? Are you letting her go just like this? What else can I do? Her mind is set. Am I supposed to prevent her from registering? Fan Weiming glanced sideways at the other party. Sigh, that's true. But honestly speaking, the attractiveness of the martial arts path is really frightening. If I was a few years younger, I might have wanted to give it a try too, said the teacher. Why can't you practice if you're older? Do you know Tai Chi? It's passed down from our planet. After some modifications by the martial warriors, Tai Chi is now very suitable for old people to practice. Even if you're not a martial warrior, you can use it to strengthen your body. Fan Weiming took a sip of his goji berry tea as he spoke calmly. Oh, Mr. Fan, have you practiced it before? The teacher's eyes lit up. Haha, of course, Fan Weiming was a little proud. His interest was immediately perked up. Let me tell you, Tai Chi is excellent for our health. After practicing it, my back doesn't hurt anymore, and I'm not balding. I'm very energetic at night, too. Mr. Fan, teach me when you're free. No problem. Let's meet in the park in the evening.
Sure, see you at the park. Chapter 48. A data report. After coming out of the teacher's office, Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan walked to the school gates side by side. Class monitor, it's dinner time now. Why don't I treat you to a meal? There's no need for that. My mom has already cooked dinner and is waiting for me to go back. Lin Chuhan rejected him without any hesitation. All right, we will part here then, Wang Teng smiled. He didn't mind her response. All right, goodbye,
replied Lin Chuhan. Wang Teng waved his hand. He sat in his car and drove away alone. Along the way, he called the landlord and informed him that he was going over to the house now. Approximately 10 minutes later, in the university town, it was the same pavement beside the main road. The rough-looking man rode his little scooter with a beauty sitting behind him. The scene looked extremely dissolute. It was the same rough-looking man, but with an additional beauty hugging his waist. Wang Teng almost couldn't recognize the guy. He parked his sports car at the side of the road and got down. "Little brother Wang over here." The landlord waved at him. Wang Teng walked over only after he was called. He said in a meaningful tone, "Brother, I only left for an afternoon, but I almost couldn't recognize you." The landlord obviously knew what he meant. He laughed and said, "Low profile, low profile." The beauty behind him rolled her eyes and lifted her hand to pinch his fat waist. "Stupid fellow! Oh my, the voice was a little sweet. Ouch!" The rough-looking man gasped in pain. "You must be young Master Wang, the king of Kidian Orphanage, right? Old Wang mentioned you before." The beauty turned to Wang Teng and said, "Wang Teng." The landlord burst out laughing when he saw Wang Teng's frustrated expression. "All right, don't mention this matter anymore. Normal people won't have the ability to bear with this name." "It's all youth's fault," Wang Teng replied helplessly. "How old are you?" The beauty covered her mouth and smiled. "Let me introduce her to you. This is my wife. You can call her Sister Han," said the landlord. "Sister Han," Wang Teng called. Then he continued, "My name is Wang Teng. You can call me by my name. You and old Wang have the same surname." Sister Han smiled and replied, "That's right. Brother has a surname Wang, too." "Oh, right, I don't know your name yet." Wang Teng smiled. He felt that this was fate. "There's no need to mention my name. I'll call you Brother Wang. And if you don't mind, you can call me Old Brother Wang." Wang Dapao gave a look of contempt when his name was mentioned. Wang Teng didn't probe further. He nodded and asked, "Are you going out to play?" "That's right. This idiot hasn't brought me out for a long time." "He hardly accompanied me out today," Sister Han said sadly. "Old Brother Wang, this is your fault. Sister Han is so pretty. How can you coop her up at home for so long?" Wang Teng smiled. "Did you hear that? Learn from little Teng. Look at how smart he is." Sister Han pinched Wang Dapao's ears as she said. Wang Dapao's expression became distorted due to the pain. He glared at Wang Teng with hidden bitterness on his face. "I will not disturb you then. Old Brother Wang, get along quickly." Wang Teng pushed Wang Dapao in a friendly manner. At the same time, in the office building of Jixin Marshall House, a young lady around 20 years old was walking towards the principal's office in haste. There was a piece of paper in her hand. It was a data report. Xiao Ming was a staff member of Jixin Marshall House. While she was collecting the data of the Marshall disciples today, something caught her attention. At the principal's office entrance, Xiao Ming adjusted her breathing that had turned a little rapid because of her brisk walk. Then she knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock, knock. Come in," a deep voice came from inside. Xiao Ming pushed the door open and walked in. "What's the matter?" The principal was a man around 30 years old. He had short hair that looked like steel spikes on his head. Every single strand of his hair was erected. He wore a stern expression and gave off a fierce and sharp aura. The staff of Jixin Marshall House would all feel a little frightened when facing the principal. Xiao Ming was no exception. At this moment, she needed to gather her courage before she dared to step forward and place the data report on the principal's table. "Principal, there's something wrong with this report. I think that you should take a look at it." "Oh?" Fu Tiandao raised his eyebrows. He stopped what he was doing and turned his attention to the date report. He took the report and leaned against his chair. He scanned through it twice. A normal person rose to become an advanced stage marshal disciple in less than a month. This is interesting." Fu Tiandao smiled ambiguously. Xiao Ming wanted to say something, but Fu Tiandao continued, "You can leave now. I'll keep it with me. Also, don't tell anyone else about the content of this report." "Yes." Xiao Ming replied in a hurry. Xiaoming didn't dare to probe further. After Wang Teng took the keys from the landlord, he placed the crow egg in the bedroom in the house. He then turned on the incubator and slowly incubated the egg. Then, he drove his car home to have dinner. Afterward, as usual, he went to the martial arts academy to pick up some attributes. For the next 2 days, Wang Teng's life was very peaceful. He followed the same routine every day. In the morning, he would go to school to collect some 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers attributes. If he didn't want to attend the lesson, he would go to the little forest to practice his force skill scriptures. This allowed the proficiency of his force and skill scriptures to rise. At night, he would visit Jikan Martial House to pick up some attributes to perfect his basic battle techniques and raise his battle power. Of course, he didn't forget his 2 main offensive force battle techniques, Fire Kirin Sword Skill and Phantom Ice Fist. After repeated attempts, Wang Teng realized that he was able to raise 1 point of his battle technique every 10 times he practiced. Also, as his enlightenment increased, the speed of his cultivation followed suit. This caused his thirst for enlightenment attributes to grow stronger. Wang Teng also experimented with the defense ability of Earth Element Shield. If he executed it to its fullest potential, Earth Element Shield could block approximately 80% of his attacking power. This was not bad already, keeping in mind that his overall battle power was at 201 points now. This meant that Earth Element Shield was able to neutralize a third to half of a full-fledged attack of a 1-star high-class martial warrior. This was enough to save his life in critical times. Furthermore, as long as he had ample Earth Force, the defensibility of his Earth Force could still be increased. Enlightenment, 90, Spirit, 22.8, Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 11,1300, Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 13,1300, Beginner Stage Earth Talent, 12,1300, Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage 1, 1/10. Force, 64, 100 Fire, 1-star Soldier level, Martial Warrior, 100 Earth. Ice, 1-star Soldier level, Martial Warrior. 10 Earth, 1-star Soldier level, Martial Warrior, 100 Earth. Earth, 1-star Soldier level, Martial Warrior. Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 2100. Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 1200 Earth. Lowest Skill, Earth Element Shield, Foundation 15100. Battle Techniques, Basic Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Basic Stick Skill, Foundation Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 43100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 1310th, Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of Martial Arts Exam, 3 years of Mock Papers, 80 points, Overall Battle Power, 201. Blank Attribute, 0. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction when he looked at the changes in his attributes board. It was improving at a visible rate. This was enough to delight him. Besides cultivation, Wang Teng also guarded against the team that the Earth Element Martial Warrior had mentioned before his death. The 3 martial warriors that died were probably just a part of a martial warrior team. Their disappearance would definitely raise the attention of the other team members. He hoped that those people wouldn't be able to find him out. Friday arrived. Master Lu flagship store, where Wang Teng had ordered his weapon carrier casket, finally responded to him. Chapter 49. Hurry up and become a certified martial warrior. Master Lu, dear, your little basket is ready. What did he mean by little basket? Why can't he type properly? The happiness in his heart instantly turned into a stomach full of complaints that he couldn't vent. The other party immediately sent a photo over. Weapon carrier casket. The appearance of the weapon carrier casket was a little different from the last time he saw it. The color was changed to black. At the same time, there were a few silver runes on the surface. The whole thing looked extremely mysterious. Not bad, it's just a little eye-catching. Is this person a run master? Wang Teng couldn't help but guess. Wang Teng, you even added runes. Master Lu, that's right, dear. Relying solely on the mechanism is getting outdated. Hence, I added some runes to add finishing touches. As long as you activate the rune, the weapon you need will spring out with a swoosh. It's really convenient to use. Wang Teng, not bad. In that case, the price should be higher, right? Master Lu, the price doesn't matter. My grandfather will be elated if I'm able to sell this weapon carrier casket. It's all right to spend some effort on this matter. This was a good person. That's right, he is a filial and good person. Wang Teng gave him a long-distance good man card. Wang Teng. All right, I will pay an order now. You can send the casket to me immediately. Master Lu, sure, yay. Wang Teng noticed that the person on the other end really loved to use emoticons. This person must have graduated from the Emoticon University. If that wasn't the case, the Chinese Academy of Emoticons owed him a certificate of graduation. Wang Teng, why don't you give yourself another nickname for future use? You can call yourself crazy for emoticons. Without requiring the other person's approval, Wang Teng gave the person a loud and pleasant nickname. The price of the weapon carrier casket had already been changed on Taobao. It was 10,000 now. Wang Teng clicked it to place the order. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Sorry, you have not entered the martial warrior identification number. You can't place the order. What the hell? What is a martial warrior identification number? Why do you need a martial warrior identification number to buy something on Taobao? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Wang Teng was stunned. He quickly asked the other party. Wang Teng, you need a martial warrior identification number to buy the things in your shop. Master Lu, yes dear, Master Lu, what's the issue? Wang Teng remained silent for a few seconds before asking, what is a martial warrior identification number? Master Lu, it's the number on your martial warrior credential. This explanation was amazing. It was the same as not explaining. Wang Teng had no choice but to remain patient. He asked the other party, where can you get the martial warrior credential? This person must be obtuse. Master Lu, you can take the test at the Martial Arts Association. Dear, are you saying that you don't have the credentials? Dear, what dear? An asterisk sign suddenly appeared on Wang Teng's temple. You would definitely get a heart attack when talking to this person. Wang Teng, why does your shop need the martial warrior identification number? Master Lu, because our shop is a high-class flagship store. All our products are meant for martial warriors, so we need the martial warrior identification number to prove that you are one. It's all written in the visitor information, dear. Did you not see it? Oh, Wang Teng hurriedly browsed to the front to take a look. He stared at the screen for a long time before he finally found the visitor information at a corner. A percent you suddenly wanted to curse. The guy had hidden this small line of words within the 10,000 words item description. Who would be able to see it? Wang Teng asked. Can you send the item first? I'll give you the martial warrior identification number afterward. Master Lu, I can't do that, dear. Wang Teng, why not? Master Lu, a martial warrior, must be certified before he can use rune weapons. Wang Teng, there's such a rule, Master Lu. Yes, hurry up and become a certified martial warrior. As long as your background is clean and you don't have any criminal records, it shouldn't be a problem. The entire process won't take more than half an hour. It's very fast. Wang Teng nodded as he contemplated. Really, you need to have a clean background and no criminal records to become a certified martial warrior? It looks like the authorities were strict with the standard of martial warriors. But the martial warriors I met just killed people as and when they liked. Why is that so? Wait, I killed someone too. Is that considered a crime? If no one finds out about it, it shouldn't be considered, right? Wang Teng consoled himself by repeating this sentence like a heart mantra. Wang Teng, I will get the certification first, then. Master Lu, all right. When you get your credentials, I can send it out right away. You will be able to receive your baby later tonight. Wang Teng was shocked. He asked, I can receive it tonight? That's really fast. What delivery service are you using? Master Lu, you will know when you receive your package. I have to skip my lesson again. It was morning, and he had just finished 2 lessons, yet something cropped up again. Wang Teng felt a little helpless. He said to Lin Chuhan, who was beside him, class monitor. Lin Chuhan was absent-minded. She wanted to ask Wang Teng for help, but she was hesitating. She didn't know how to open her mouth. When she heard Wang Teng calling her abruptly, she had a huge shock. What? Lin Chuhan almost jumped out of her seat. She turned her head warily and looked at Wang Teng. She thought that he had noticed her lack of focus and attention. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. I just called you. Do you have to give such a big reaction? He was speechless, but he had to continue. I need to go out and do something later. You understand? Wang Teng winked at Lin Chuhan. Lin Chuhan heaved a big sigh of relief, so he didn't see through her intentions. What a scare. Wait, you want to skip classes again? The university entrance exam is arriving soon. Do you have any sense of urgency at all? Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not confident in. I'm leaving. Wang Teng waved his hand and walked out of the classroom. Lin Chuhan was slightly astounded. That was really daring of him. Can he really do it? Or was he just boasting? The Martial Arts Association was an official authority formed by different nations in the world to have unified management of the martial warriors. A martial warrior needed to register with the Martial Arts Association and get the martial warrior credentials to have a legal identity. Then they would be able to get special privileges not enjoyed by ordinary people. For instance, martial warriors could kill people. Of course, this didn't mean that they could kill anyone whenever. They needed to have a valid reason. If not, they would be punished by law. Martial warriors could also use rune weapons. In public transportations like high-speed railways and airplanes, ordinary people were not allowed to carry weapons. However, martial warriors were able to keep weapons on them legally if they displayed their martial warrior credentials. There were many other benefits too. It was unwise to list them all one by one. Wang Teng researched online and found all these pieces of information. That was when he knew how important the martial warrior credential was to a martial warrior. Many things would become extremely convenient for him. Of course, if he received the martial warrior credential, it also meant that he was indirectly accepting the country's supervision. He wouldn't be able to disobey the law outrightly. This was to protect ordinary civilians. Powerful people used their power to break the law. These weren't words without evidence. When someone possessed great power, they would start to act without any fear. It was hard to control them. At the start of the martial arts era, many riots had occurred. As time went by, the country sent out a large number of martial warriors to suppress the violence. That was when those people who considered themselves invincible understood that the country was still their country. They couldn't act unbridledly whenever they wanted. Hence, the Martial Arts Association was indispensable. Chapter 50, Congratulations to My Country, Donghai Martial Arts Association. Wang Teng stood at the huge entrance and looked at the building in front of him. The size had left him amazed. This was a high-rise building with a sharp octagon tower. The exterior was unique and iconic. From afar, among all the buildings in this area, the first noticeable thing was definitely this huge octagon building. A large crowd was walking back and forth in front of the building at this moment. Many people left and entered the building too. Wang Teng looked around him. These people were all exuding a faint sense of extraordinary. Most of these people are martial warriors. Wang Teng was flabbergasted by his guess as he exclaimed in his heart. He was mostly sure of it. This was the first time he had seen so many martial warriors. Wang Teng got a little nervous. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves. After exhaling, he walked into the huge building. When Wang Teng took a step in, many people focused their gazes at him. There was astonishment in their eyes as they sized him up. However, they couldn't see Wang Teng's face. This was because he was wearing an Ultraman mask. Everyone's gaze was a little strange. Some people indeed wore masks to apply for their martial arts credentials. After all, everyone had secrets. They didn't want to expose themselves. But this was the first time they saw someone so strange. He was wearing an Ultraman mask. This person must be a joke. Fortunately, they knew that no one dared to create trouble at the Martial Arts Association. Also, from the aura that Wang Teng released purposely, they could discern that he was a martial warrior. Thus, no matter how weird he seemed, no one would be so bored to create trouble for themselves. "Hello, I came to apply for the martial warrior certificate." Wang Teng came to the front desk and said to the staff opposite him. The staff member raised her head. It wasn't difficult to imagine her fascinating expression when she saw the Ultraman mask right before her eyes. She forcefully controlled her laughter and nodded sternly. "All right, follow me." Under her guidance, Wang Teng arrived outside another room. "Please go in. You just need to follow the instructions on the wall and operate the machine. If there's no problem, the system will enter your particulars into the system, and your martial warrior credentials will be out in less than 10 minutes. The staff raised her hand to signal to him as she explained the procedure to him. Wang Teng nodded while listening intently. After he entered the room, the staff closed the door behind him. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings and saw a machine right next to the wall. It looked like an ATM. A sense of familiarity rose in his heart. Beside the ATM-style machine, there was another machine that looked like the sleeping pod in fantasy movies. Wang Teng had used the physique inspection device at Jixin Martial House before. However, this machine looked much more complicated than the one in the Martial Arts Academy. Still, he knew that this was a physique inspection machine. It was just a machine that was designed for martial warriors. As, compared to martial disciples, the physique of martial warriors would undergo huge changes. Thus, their physical inspection was far more complex. The production cost of this machine should be at least a few million. It was more than 10 times the cost of the physique inspection machines for martial disciples. Wang Teng took off his Ultraman mask based on the procedure. He came in front of the ATM-style machine and placed his identification card in the sensing area. "Please scan your fingerprint and retina." Wang Teng listened to the instruction and pasted his hands on the two-palm drawings in front of him. At the same time, he looked right into the camera in front. Fingerprints collected. Beep, retina scanning completed. Verifying identity. Approximately 3 minutes later, the voice sounded again. "Identity verified, Wang Teng, 17 years old, citizen of China. No criminal records. Clean background, meet the 108 requirements to become a martial warrior." Verification passed. "Please enter the physique inspection device for your physique inspection." Even though he knew that there was nothing wrong with his identity, Wang Teng was still a little nervous. He only let out a small breath of relief when he heard that he had passed the verification. He stepped into the physique inspection device next. The device's door closed slowly. It started scanning and inspecting his entire body. Wang Teng didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt as though there was an invisible hand touching him from head to toe. At the same time, he felt his force nucleus tremble slightly for a moment. The force inside received some stimulation and got a little restless. The inspection ended very quickly. The automated voice rang in his ears again. Inspection ended. Wang Teng, congratulations on becoming a martial warrior. Martial warrior credential is being printed. Please wait patiently. At this moment, outside the entrance of the Martial Warrior Association, a black sedan stopped slowly. A man with spiky hair that looked like steel spikes came down the car. It was the principal of Jixin Martial House, Fu Tiandao. A refined middle-aged man came forward and welcomed him. He smiled and said, "Old Fu, you're really hard to meet. I invited you multiple times, but you only agreed to come today." "There are many things to take care of at the Martial Arts Academy. I can't leave as I want," Fu Tiandao replied concisely. Seriously, the refined man felt a little helpless. He raised his fingers and pretended to tap the spiky hair man. "Didn't you say that you have prepared top-quality jade dragon tea from Xingwu continent? Hurry up and lead the way." Fu Tiandao looked at the refined man sideways as he said, "Come, come, come, I've already prepared it. I was just waiting for you to come." The refined man laughed. He raised his hand and walked into the huge building first. While the two of them were chatting and walking, there was an uproar around them. "Isn't that the principal of the Donghai branch, Jixin Martial House, Fu Tiandao? To see him once is better than to hear about him 100 times. His aura is overwhelming." "Of course. Do you know how powerful he is? He's able to represent the Donghai branch of Jixin Martial House. Donghai City is a huge and important city. This proves how powerful his ability is. Who is that refined man? He's actually able to invite Fu Tiandao over." "Idiot! That is the president of the Donghai Branch Martial Arts Association, President Qin Hangshuan." "Oh my God, I'm blind. The real person is right in front of me, but I didn't recognize him. He is a powerful figure, too." Discussions rang out in the vicinity, even after Fu Tiandao and Qin Hangshuan had left for a long time. Everyone was still indulged in talking about their achievements. Everyone knew about their achievements, but as the iconic figures of Donghai City, the citizens of Donghai City never stopped pursuing and flattering them. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hangshuan chatted with each other as they took the lift to the building's highest floor. They arrived at Qin Hangshuan's office. The moment they entered the office, they could see an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. It was right in front of the entrance. From this office, one could get a bird's-eye view of the entire Donghai City. It felt like standing on the highest peak and looking at the smaller mountains below. The coffee table was placed beside the floor-to-ceiling window. "Have a seat," Qin Hangshuan said casually. "Your place is not bad," Fu Tiandao said calmly. He walked in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the busy streets below. Qin Hangshuan sat down and started making tea in a natural and graceful manner. The faint fragrance of tea wafted in the room. He said, "Sigh. It's lonely to be in a high position. It doesn't feel good to stay in this office every day. Pretentious." Fu Tiandao sneered. "Nothing good comes out of your mouth. Have some tea? Have some tea?" Qin Hangshuan felt helpless as he poured tea for Fu Tiandao. Fu Tiandao sat down and took a sip. He savored it with closed eyes. Then he opened his eyes and said, "Indeed, this is a good tea. Of course, I had to put down this old face of mine before I could take some tea from the governor," Qin Hangshuan said proudly. "Where's Governor Zhang now?" Fu Tiandao raised his eyebrows and asked. "The last time I saw him, Governor Zhang was preparing to break through to the general stage." Qin Hangshuan turned serious. "Oh, is he confident?" Fu Tiandao's expression changed, and he asked anxiously. "Based on what he said, he's around 60% confident," Qin Hangshuan replied. 60%? That's too low. Why didn't he wait for a while longer?" Fu Tiandao frowned and took a deep breath. "I heard that Governor Li of Jinlin has already reached general stage half a month ago." Qin Hangshuan suddenly dropped an atom bomb. "What, are you serious?" Fu Tiandao jumped to his feet. Sit down, of course, it's real. Do you think I will make such a mistake?" Qin Hangshuan rolled his eyes. "We have another general now. Congratulations to my country." Fu Tiandao's eyes were shimmering. "It's indeed a matter worth celebrating." Qin Hangshuan nodded in agreement. "However, Governor Zhang is too reckless. How could he act on impulse?" Fu Tiandao changed the topic back. He seemed a little worried. You know that those two have been arch-enemies since they were in university. They fought for their entire life. How could Governor Jiang take this matter calmly? Qin Hanchuan explained with a bitter smile. That is true. Fu Tiandao couldn't do anything either. I hope that Governor Jiang will be able to get through this obstacle smoothly. At that time, Donghai will be able to have another general stage martial warrior. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.